blind pick of BlizzCon. Make some noise! Let's get this started!
We are here, ladies and gentlemen. This is BlizzCon day number 1. Tempo Storm going head-to-head against Super Frogs. Botar debuting on that Holy Paladin. Alec on the Fire Mage. Nixie on that Assassination Rogue. Their opponent, Super Frogs, Cubsy, Restoration Shaman. Chanimal playing the Shadow Priest and trying to diversify for his roster. We can see that Super Frogs are gunning down for Botar early on, but Nixie is backing him up quite effectively.
Yeah, Tempo Storm, they're going to be looking for consistent setups in this matchup. Super Frogs, they just need to weather that storm, and eventually they can secure a kill. Shadow Priest and Assassination Rogue seem to be bringing great consistent damage. Botar already having to pop that Avenging Wrath, going to be able to top off his team, but into the full blind, already trading out a Blessing of Protection.
Botar could easily be swapped to during this period of time. Wealthy Man's going to make the move for it, trying to bait some major defensive cooldowns, but Botar does not fall for the bait, holding on to very vital defensives for a time later on. Despite an excellent swap there, Super Frogs basically get nothing done.
Yeah, Cubsy into the cheap shot, Ring of Frost looking for. Alec, unfortunately not finding it there. Wealthy Man into the road. Nixie just trying to put out some pressure. Wealthy Man, like I said, Super Frogs, their objective in this matchup, they just need to stall out, slowly work through Botar's cooldowns, and eventually potentially take Botar down.
Yeah, Wealthy Man just constantly gunning down Botar. He's going to be tested on this Holy Paladin. Cheeky mind control at low health, denying Botar's incoming heals, but in the meantime, Tempo Storm have secured crowd control of their own. Cubsy locked out of the game. Wealthy Man in trouble at low health, but he's still just gunning down Botar. Reckless abandon to try and get a kill. Botar crossing the map, trying desperately to get to safety, but is in trouble. Is forced to trade out Divine Shield. His most vital defensive cooldown is now out of the way, and Super Frogs have a massive lead.
Yeah, that's a huge victory for Super Frogs. Wealthy Man, on the other hand, no Cloak of Shadows, no evasions, really nothing left in terms of defensives. Cubsy's going to have to do a good job getting that Spirit Link out in time. Chanimals can save the day as well. With that Void Shift, he can trade out his HP for anyone on his team at any moment. In the meantime, Botar under fire.
Chanimal just running down Botar, trying to bully him and take him out here in game number 1. Triple Psychic Scream. Super Frogs on fire. Botar has to Gladiator's Medallion, but he's still dangerously low. No cooldowns to effectively trade. He needs his team to back him up. Nice. Quaking Palm at low health. Botar is in trouble as Chanimal looks to finish him. Botar hangs on. Wealthy Man dips low as he's overextended. Botar's making a getaway to safety. Chanimal had to use the Void Shift. Suddenly Super Frogs and Tempo Storm are evening out in this match.
Yeah, but Botar, he can't abandon Nixie. Wealthy Man now reconnecting. Kidney shot on Botar. This could be it. Super Frogs looking to close out game number 1. You can see there's the Blessing of Protection. Cubsy lands a spell full blind at low HP. Super Frogs with a nice setup.
If he can get the sap out of this, he gets denied. Botar's going to come out of crowd control, bounce back up, and now Wealthy Man in trouble with a turnaround. Trades Cloak of Shadows, desperately trying to maintain his health while Cubsy sits through a long crowd control chain. Channel looking for a Master Spell, gets counterspelled by Alec, well timed, great crowd control. Wealthy Man in trouble at this point. Cubsy connects the Spirit Link, saves the day, allowing his team to make another push for Botar.
Yeah, but a triple fear into Kidney shot on Botar. He's all alone, looking to make a getaway once again. If he can sneak behind the pillar and land the Holy Light, he will ultimately be fine. Another nice setup from Super Frogs, but Tempo Storm able to redirect.
That turnaround, Wealthy Man Meteor connects. Chanimal tosses out some support. Great teamwork between the Super Frogs to stay in this despite going all in on Botar. They are starting to stabilize. They've got to make a move. Wealthy Man Shadow steps in, but Chanimal's getting peeled away. That Ring of Frost denying him from connecting, allowing Botar to survive another setup. Cubsy locked down in crowd control. They can't keep the chain going. Grounding Totem will stall it out. Hammer of Justice now connected. Wealthy Man trades, but he was able to get the kidney shot despite that evasion. Wealthy Man's taking huge damage from Tempo Storm. Botar is on fire in game number 1, despite having no cooldowns to work with. He's given his team big openings. Wealthy Man could easily fall. Barely stays in the fight, Benuki.
Triple DR Polymorph on Cubsy is a nightmare for Tempo Storm. Cubsy's going to be freed up, although he gets interrupted. Nicely done by Nixie. He trinkets out, looking to get aggressive with his Vanish. Full kidney shot on Wealthy Man. Cubsy really doesn't have anything to keep him alive, but some nicely timed heals will ultimately save Wealthy Man. Botar still under fire at around 40% HP. Really no cooldowns left to work with.
We have not even stepped foot into dampening, and the intensity of game number 1 here at BlizzCon is absolutely insane. Botar doing whatever he can to buy his team time for a final attempt. Botar, he trinkets, he line of sights, ducking for cover, but Chanimal's all over him. Avenging Crusader should stabilize Botar. Wealthy Man now needs to cower. He uses blind, denying the damage. Mind controls from Chanimal. Good support from the Super Frogs, breaking up this assault.
Yeah, Super Frogs is just one clean setup away from taking down Botar. He's got 10 seconds left on his bubble. They can get a nice kidney shot here and close out the game, but it's looking like it's going to be unlikely. Botar weathers the storm. He's going to be able to survive long enough for his Divine Shield, and now Super Frogs, they're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Triple crowd control right now for Tempo Storm, but Botar has been isolated as well, and Divine Shield is traded immediately. Botar does not want to be caught at low health with a potential Mass Dispel threatening his life. So Botar makes the safe move there, but he won't have that defense to rely on later on. He needs to buy at least another 16 seconds for that blessing of protection. Will Tempo Storm be able to buy Botar the time he needs? At this point, they're setting up great crowd control on Cubsy and dipping Wealthy Man down to about half, but here comes the attempt. Botar needs 5 more seconds.
Triple setup once again. Alec denies with a nicely timed Dragon's Breath. Cheap shot on Cubsy. Can LX find the Ring of Frost? Unfortunately not able to. Looking for a polymorph, but Cubsy excellently done. Going to be able to line of sight it using the wind shear to avoid that crowd control and keep Wealthy Man alive.
Botar is a phenomenal druid, but him on this Paladin in this match is phenomenal. On the BlizzCon stage, breaking that out, showing the diversity and the range of classes from Tempo Storm is going to be a threat for them throughout this series and the entire tournament. Cubsy with a nice move there, preemptive Earthen Wall Totem during the attack, but Alec holds out on the crowd control, saving that diminishing return for another push later on. Hammer of Justice committed. Alec blinks in to secure crowd control. Wealthy Man in a 3-on-2, but he does not seem to care. He's just going to gun straight for Botar.
Yeah, with Chanimals not in crowd control, he's able to easily get these Mass Dispels out, freeing Cubsy from crowd control, allowing Super Frogs to get aggressive. Nice double fear from Chanimals, looking for a setup on Botar once again. Only thing he has to keep himself alive is his trinket, but he's doing such a good job using this pillar, line of sighting, avoiding damage, really allowing Tempo Storm more and more setup opportunities.
Wealthy Man dipping low as Botar leads the charge with that Avenging Crusader, dishing out tons of pain. Cubsy trades the Spirit Link Totem. He does not want to fall behind. A misplay here by Wealthy Man. That diminishing return blind is going to allow Botar a lot of freedom to keep his team aggressive, which means the Super Frogs are going to be on the back foot and potentially going down in game number 1. Huge damage from Alec. Game 1 to Tempo Storm.
And just like that, EU scariest composition you could bring. And now the gates are open and 66% of you think that Tempo Storm can take the whole series.
Yeah, Tempo Storm looking to get aggressive very early on Chanimals. Jamie and Nixie closing the distance. Chun-Li looking for a little bit of counter pressure. There's an interrupt into incapacitate on Cubsy. Nice setup from Tempo Storm.
Wave the Crane activated early on by Botar. Gunning after Chanimal. Cubsy deflects. This Earthen Wall Totem should allow Chanimal to comfortably sit through this. Potentially, there's actually a huge amount of damage. Triple intimidating shout on game number 2. Chanimal tries to jump to safety, but they are in hot pursuit. Chanimal hovering at below half. Cubsy gets Ring of Peace, luckily not off the side, but they swap to Botar, trying to catch him off guard for that aggressive push. They managed to pull a lot of defensive cooldowns from Botar's line.
Yeah, he used his Life Cocoon, he used Fortifying Elixirs, his Trinket, basically everything Botar used. He's already down to around 50% mana. Keep in mind, the Way of the Crane, although a very powerful offensive ability, costs the Mystical Monk a lot of mana, so Tempo Storm, they have to be patient with that. Super Frogs, on the other hand, if they can stall out the game, they will ultimately win.
Botar is just playing all-out aggression. This match could end quickly. We see crowd control initiated by Chun-Li, but no pressure. Chanimal is just pinned down, unable to get any counter pressure rolling. The next crowd control onto Cubsy could potentially close this match, but a triple secured by Chun-Li, putting the team on his shoulders right now, and hard carries game 2.
Folks, welcome to BlizzCon. We are going
to get through that.
All right, well, BlizzCon, make some noise. This one is going to put a team on match point in our first elimination series of the day.
Yeah, Wealthy Man in stealth. He's looking to move in, looking for an opener. We'll have to see what Super Frogs decide to do. Cheap shot on Jamie. Botar looks to be the target of choice once again. Chanimal's leading it with the silence into kidney shot. Wealthy Man looking to get aggressive very early on.
Super Frogs with great crowd control, but Nixie denies further follow-up, and now we'll have an opportunity to strike back, securing a chain on Cubsy and going straight for Chanimal. Botar playing very aggressively with that blinding light talent. Unfortunately, diminishing returning from Nixie's intimidating shout, and that diminishing return misplay is going to lose Tempo Storm an opportunity.
Yeah, one of the strengths of the composition Super Frogs has is they are very durable. Wealthy Man going to be the most susceptible to damage, but it looks like Tempo Storm, they want to put most of their aggression on Chanimals early on, but he is just so tanky with the Edge of Insanity, with the Shadow form. It's going to be very difficult for Tempo Storm to actually land a kill on him.
You can tell that the tension is high between these two teams right
Wow.
now. Chanimal taking huge damage from Tempo Storm, forced to trade out that dispersion. Wealthy Man still trying to put his team on his back, but Chanimal forced to retreat away. Nixie dealing tons of damage. Jamie securing crowd control. This could be over for Chanimal if he is not careful. Trading out that Vampiric Embrace, positioning far away from Botar and gunning down for Nixie. Great positioning from Chanimal, dragging Nixie out of line of sight and pulling major defensive cooldowns just from a simple maneuver of moving around the corner. Botar now trying to lead the charge, but he's forced to overextend. He may have to trade out his most vital defensive cooldown. Both teams continue swinging.
Yeah, Divine Shield was used. Cubsy still has a Spearling Totem. Channels with the Void Shift as well. Needs to buy another minute and a half for himself on that dispersion cooldown, but Chanimal's taking a lot more damage than I would expect. This new positioning from Chanimal's, overextending Nixie and Jamie is crucial for Super Frogs to actually land some pressure and momentum. Nixie getting low with a silence on Botar, kidney shot on Botar. He has to trink it out, and Super Frogs has all the momentum.
Both Chanimal and Nixie dangerously low, as well as Botar. Cubsy's dipping low from the Void Shift. Chanimal is still getting crushed. Botar's low, could easily be a cross kill. Chanimal falls first. Nixie's still low. Wealthy Man trying to carry the team. He needs 10 more seconds. Mage Restoration Shaman, we get to see it, the head-to-head between Cubsy and Botar. Will Botar, the European healer, be able to step up to the same level that the North American Shamans are at in this match?
Yeah, Tempo Storm going to be looking to build up some damage. Animals as well. Nixie charging in. Wealthy Man deflects with a cheap shot of his own. Alec just spamming out the fireballs, looking for an opportunity, building up some damage. Kidney shot now on Botar as Tempo Storm looks to get aggressive.
Yep, Super Frogs trying to gun down for Botar early on, constantly in this series, putting pressure on him, but he does not crack under the pressure, trading effectively. Alec now launching an attack with crowd control on two members. Wealthy Man is alone, hiding behind the pillar. Nixie looking to try and find the target, but he just can't connect. Wealthy Man finally getting stunned up, but the crowd control has basically been dropped. Great positioning from Wealthy Man.
Yeah, Wealthy Man really shut down that setup, realizing he was in trouble line of sighting. Nixie didn't know which way to go to actually land a stun on him, and when he did, it was diminishing return. So unfortunate for Tempo Storm in that setup. Another blind on Botar. Nixie could be in some trouble, but Wealthy Man caught into the polymorphs. That's going to be shutting down that situation. Chanimal's looking to line of sight once again, retreating to Cubsy. Got interrupted and has to catch up on healing.
Wealthy Man making a swap. Nixie backs him up, drops a smoke bomb, goes for the killing spree, dealing tons of damage. Cubsy still locked down in crowd control, unable to heal. Desperately trying to stabilize through that attack. Wealthy Man trades evenly, and the Super Frogs stay alive. Tempo Storm launching another attack towards Chanimal, not really denting him too much so. Cubsy now out of crowd control and should allow his team to get aggressive.
Yeah, Tempo Storm, they're finding the crowd control in this matchup, but really not finding the damage that they need to close out the game. Alec now has his combustion once again. He's playing the build where his fireballs lowers the cooldown on combustion, so you can see him spam casting that and allows Tempo Storm to get aggressive more often.
All right, Cubsy standing on top of Botar, trying to harass him with lava bursts and wind shears. So Botar's desperately trying to kite away, but Wealthy Man's in hot pursuit. Super Frogs all over him, forcing that astral shift. Nice trade, though, for the Vendetta. Meteor gets dropped. Botar still on the run, but Wealthy Man finally gets peeled away. Good backup from Nixie. Chanimal still just chasing Botar. Cubsy as well. They're on match point. Their tournament lives on the line, and they're going to keep going all in.
Yeah, Botar could be in a little trouble, but he looks to be just fine. Stun on Chanimal's, now a kidney shot on Botar. Super Frog's looking to find some damage, but it just seems like Botar might be able to survive this. There's the silence, still looking to line of sight. Has to actually shrink it out. He actually uses his fire blood racial there in order to keep himself alive. Drops his Spirit Link as well. Super Frog's getting cooldown after cooldown from Tempo Storm.
If Super Frog can keep this up, they're definitely taking this match. They are very stable, lots of defensive cooldowns to trade. Botar is so far behind, he's gonna have to do what he did in game one to buy his team time for a comeback, but I don't think he's really gonna have that opportunity. He makes a nice move here, preemptively earthen walling this incoming attack. Botar's just on fire today.
Yeah, he's been doing a phenomenal job in this matchup. Chanimal's charging in. On the Shadow Priest, he's gonna be very durable, so he can basically do what he wants. He needs to be the playmaker for his team, landing crowd control, making sure everyone's rotting down. You can see Tempo Storm, they're rotting, they're falling a little bit behind. Botar's mana is looking very good, though.
2 more seconds to Wealthy Man's trinkets. barely staying alive during this attack by Tempo Storm as they are just clinging to life at this point in Game 4. It's looking likely that we're going to a Game 5 between these two titanous teams in the lower bracket. Everything on the line. Tempo Storm rotting down. Super Frogs inching closer to that kill.
Yeah, Botar trinkets out though. That's a big victory for Super Frogs. Stun on Cubsy now. Nixie looking for the damage once again. Meteor will connect. Cubsy takes a huge amount of damage. Trades out the Astral Shift, making him very defensive. Should be able to survive this setup, but that was nicely done by Tempo Storm.
Chanimal setting up a triple. Off the back of that, Wealthy Man leads the charge. Tons of damage. Botar has cooldowns to trade, but he's still locked down in crowd control. He may not make it out alive as Super Frogs strike back. Nixie doing his best to peel the entire team. Great teamwork from Tempo Storm to stay alive there. Wealthy Man in trouble. This is match point for them.
Yeah, polymorph on Cubsy. Wealthy Man has to trade out his entire defensive arsenal to save alive. No trinket, no evasion, no cloak of shadows. Cubsy trinkets out as well. Tempo Storm, they just need one clean setup to close out this game.
Either team could take this match at any second. It's match point for Super Frogs if they want to stay alive in this tournament. Tempo Storm have managed to even it out. Super Frogs, they're peeling off Botar. They're not committing all-in strategy, now going after Nixie and going for a safer route, but that might just be the play. Botar locked down in crowd control. Nixie dips low. Botar saves them. And these potential final seconds, Nixie's hovering so dangerously low on health. Can the Super Frogs pull it off? They're losing on mana. They're losing on cooldowns at this point in time. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do it. Botar gets locked in a stun. No cooldowns for 4 seconds. Tempo Storm needs to buy him time.
Yeah, Alec looking for the polymorph. Master Spell comes in from Chanimal. Everyone from Tempo Storm's rotting down. Chanimals lands the triple fear. Botar gets out of the crowd control, should be able to stabilize his team, but Tempo Storm just under so much pressure. Counterspell on Chanimals. Alec really looking to slow down some of this damage. Now full stun on Chanimals. Maybe Tempo Storm's going to be switching up their target.
Wealthy Man gunning for Botar. Alec trying to back him up, but Cubsy's right next to him. Super Frogs are playing together as a tight unit, chasing down Botar, keeping up the pressure. Now swapping it up, trying to catch Nixie off guard. I don't think the crowd control is long enough to take him out, but Cubsy's mana is slowly but surely running out. But a blind play, no trinket for 8 more seconds. Nixie in trouble, trades cloak, he's on the run. Wealthy Man in hot pursuit secures the sap. 3 more seconds, 2 more seconds, 1 more second. Now Botar has that trick, he's not trading. Very greedy play by Botar, but he does it. He stays alive, and now keeping the momentum. Cubsy's in so much trouble.
Nixie did such a good job with the counter pressure on Wealthy Man. No cooldowns left. Cubsy into the full blind. Void Chip comes in from Chanimals, saving the day, and now Nixie's the one under fire. Botar trinkets out of the silence, but it is not enough. Super Frogs
final resting place, as it is a cemetery. We will be sending one of these teams home. Only one can be a BlizzCon champion.
BlizzCon, make some noise. Tempo Storm versus Super Frogs. Only one will remain.
Wealthy Man moves in, getting some initial crowd control, looking for some damage on Botar. Chanimals into the stun. Once again, Tempo Storm, they're going to be gunning down Chanimals.
Yes, early on, Super Frogs lead the charge. Botar, though, able to hold on to a lot of powerful defensive cooldowns. But on Runes of Lordaeron, there's really nowhere to run. He's going to be in the fight. He gets blinded on the Avenging Crusader. Opts to trinket and get aggressive. Really aggressive moves from Tempo Storm, but that will leave Botar exposed should Chanimals survive this attack.
Yep, once that Avenging Wrath is down, Wealthy Man, he still has that vendetta. Blinding light on Cubsy. Chanimals forced into the dispersion. This is not a spot you want to be in for Super Frogs. Cubsy holding on to his trinket, holding on to his Spirit Link, has the Void Chip. Stun comes in from Nixie. They're looking to continue this damage. Botar actually Divine Shields immediately.
He's going all in. He's just breaking the kidney shots and leading the charge. Botar wants to hard carry with aggression here on Game 5. Match point. Tournament lives on the line. Barely staying in it. Cubsy's got a lot of work ahead of him with 2 members. Dangerously low health. Cap tilted for 1 second. Is that going to be enough? Chanimal barely hanging on. Wealthy Man forced the kidney shot Nixie. They land the triple psychic scream, buying Cubsy a few moments to breathe. But even with these moments, he can barely top Chanimal off.
Cubsy did such a good job. He held onto the Spirit Link totem, still has Trinket Spirit Link to keep Super Frogs alive, and Botar basically traded out everything. Hammer of Justice on Cubsy's Trinket. Chanimal still in some trouble. Cubsy doesn't want to be greedy with the Spirit Link totem, but he knows the limits of the Shadow Priest. Nixie rotting down low as well. Super Frogs needs one more setup. Everything on the line.
This cap totem from Cubsy could cost them the match. Now Wealthy Man can't peel. Chanimal's in trouble.
Oh, no.
Crowd control secured. Super Frogs could easily be going home, and they will be. Tempo Storm, stay alive.
It's time for EU versus EU. The gates open now.
RMPal is going to have to step up to a whole nother level, diversifying onto that Restoration Shaman. He does have Valet with the highest win rate and that Demon Hunter. It's going to put Relza on a clock. If Reformed can't find that big juicy bite and get a kill early, this is likely going to make it a movie's favor.
Yeah, Relza pushes in. He's able to get the adaptation from RMPal. That is his trinket selection in this matchup. If Dizio can land a full trap, Valet is going to be able to reverse it, but slowly and surely Reformed working through those crowd control breaks that Making a Movie has available, and eventually they can push through.
Good crowd control set up initially here by Reform, but Delay with the backup, removing that crowd control. Maro, he's got that incarnation rolling. He could be dealing devastating damage, but he's on the back foot. He's not able to launch a counter assault just yet. Landing a solar beam, but no pressure. Dizio is just digging in. Tons of damage early on. Are they gonna crack them? Darkness gets traded out. Delay with the defensive carry. Maro is still hanging on by a thread, barely staying alive early on, and this is the Reform that I like to see.
Yeah, Reform making a movie very scared in this matchup. Maro still camping bear form, can't get any sort of offensive pressure rolling, now caught to the silence. RMPal trades out the Spiritling Totem as well, making a movie running on fumes in terms of defensives. Reform's doing an excellent job at making a movie defensive.
Delay keeping his team afloat, but for how much longer? Reformed are dealing devastating damage. Relza moves in for potentially the final crowd control. Psychic Scream triggering that adaptation. A freezing trap is secured here by Dizio. Maro trying to duck on top of RMPal and absorb that incoming crowd control for him, but Dizio is playing it patiently, waiting for all of the defense to fade before committing that crowd control. If Dizio snipes this trap, it could be the end of the match. They need cross crowd control. They've got the damage. There's the stun. Good initiation, but gets deflected. Great reverse magic once again by Valet.
Yeah, Maro able to stay alive because of that, but Valet, no reverse magic, no darkness. RMPal, no trinket. Reform, they need one crowd control to close out this game and take Maro down. Relza running out of mana though, running out of time. Making a move if they can survive a little longer. Ultimately, mana burn Relza and Flappers could go down.
Reformed at basically 15 seconds to take out Making a Movie. 13 seconds.
This could be it.
Gonna be able to do it. Maro hanging on by a thread. Crowd control ends up breaking, buying RMPal time to catch some riptides. Maro ducking for cover, desperately trying to line of sight and avoid Dizio's pressure. Freezing trap secured, no adaptation, no reverse magic. Maro dips low. Can Reformed get through this? It doesn't seem like it, maybe potentially. Relza's basically out of time. He's got no mana left. Making a movie stay alive long enough for the adaptation of RMPal to break this next crowd control, but maybe they don't even need it. Mind controls from Relza, committing everything for the kill, but just not enough.
Earthen Shield Totem gets dropped by RMPal, the last line of defense. Maro gets interrupted in bear form once again, but Making a Movie, they might have bought enough time. Relza completely tapped on mana, still has basically all his defensive cooldowns left, but with no mana, it's going to be hard to keep his team alive. Maro needs to find some damage, and he might just do it here. Imprisonment on Relza, Dizio getting lower. Whoa. In the meantime, Maro getting bursted down, caught into a stun. Barskin's last thing keeping him alive. Full fear on RMPal. Reform looking to close out this game.
Making a Movie managed to stay afloat just a little bit longer. They just need to hang on for another minute at least. Relza's completely tapped. Dizio's dipping low. He's forced on the defensive. Will he be able to keep up the aggression and put them down? They have to overcommit. Valet peels with a double stun. Perfect play from Valet. Everybody on the team of Reformed in trouble at this point. Cooldowns being traded out. Flappers trying to keep the pressure going, but for how much longer can Relza keep this train going is the question. Absolutely no mana left in the tank.
We've seen him heal on fumes before. Flappers with the incarnation, trying to take down Maro, but he's just playing so defensive. RMPal and Maro making sure they're rotating the Earthen Shield Totem. The bear form, Dizio getting bursted down. Full cyclone on Relza. Nothing left. Pain suppression comes in at the last second. Relza using that last little bit of his mana to keep his team alive.
Reform doing everything in their power to try and punch through Making a Movie's defense. They have maybe 2 more opportunities. They're getting close, but just not enough. Dizio still in the back foot. Relza working with nothing. Valet looking to close it. Relza preemptive barrier there on that incoming crowd control. Dizio and Flappers are pinned down. They can't move, but they're trying to do their best to try and catch Maro off guard. RMPal just going to be dropping that Spiritling Totem. They're so close to victory. They can't afford to throw the match. Flappers needs to pull off a miracle. Relza's moving in, trying to get that Psychic Scream. Manages to nail it. Maro could be in trouble.
Renewal will keep him alive for now. RMPal out of this crowd control, has the Earthen Shield Totem, but he's caught into the full trap. Can Reform push through and take Maro down? Getting lower, trying to stay alive. Maim on Ratify, burst damage coming in. Darkness saves the day once again from Belay.
That was the coordinated assault of Dizio. His pressure is going to be faltering. Maro launches a counterattack. Lots of damage, and Relza has basically nothing for the past 2 minutes. I don't know how he's managed to make his team survive this long on absolutely nothing. But at this point, it is still looking grim for Reformed. Maro pulling away. He's got Incarnation in another minute. That big burst of damage is going to be more than enough to do in Reformed here on game 1. Dizio moves over, securing more crowd control, but it's not enough. Adaptation breaks Ratify out, and Dizio is likely to fall, somehow hanging on Flappers, keeping Dizio alive at that critical point. I actually can't believe that Relza is still doing this.
This is unbelievable. Dark Archangel still available. He's going to be able to empower his teammates' damage. They might be able to take down Maro. Ratify, no crowd control break. There's a full Maim into a full Fear. Ratify gets away. Once again, reverse magic coming in from Belay. Maro should be able to survive, but Reform, I have no idea how they're surviving this long.
Relza just using whatever he's got in his toolkit. He's got no mana, so he's using everything else that he can. They make a swap to Belay. They actually burst him down quite heavily. Full crowd control secured. No way out of it. Is Belay actually going to fall in these final moments? Crowd control chain now dropped. Belay starting to recover. We've just set foot into dampening, and somehow Relza is still keeping his team alive. He needs at least 15 more seconds for Dizio's defense to be available once again. If Reformed pull this off, it would be absolutely insane. They just might do it. Belay gets bursted down. Ratify is shaking. They get the Psychic Scream, but his adaptation breaks him out. The damage is too high. Reformed stay in it.
Yeah, Belay getting lower and lower. Maro trying to counter pressure with his Incarnation. Dizio survives a little longer with the aspect of the turtle. Relza still no mana, 10% dampening right now. Maro looking to close out this game, finally in this matchup, as Reform turns their attention onto Belay. Bash on Flapper, stun on Relza. Reform potentially has run out of time.
How is Relza still going at this point? Dizio dips low, crowd control secured. Dizio does whatever he can to stay in, and he's hanging on by the seat of his pants at this point. How is he going to make it out alive? There's nothing left. Belay is still low. Potentially an opportunity. Nice skull bash by Flappers. Belay could fall. This is absolutely insane. He's on 5%. He stays alive. Dizio now looking like he is ultimately going to go down, but somehow Relza is testing this to its full extent. I actually can't believe this.
That's a full trap on Ratify. Belay once again running for his life. Dizio, no pet available, looking to resummon it, but that gets shut down. Belay getting bursted down with a bash on Ratify. This is an insane game. Dizio low, Relza keeps him alive. Powerward Barrier, the last line of defense for Reform.
Reformed have nothing left, but they still keep coming. Is making a movie going to hold on? They just can't push them over. Belay on the run. They swap to Flappers. They've got 2 members locked down. Relza moves in for a triple, securing that adaptation. Belay has darkness. He can trade that out for a big push. How are Reform going to survive it? Is he going to trade? Is Belay going to choke in these final seconds? Belay goes down. Reformed play out of their minds.
Welcome to the jungle. Reformed is back in the best form we have ever seen them in
this match as well.
And now he does have that option too to be going into the Diamond Ice. Last matchup, of course, was blind. Now more information on the table for both of these teams, but it's Reformed who enters Tolvaron leading by 1.
Reform have found their new target, Belay, at the end of that last match. Relza moves in, securing crowd control, breaking Ratify's adaptation. Flappers finds follow-up, but Belay denies it with a double. Dizio moves in, continues the chain. Belay jumps over to reverse it. Still taking a lot of damage, but with no crowd control, Ratify should start to stabilize. I'm curious if Relza is going to look to extend his mana as he did in game number 1, or just push for an all-in kill. If making a movie can stall this out, they will inevitably win on a mana. We see Maro pulling the trigger on that Incarnation, trying to build up some immense burst. The damage just not there.
Yeah, and Reformed, you can see they're going for a 2-target strategy now, taking down Belay a little bit, as well as Maro. Meantime, Ratify has topped everyone off, but the small victory for Reformed early on. They got the adaptation, they got the reverse magic. Now they're looking for crowd control. Maim, if Dizio can follow this up with a trap, it's going to be really scary for Maro.
They go for the Psychic Scream. Good crowd control by Reformed here. They've got 2 targets rotting down, making a movie in trouble here on game number 2. Maro gets interrupted. Can't trade cooldowns for another second. Mind control, cheeky play by Relza at low health. Valet forced to disrupt it. Valet still taking a lot of damage. Forced to trade Nether Walk now as well. Reformed have a lot more pressure in game number 2.
Yeah, and Valet with that Nether Walk is playing a little bit scared in this matchup. Reformed has so much pressure. Relz is still doing a fine job on mana. Valet getting lower, catches the big heal from RMPal as he's looking to catch up his team. Imprisonment on Relz, a Cyclone on Dizio, making a move, trying to stall out this game as long as possible.
Good Cyclone chain by Maro. That's going to bank them a survival instincts from Flappers. I would like to see more Cyclones from Maro in general and better set up Incarnation burst windows. At this point, Maro falling behind. Crowd control secured. RMPal breaks out. Relza moving in for that Psychic Scream. Is RMPal going to be able to get away to safety? Maro buys him a couple seconds, but Valet is still dangerously low. RMPal pre-earthen walls. Valet ducks for cover. The triple might get Valet outside of its defense. It is not going to be the case. Valet will survive. Mana surprisingly close to even, and making a movie, they're starting to show a lot of weakness in game 2.
Yeah, this charge from Reform basically forcing RMPal to be running away the entire game, and he falls behind on Valet and Maro. So when they finally land that crowd control, scary moments like this happen. Valet getting low before the CC even hits. Relza into the Cyclone, Maro doing everything he can to disable Reform here in this matchup. Valet gets caught into a full stun. No crowd control on RMPal just yet. He actually trades out the Spirit Link.
You can tell
peculiar.
You can tell Making a Movie are scared here on the tournament stage, but Reformed remain unfazed despite this ultimate counter comp crafted by Making a Movie. Reformed just play with pure skill to find any opportunity they can in this matchup. Valet low on health, Maro as well. Reformed have way more pressure, way better mana management. Valet needs to find more of these mana rifts if he wants that win condition. Making a Movie have cooldowns to trade. Reform need to whittle those away quickly if they want to find victory.
Yeah, there's the bash on RMPal. Another setup coming in from Reform. Maro getting low, Valet getting low as well. Darkness still available for Valet. He basically has every single defensive available. He just needs to not throw it away. Reform knows that. They're turning their attention over on Maro. They get the Bark Skin back on Valet. Reform, this strategy is very nice. They can hit Maro if they get a defensive cooldown. They go immediately to Valet, and they have immense pressure because of it.
Triple stun, but that might not be enough. RMPal hangs on with that Healing Tide Totem, trying to kite away, but Flappers jumps right on top of him, securing an interrupt. More crowd control. Valet in a panic position, trying to stay alive. Makes the trade with that Nether Walk, immuning the incoming damage and staying alive. Close call after close call, but if Making a Movie just stay alive a bit longer, they can secure that victory off the mana of Relza. Relza looking for some massive spells to get Flappers aggressive. Relza knows they need to end this soon, Ben.
Yep, double fear on RMPal. Valet low, caught into the bash. He still has the darkness. Activates the blur to stay alive a little longer. That was the Incarnation from Maro as well. Trying to get aggressive, but unfortunately not really pulling out any defensives from Reformed. Reformed still sitting very healthy. Relza's mana not doing the worst. We've seen how long he can extend the game even when he is completely out of mana.
Valet dipping low. He doesn't want to throw away the game like he did. He's got darkness to trade and survive an incoming attack. He restabilizes. RMPal able to kite this match out just long enough for his team to have that mana advantage. Tons of damage. Good crowd control there. Banks aspect of the turtle from Dizio. He's going to be exposed for basically the remainder of this match. I feel like in the next 3 minutes, Dizio's life is going to be taken as Valet pulls the trigger, jumping right on top of him with that Metamorphosis. Any crowd control on Relza will be curtains. Maro secures the clone. Star Surges come flying in as Valet looks to take game 2. Dizio pauses it out, ducks for cover, and once again, Relza pulling off miracles.
Yeah, Dizio manages to survive a little bit longer, but Relza really doesn't have too much left. Dizio's going to have to pick a moment to push in and continue the crowd control chain. Reform needs crowd control if they want to close out this game, but Dizio playing a little scared. He's going to be charging midfield, looking for the trap. Brain suppression gets used by Relza. Dizio getting lower. Valet looking to really punish this aggressive play from Dizio.
Yeah, Dizio jumping in and looking for a freezing trap. He worked his way through RMPal's grounding totem. He nails it. Valet doesn't go for the reverse magic, instead holding onto it and looking for a kill. Relza's got basically nothing left. Dizio's all in at this point. If they don't find a kill within at least the next minute, I want to say, but it's Relza. Maybe I can't credit that to them. Dizio and Flappers both down at 50% health. RMPal has every defensive cooldown in his arsenal. It would be a complete throw on Making a Movie's part to lose this match at this point. Relza getting locked down, double stun secured by Valet. Making a Movie have been playing for this position the entire match. Reformed only have a few more seconds to try and find a kill. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do it.
Yeah, Dizio forcing Valet out of the Earthen Shield Totem. He's going to be moving in. Valet realizing he doesn't want to overextend. He just needs to keep up this pressure. Keep Reform defensive, making a movie. The strategy change working out quite well for them. Cyclone now on Relza. Bash on Flappers. No Trinket. Do they have the damage to push him over? Doesn't look like it just yet. Relza's still keeping his team alive.
Freezing trap, reverse match. That stun was 1 second too late by Flappers. If he had gotten that stun 1 second faster, potentially they could have taken Valet's life, but they've got basically nothing left to stay in this, and somehow they hang on. Valet just wants to push this game over the edge, and finally making a move. He can net a kill. 1-1.
This one is going to be all tied.
You can run, but I don't know if you can hide from Relza on this map. Small map's going to allow Reform to get more consistent fears off. These crowd control chains going to be very important for them to close out the game.
All right, initially both teams just dogpiling in center field. With such a close quarters map, it is very difficult to get distance and kite your opponents. Ratify Maro ducking back behind the wooden wall. Relza in hot pursuit, but getting snared. Great crowd control with those Earth Grab totems. Relza not able to make his way to the target. Imprisoned, denies the follow-up. They proc the adaptation. Relza looking to bait the Tremor Totem, baits it, kills it off. Now looking to secure. Surprisingly, they didn't go for the Psychic Scream on this attempt. Instead, pulling back with Dizio. Reform going for more of a hit and run. They managed to pull Earthen Wall Totem from this setup as well. It's a 2-for-1. Good awareness by Reform, waiting for that defense to fade.
Yeah, I think it was smart by Relza. The Earthen Shield Totem was already dropped down. Doesn't want to waste the crowd control, and now he has that fear available for the next time Ratify goes into the trap. They can get after the reverse magic. In the meantime, making a movie, getting good pressure onto Dizio and Flappers. Relza responds with the Rapture cooldown. He can spam out Power Word Shields to keep his team alive. Good pressure on Maro.
Yeah, Maro dipping low. Barkskin traded to try and reduce his incoming pressure. More than enough for Ratify to sit through the incoming crowd control chain. And now they switch to Valet. They get a cooldown from Maro. They immediately hit a new target and try to create multiple pressure points. Try to find a point of weakness or a potential mistake. Dizio getting bursted down by Maro. Relza positioning perfectly on this map, going in for the hits with the Psychic Scream, retreating back to the pillar, max ranging any potential interrupts to stabilize his team with efficient spells. Relza is just playing out of his mind.
Yeah, nice double fear coming in from Relza. Procs the adaptation on Ratify. Maro still trying to get some pressure out, but Flappers able to stay on top of him, keep up the pressure. Dizio getting low. There's the Power Word barrier coming in from Relza, going to allow Dizio to tank through some of this damage as long as he stays in it. Looking to kite out, though, and find some crowd control on Ratify, which is what Reform really needs.
Ratify equally so, out-positioning Relza, staying as far away from him as possible to try and drag Relza into midfield, exposed to Mana Rift and incoming crowd control effects. His entire team dangerously low, but they go for the move to try and end the match. Valet clutches that reverse magic, breaking Ratify out just in time to stabilize. No 2-for-1 cooldown exchange, and Reformed are now falling, I think, inevitably behind.
It seems like making a movie of really finding their beating in this matchup, with a footing in this matchup. Relza getting low on mana. Maro still doing good on defensive cooldowns. As he gets low, though, Ratify gets interrupted. Full stun on Maro. He has the trinket, opting to sit through it. Ratify has a Spirit Link Totem if he needs to. Exchange his health for Maro's to keep him alive. Relza doing decently on mana. Maro still low. A lot of pressure coming in from Reform. Maro needs to hold on a little bit longer.
Great crowd control execution by Reform. They've isolated Maro. That banks them a 3-minute cooldown. Spirit Link. Reform doing everything in their power to stay alive in this match. They have to win this game if they even want a shot at the rest of this series. They need the swing match advantage in Game 5. If they can't pull this off, it's looking so grim for them. Maro finds the Cyclone on Relza. Now looking to dish out some counter pressure, but not really finding the damage. Relza making a move across the map. Ratify trying his best to outposition, but Relza makes his way over. Gets that critical adaptation now out of the way. If they can cross crowd control Valet, deny the reverse magic, that is their opportunity to victory, but they are running out of time.
Yeah, this is looking hopeless for Reform. Valet still has the darkness cooldown to keep Maro alive if he needs it. Maro getting low, making a movie, might throw this game away. Barkskin to the last second. Valet holds on to the darkness. Ratify able to stabilize him, stun onto Relza once again. Another mana rift going to completely Relza. No time left for Reform, but we've seen before how long Relza can keep his team alive. We're not a dampening just yet. Reform's not out of it.
No mana left does not mean no mana left for Relza. He manages to make things work with absolutely nothing, but this is Incarnation. Maro has huge hits. Reformed are forced to retreat back for cover. Morrow has a decision. Does he push forward and leave the defense of that earthen wall totem, or just play it out for the long game? It looks like the long game is what he wants to make the move for. Relza gets out of crowd control, moves in. If they don't get a kill on this crowd control chain, it could easily be curtains. Morrow dips low. They have trades. It would be a bit of a throw for making a movie to lose at this point. Crowd control has now faded. Dizio on the back foot, and Reformed have basically nothing left.
Yeah, but Morrow's still low, and they got the darkness from Valet and the adaptation from Ratipai. Reform's not out of this yet. They can keep up this pressure on Morrow. They just need one more crowd control on Ratipai. Morrow at 50% health. Nice mind control coming in from Relza, freezing Morrow's HP. Maim stun on Ratipai. Morrow getting lower. Lower, needs to hold on. He's in bear form. Catches a huge heal before the full trap on Ratipai.
Good defense by Valet, breaking up that crowd control, making a movie, playing it calm, cool, and collected, looking for that late game win on Relza's mana. Dizio now under fire. Will Relza be able to keep his team alive here with basically nothing left? We haven't even stepped foot into dampening. Ratipai's mana is starting to burn at the end of his wick as well. This could easily still go to Reformed as well. Dampening now set in. Healing will increasingly become more difficult for both sides at this point. Crowd control secured. They've got 3 seconds to that adaptation. Dizio got 1 more second before he can secure that freezing trap. Do they have enough damage to take Morrow down now is the question. This is a 2-for-1 exchange. They're going to get an adaptation potentially from the Psychic Scream as well as a Bark Skin. And if they can get a 2-for-1, they have a huge window of opportunity. Tons of damage. Nice Psychic Scream by Relza as Reformed pulling at no punches.
Yeah, Morrow getting low. That was such a scary moment. That triple fear coming in from Relza, really keeping his team alive. Dizio trades out the aspect of the turtle. Just wants to avoid as much damage as possible. Morrow needs to top himself off, throwing out some regrowths, looking for cyclones as well. That was the metamorphosis coming in from Valet, so that's a lot of the damage that Making a Movie has available. If Reform can stabilize and keep up this pressure on Making a Movie, they might be able to close out this game.
If they can clutch another mind control and Valet deny that reverse magic, Morrow could easily fall, but Flappers is still on the back foot. Relza, this legend discipline priest, is just doing the impossible in this series, giving his team any opportunity to try and stay alive against the ultimate counter comp. Freezing trap secured. Valet gets cross crowd control. Perfect crowd control by Reform. Valet in trouble. 1 second left. But they do it. They do it. And now they've got that swing match advantage for game 5. Reform chomps just tearing apart the competition, and Reform look to do it again here in round number 1, Making a Movie on match point.
Yeah, Ratipai positioning on the stairs. He's going to be looking to run away from Relza the whole game, but Relza on his mount, charging in, looking for that initial fear. Valet backing him up with the stun. Relza doesn't care. Uses the every man for himself. Racial finds the fear on Ratipai and procs that adaptation.
Yes, adaptation out of the way. Now they're looking to try and force reverse magic. Dizio trying to wait and play it patient. Morrow, Valet, and Ratipai dogpiling on top of each other to make it difficult for a freezing trap to be sniped out. But that earthen wall totem is faded. Ratipai on the run, doesn't manage to escape that freezing trap. Valet forced to trade. Morrow gets bursted down. That's a 2-for-1. Bark Skin and reverse magic. That's an opening for Reformed.
Yeah, Dark Archangel going to be used by Reform. Morrow still low. Uses the Bark Skin to avoid some of this damage. A lot of pressure from Reform. Has to trade out his renewal as well. Ratipai still no adaptation available. The next crowd control change could be devastating for Making a Movie.
I really want to see Morrow repositioned to the top of this balcony. Playing down on the bottom in center field is going to be favorable to Reform. Relza can duck for cover at that massive pillar. Push out to get Psychic Screams. Great crowd control initiated. Solar Beam denies it though. Good play by Morrow, but they managed to force darkness anyway. Morrow still in trouble. Reform keep up the chain. This is match point, and Reform might just pull up a miracle. Ratipai barely saves Morrow in the nick of time. Relza's mana looking spectacular though.
Making a Movie, they're not using the map to their advantage, and Morrow's still in a lot of trouble. Interrupt on Ratipai. Morrow getting lower. Ratipai has to keep him alive. He has the Spirit totem, the Earthen Shield totem. Relza charges in looking for a fear. Doesn't find it. Morrow shuts it down with the Cyclone. Very nicely done.
And we can see Making a Movie repositioned to the top of the balcony. Relza will be much more exposed on this upper portion of the map, but Ratipai still locked down crowd control. Nice freezing trap, nice entangling route. They've isolated Morrow. Desperately trying to line of sight Relza and avoid any potential extra damage in this attempt. If they don't manage to get reverse magic though, it's not going to bank them the cooldowns that they critically need to find victory. But now that they've repositioned on the top, you can see the pressure mounting for Making a Movie.
Yeah, Morrow's been forced into bear form for so long. Still in trouble. Cyclone gets interrupted there. Trinkets out. Looking for some damage. Ratipai in a good position, far away, able to channel out the healing surge, topping off Morrow. Now Morrow needs to get aggressive in this situation. He has the renewal. Barskins coming up soon. They need to find pressure on Reform.
Relza charging across the map to try and secure this win here. if they can execute perfect crowd control, they may just be able to find victory. Valet stalls out the chain. Great support by Valet, but Relza still manages to secure. They need to prevent Valet from using that reverse magic. Dizio goes for it. Mind control doesn't manage to deny it. No, he ate the freezing trap, but maybe it doesn't even matter. Maro so dangerously low at this point in the match, barely hanging on 10%. It's match point for making a movie.
Ratify just doesn't have the healing. Maro gets interrupted. Ratify flailing to keep him alive. Healing surge after healing surge, finally landing some big ones. There's an interrupt on Ratify. Maro still low. This is Barkskin. Maro's just been forced into bear form for so long in this matchup. Form walking all over, making a movie.
Relza moves in, lands that Psychic Scream. Adaptation now out of the way. Maro still under fire. Huge pressure right now from Reform. You can tell that they want this here and now. Ratify denies the kill with his Ascendance. Maro starts to stabilize, casting some defensive cyclones, but they get the freezing trap. Dizio snipes it out, but reverse magic available. Valet breaking up the chain. Maro trying to reposition. Maro basically trying to avoid Relza and not get hit by those smites. Smite is basically the only ability that Relza can rely on against Mana Rift. If Maro can line of sight it, he removes Relza's only option. There's a 30-second window here for Reform to find a kill and potentially just close this out here and now.
Yep, Maro running away. Dark Archangel available for Relza. They need the crowd control if they can pull the trigger on that cooldown. Maro could go down. He's caught in the stun. Full fear on Ratify. Maro tries to deflect some of the damage with the Barskin. In the meantime, Dizio getting low. Pain suppression going to be used by Relza to avoid some of that incoming damage, but Maro's still in a lot of trouble, Sid.
Freezing trap secured. Ratify getting out of that in one more second to stabilize Maro, but Maro's incarnation threat has been thwarted. He was pinned down in bear form and unable to get any counter pressure going out. Reformed have great pressure in this match. Cheeky mind controls on Valet. Ratify managing to purge that away. Now Dizio on the back foot, doesn't want to throw this match, trades safely with that aspect of the turtle.
Yeah, that will keep him alive, but that was a key cooldown that Making a Move was able to get out of the way. Fear onto Ratify. He gets out with the adaptation, drops the Earthen Shield Totem. Maro should be completely fine in this situation. They actually opted to trap Ratify. I think it would have been better for them to wait for that Earthen Shield. Maro's going to be able to comfortably sift this damage. So it's a renewal. Barskin's coming up as well. Making a Movie sitting very pretty.
Valet with a smart play there. Ratify got a pre-Earthen Wall, so Valet held on to his reverse magic for the next freezing trap, which will now allow Making a Movie to play much more aggressively. And Relz is basically out of mana, but maybe it doesn't even matter. The damage from Reformed has been absolutely insane in game number 4. Maro's just pinned down start to finish.
Yeah, the big problem with Ratify positioning on top of Maro is it makes him very susceptible to the interrupts coming in from Flappers and Dizio, and that's what we're seeing. And that's why Reform's able to get so much pressure on Maro in this matchup. Relza once again looking for a fear, but he gets denied. Valet doing a good job with the stuns, the improvements, and slow down Reform.
Relza moving in. Ratify pre-Spirit Link totems, the incoming crowd control, but that may not even be enough. Maro under fire, trades Barkskin to try and stay alive. Dampening has just set in. Healing is going to become a lot more difficult for both sides moving forward. Ratify using that Tremor Totem preemptively, but Relza really not in position. Ratify basically giving Tremor Totem away for free. Freezing Trap now gets adaptation out of the way. Relza's got nothing left to work with. Dizio is completely out of cooldowns at this point. It's looking likely for a game 5 unless Reform can pull off another miracle.
Yep, Making a Movie tournament, lives on the line, looking to take down Dizio. Relza has nothing left to keep him alive. Dizio finally getting a little bit of a heal, pulling back, looking for a revival of his pets, so he can once again get aggressive onto Making a Movie. Dizio barely survives, Flappers low, good pressure from Making a Movie. Their cooldowns are rotating back up. At this point, it would be a throwaway for Making a Movie to lose.
Flappers moves in. Valet needs to support and remove this. He's in position. That entangling root's 1 second too late. And that 1 second is not going to be something that Flappers gets again. Dizio just pulls the trigger on the coordinated assaults, trying to just get a kill with raw pressure. Will the pressure of Dizio be enough for his team in this potentially final game as Maro hovers dangerously low on health? Ratify gets out of crowd control, starts to stabilize, and look at Relza's mana. Look at his team's health. Is he going to manage to pull this off again?
I have no idea. Would be a miracle. Dizio getting bursted down and Making a Movie. They strike back, tying up this series.
This movie's not ending yet. We're going all the way to a game 5. Making a Movie. Making a Movie or Reform. The gates open now.
Reform's going to be looking for a lot of aggression in this matchup. Making a Movie, similarly, they need to just survive as long as they can, but they need to pick their moments to get aggressive on Reformed. If they're just sitting back, playing defensive, I don't think it's going to be good for them.
Relza has been playing out of his mind this entire tournament. They've set themselves up well strategically, but will they have the execution? Will Flapper's Rogue be up to par to find them victory on Game 5 and keep their BlizzCon dreams alive? Good initial attack here by Reformed. Good follow-up from Relza as well. Gello securing that Ring of Frost. Maro pinned down in bear form. Once again, we may see Reformed look for a swap. Relza getting Solar Beamed on cast. That is going to put him behind, is making a movie. Pull the trigger on that Incarnation.
That was a beautiful setup coming in from Reformed. Polymorph secured on Valet, Hammer of Justice, Ring of Frost on Ratify, allowing them to get the bar skin from Maro. But that's really all they got with the blind. They weren't able to pull out the trinket from Ratify. Big swap onto Ratify. Kidney shot, smoke bomb. Finally pulling out that trinket. Yellow getting aggressive with his combustion, and Ratify could still be in some trouble.
They went all in to kill Ratify, and they banked 3 cooldowns for that attack. Nice surprise play there by Reformed, but Ratify remains unfazed. We're on match point. Maro is still low on health. No Gladiator's Medallion for Ratify. He's going to rely on Valet to carry through the next attack. Hammer of Justice, Ring of Frost. Valet caught in a Frost Nova. He can't get in position to reverse magic the crowd control. He's desperately trying to get over there as quickly as possible, but now he's walked himself into Ring of Frost. Maro trades Sparkskin to start to re-stabilize as making a movie find their footing.
Yellow has been on fire in this matchup so far, putting out beautiful cross crowd control on Ratify and Valet, making it difficult for Valet to get off that crucial reverse magic to get Ratify out of crowd control. So nicely done by Reformed. Now another setup potentially over onto Ratify. He's caught into the kidney shot. There's the meteor, but really not finding the damage to take him down.
Ratify holding on again. It's match point, 1 second away from his defense. Ducking for cover. Gello getting cloned up. Good support by Maro, while Ratify is still getting pressured. It's basically Flappers versus Ratify, hiding his best in this Ghost Wolf pre-earthen wall totem. Relza gets locked on cast. Great solar beams from Maro that could bank the Cauterize as Gello is dipping low on the run. Good crowd control on Valet. The Star Surges don't look to be enough. Relza denies the Cauterize there with a Blessing of Sacrifice, redirecting damage to himself. They go for another swap on Ratify. How much longer can Ratify deal with it?
He gets lower. Valet needs to help him with the darkness. Stun on Ratify. Interrupt on Maro. Beautiful setup coming in from Reformed. And Valet doesn't even trade out the darkness. Ratify getting away with just an astral shift to keep him alive. Now a full blind on Ratify. Maro low gets interrupted. Polymorph on Valet. Nice setup from Reformed once again, playing this beautifully, but just not finding the damage on Maro.
Maro trades Barkskin, but crowd control is still secured. No Gladiator's Medallion for 3 more seconds. Maro hangs on. The crowd control has now faded. Ratify getting ready for the next attack. Vendetta available. Flappers could just unleash a devastating amount of damage here momentarily. Relza could pair it up with the Avenging Crusader, and if Reformed go for an all-in swap, it could be curtains for making a movie. They pull the trigger. They go all in. Will Ratify be able to stay alive? Valet protects him with a well-timed darkness. Quite a valuable defensive place there by Valet. Now making a movie, have all of the cards.
Yeah, look at making a movie. Ratify 100% mana. Relza down to around 40%. His Avenging Wrath is going to fade. This is an opportunity. Making a movie can finally get some aggression. You can see Maro has his Incarnation available in just a few seconds, and he can manage to get some damage out. Making a movie can swing this in their favor.
Flappers getting cycloned at a perfect time by Maro. Maro Cyclones definitely carrying this match defensively. A triple stun secured from Valet, banking them an ice block, potentially banking them a kill as Flappers is also dipping dangerously low. Relza still locked down in crowd control, and it is looking grim for Reformed.
Yeah, Gellu getting low. Keep in mind, he used his ice block earlier. That's not available. Kidney shot on Ratify. Reformed looking for a big setup on Ratify. There's a smoke bomb. Hammer of Justice as well. But I think he's going to survive with the astral shift. He's going to be tanky enough to survive this incoming damage from Reformed. That was a combustion from Gellu as well. So now, making a movie, they got to feel confident to finally get some damage rolling.
Making a movie, inching closer and closer to victory. More incoming defensive play by Maro as Ratify repositions, trying to kite away from Flappers and line of sight him. Relza almost tapped on mana. Relza making his way across the map. There's no real openings right now for Reformed. Making a move, he can make a lot of fair trades to stay in this, and that Mana Rift is an inevitable ticking time bomb for Relza. They could even switch to Relza as he's dipping dangerously low. They pull the trigger on another swap to Ratify, but Relza's overextended, and Valet is tearing in.
Yeah, Divine Shield going to be pulled out. That ultimately will keep Relza alive, but this is not looking good for Reformed. They can't find the damage they need, making the movie every single defensive cooldown available. Now a blind on Ratify with a kidney shot on Morrow. Will Ratify sit this blind? I think it's a bait, and I think Ratify's making the right decision. He can sit through this sap, and then he has a trinket later available for the combustion, for the vendetta. It would have been a nightmare if he trinketed there.
Reform need a miracle one-shot wonder at this point. They've got basically no mana to work with, but they've got powerhouse offensive cooldowns. They could get the triple threat, the combustion, vendetta, and Avenging Crusader, but they need to live to that point. Relza restabilizes. They pull the trigger on 2 of the 3 powerful cooldowns, and they're looking to bait something from Ratify. They managed to get Earthen Wall, but they need more than that if they're going to net a kill with this vendetta. They switch to Morrow, trying to keep some pressure on multiple targets. Perhaps Relza should consider trying to go across the map and looking for a drink to regenerate his mana for a late game play. At this point, he's completely tapped.
Yeah, Valet says no way, drops a Mana Rift on him, burning down that last little bit of mana. 7% dampening, interrupt on Morrow, another setup onto Ratify. He has his trinket, he has Spirit Link, he doesn't want to be greedy, gets the Astral Shift off into another stun, getting low. Meantime, Cyclone on Flappers. Morrow looking to reverse the pressure, but he needs to find crowd control on Relza. They won't have any hope of closing out this game.
The most important cooldown that Reform got in that exchange was Valet's Gladiator Medallion. Now if they make a swap to him, he will not be able to trinket and activate it, but Gello on the back foot. Relza's on the ropes. No mana left in the tank as Gello is on the run, making the movie look to end this. There's only one opening for Reformed, and if they don't take it soon, it's going to be their tournament lives on the line.
Yeah, Gello needs to get their combustion back up. Only 9 seconds left. That's the opportunity for Reform to close out this game. Morrow's not a good target. Kidney shot on Valet. Hammer Justice on Ratify. They're looking for the all-in. Morrow deflecting with the bash, looking for Cyclones. Valet might be able to survive. He has the Nether Walk. I think that's not going to work out for Reform.
Yes, and at that point, that was their only opportunity. Morrow's got Incarnation rolling. He's going to be doing devastating amounts of damage. We see Valet ducking in to deny any drinks. No mana for Relza. Dampening is starting to mount. Double stun from Valet as he looks to close this match for his team. Flappers moves in, peels him, buys him another second to stay in the fight. Can they manage to pull off the miracle?
Valet getting lower, still in a lot of trouble. Ratify trinkets out, no Spirit Link. They might have to kite here. Gellu getting low. Relza completely out of mana. Nothing left to work with. No Cauterize for Gellu. No Ice Block for Gellu. He has about 24 seconds, but making a movie looking to capitalize and take Gellu down.
Relza has no mana to use Avenging Crusader. If he could activate that, his team would bounce to full and potentially lead the charge for a kill, but he can't regenerate enough mana to use the spell, and he's just inevitably falling into a hopeless pit as Gellu falls and making a movie stay alive.
Making a movie gonna keep alive.
Also the mid-game adaptations that they do from game to game, and we are going to be seeing the Druid Turbo, but this time around versus the Shatter.
Only one team from China is going to move forward in the tournament. The blind pick, Pen and Paper versus Cohesion Dream.
China has been setting the meta in this tournament, playing very unorthodox compositions, and yet another brought out by Cohesion Dream, running the Shadow Priest, Frost Mage, Holy Paladin. A decent selection into the enhancement Shaman. Should Cohesion Dream be able to stall this match out and avoid death, they could take a late game kill.
And the poll results are in. 91% of you think Pen and Paper will be walking away with this matchup. Cohesion Dream with this setup, it's going to be a slow-paced game. They're looking to extend the game, use Yi Yang's Frost Mage abilities, the snares, really extend it to a point where their damage becomes a little bit more relevant. But as they stated that, they're actually finding some pressure on the PD Cat.
Yep, Beethoven also at half. Nice hex on Yi Yang. He's going to be sitting through these hexes. Saji moving in position to Cyclone out of it. Good crowd control, chain, and awareness on Saji's part, keeping the mage out of the game for quite some time. Stray bloopers deflecting with that Avenging Wrath, boosting his heals quite a lot. It's unlikely that Beethoven goes down. Saji's actually playing the Feral Druid affinity. We saw Looney and Botar pick up this talent in the earlier parts of Season 3, and Saji can sneak away, go in stealth, and then jump onto somebody and stun them. It's a very aggressive and cheeky decision, and I'm curious if Cohesion Dream see it and are looking to punish.
Yeah, PP Cat forced to get the Iron Bar from Saji. I really like Pen and Paper strategy. They're trying to put as much crowd control onto Yi Yang as possible. Throw out the hexes, the Cyclone, Saji re-stealthing, landing the stuns. Saji now getting aggressive with the Bash Cyclone onto Stray Bloopers. Beethoven getting lower. forced into his first dispersion.
Saji is just styling right now with great crowd control in this match and good positioning as well, not even getting caught off guard one time in a polymorph. Triple crowd control from Pen and Paper as they start to assert dominance. Stray Bloopers in position that he can be wind sheared, and we know that all it can take sometimes is a wind shear against Turbo Cleave for someone to go down, so the pressure is going to be mounting.
Yeah, Quaking Palm onto Saji, out of the disarm coming from the Shadow Priest, landing a nice double fear. Doe has the Tremor Totem, but he realizes Cohesion Dream, they have no pressure, there's no reason for him to throw out the Tremor, so Cohesion Dream trying to bait that out, but a nice read from Pen and Paper.
Yep, Frozen Orb dropped by Yi Yang, trying to develop some counter pressure here with two members of Pen and Paper at half. Saji with a bit of work ahead of him to start to restabilize. He's repositioning out of line of sight of the mage to avoid counterspell. Saji's positioning is just top notch.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful, sitting in the back line, just throwing out the heals, moving in for crowd control when he can. Doe getting interrupted now. That allows Saji an opportunity to get as much crowd control as he wanted. He could throw out the Cyclone. Saji actually gets into travel form on that Hammer of Justice. Beethoven getting low. Huge amounts of pressure, forcing out the Divine Shield.
Oh.
And the Ultimate Sacrifice, pardon me, onto Beethoven, but a nice Cyclone from Saji shuts it down.
Saji is just destroying Cohesion Dream right now, dismantling all of their defense with very top-level Resto Druid style play. We don't normally get to see Restoration Druid played like this. Normally, Restoration Druid is a very stall-based, sit at the pillar and avoid the fight, but Saji is weaving in these aggressive pushes along with great defensive positioning and showing the capabilities of the specialization to its absolute perfection. The next crowd control on Stray Bloopers could be devastating. Saji trying to make a move. I love that he pushes out whenever a Hex is secured to chain it into a Cyclone. He actually gets a Cyclone on the Paladin, forcing a Gladiator's Medallion. The teamwork between Pen and Paper is just immaculate.
Yeah, and what's really difficult for Yi Yang is he has to pick. Does he interrupt the Hex, or does he interrupt the Cyclone coming in from Saji? So far, it looks like he's trying to interrupt the Hexes, but that allows Saji so much breathing room, as Yi Yang's really the only one that can shut down this crowd control. You can see now, once again, into the Cyclone. Bash coming in from Saji, just single-handedly crowd controlling everyone. Beethoven getting lower. No dispersion available. Blessing and Protection gets immediately dispelled, and they're looking to take Beethoven down.
Now they can swap to Stray Bloopers. He's exposed. They go for the Stormbolt. Saji gets a re-stealth stun. This Feral Affinity. Saji is playing so excellently in this matchup, picking some very unorthodox talents, but getting his team ahead single-handedly. They're burning down the mana, they're burning down the cooldowns, and they're burning down the clock. Cohesion Dream don't have much left.
Yeah, they absolutely don't. Game-winning Cyclone potentially secured here. Beethoven with a nice Void swap over onto Stray Bloopers, but they're just hacking through it. Yi Yang caught into the Cyclone. Saji looking for some crowd control of himself onto Stray Bloopers. Yi Yang gets out. He has the counterspell available. Beethoven getting low, down to around 20% HP. If he gets too low, PPCat's going to be able to execute him. It's going to be very dangerous. Stun on Stray Bloopers. Still no real defensive cooldowns left. They need to hold on just a few more seconds for Stray Bloopers, but the Cohesion Dream seems to be running out of time.
Everybody on Cohesion Dream is in trouble at this point. Stray Bloopers needs to start powering through this. He's got Avenging Wrath just up in the nick of time to re-stabilize his team and keep them in the fight. We've set into dampening. This is the win condition for Cohesion Dream, dragging out into deep dampening and looking for a bursty kill on either PPCat or Doe, but I think a swap to Saji is definitely in order. He's playing so, look at his cheekily standing on top of the Paladin in midfield. I'd just love to see a Hammer of Justice switch to Saji, punish this cheeky play that he's been implementing.
Yeah, Beethoven, no dispersion, another 25 seconds. Stray Bloopers, really nothing left as well. 4% dampening. It's going to be very difficult for this Paladin to stabilize. Tree of Life gets used by Saji, just looking to keep Doe and PPCat aggressive. They know they're about to win this game. They can just continue this pressure. Stray Bloopers looking for some heals, but only has around 10% of his mana left. Pen and Paper just looking so dominant in this matchup.
Yi Yang trying to save the team here as Stray Bloopers sits through a crowd control chain. Polymorphs are good. Beethoven starts to stabilize. They've got Saji locked down in a Hammer of Justice, but just no damage from Cohesion Dream whatsoever in game number one. And that stall-based tactic isn't going to work if you're losing on mana as well. Everything in favor of Pen and Paper.
Yeah, Beethoven looking to shut down the Cyclone. Unfortunately, mistiming his silence. Stray Bloopers still caught into it, but Unfortunately, it was DR'd, so Beethoven will survive, but still, Stray Bloopers having to expend a lot of his mana. Yi Yang needs to find some pressure. Saji's just doing such a good job staying in bear form, travel form, making it difficult for Yi Yang to follow up those Hammer of Justices and land that crowd control they need.
Hammer of Justice on Saji, catching him in midfield, but they don't even look at him for a swap. Instead, just trying to stay alive. Cohesion Dream on the ropes here in game one. Dispersion pop, but that's not even enough. Pen and Paper assert dominance in game one.
Gonna take Beethoven out right through that dispersion.
Saji go for the Tree of Life. No, he does at the last second go for that Tree of Life. It's very important as a Restoration Druid against such a high damage composition with a Disciplined Priest bringing in that added threat. We see Doe locked down in a sap as Cohesion Dream start the assault, waiting for Saji to leave stealth so they can initiate crowd control. Saji once again opens up perfect positioning on the edge of the map, very far away from Beethoven. This is the blind. This is the bait for Saji's Gladiator's Medallion. Not falling for the bait. Great peels from PPCat there on that. Well done from Pen and Paper. They hold on to their entire defensive arsenal. Now they can do whatever they please.
Yeah, but PPCat, he landed the War Banner, reducing that sap on Saji. Doe didn't have to trade out anything for the blind. He still has his Astral Shift. He still has his Trinket. Well done by Pen and Paper. Not overreacting, but Cohesion Dream, they didn't really commit too much. They still have the Vendetta and Combustion for a later time.
At this point, Doe is getting pressured. I almost like to see a Vendetta committed towards him. Iron Bark traded out by Saji during this attack. No aggressive cooldowns from Cohesion Dream. They're waiting for a window of opportunity to just go for a 100-0. They've been holding on to their Combustion, Vendetta, and Dark Arc, which could be a triple threat. Alistair going after Saji a bit, softening him up, trying to keep him on his toes. There's the swap. They catch him out of bear form. Yi Yang blinks in, ends up not being able to follow up the crowd control, but the damage is still there. Saji ducks for cover. Once again, great positioning to avoid Beethoven. You just can't catch this guy off guard.
Yeah, Saji trading out the Bark Skin for the Combustion and Vendetta. That is not a bad trade whatsoever. Pen and Paper still way ahead as they make a swap over onto Beethoven. Pain Suppression going to be traded out. No Trinket available. Has the Power Word Barrier, but a lot of pressure. Smoke Bomb, Kidney Shot onto Doe. Alistair looking to turn around the pressure.
Saji and Tree of Life boosting his team back to full health here shortly, and they can just stay on target. This is 20 seconds of Train the Priest. Can Beethoven stay alive for that 20 seconds? It is now the question. Alistair goes for the race as well, gunning down Saji. Which healer is going to fall first? It's looking to be Beethoven as the burst follows through, and Pen and Paper close game two.
It doesn't matter what comp you run into these guys, they have the answer and they have line. Only one team will move forward to try to claim that money and being the best squad in the world.
Pen and Paper looking to be China's Titan in the lower bracket in a whole nother league than Cohesion Dream. They bring back in Stray Bloopers. They're looking for a cheese kill, I would imagine, on Saji, trying to bait his Trinket, swap over to an all-in. It's basically up to Cohesion Dream to catch Saji off guard, but he's made absolutely no mistakes this entire day, and I don't think he's going to anytime soon.
Yeah, Cohesion Dream with the Holy Paladin, they have the option of going on Doe or PPCat in this matchup. Kidney Shot on Doe, they're not really committing too much. Vendetta and Combustion still available. There's the full blind on Saji, and he's trinketing out. He knows that Doe could go down. He doesn't want to fall behind on healing. He's going to be throwing out the heal over time effects, but Yi Yang with that mage with the Kleptomania talent, he's going to be able to remove all the healing over time effects at any moment. During that exchange, Stray Blooper throws out his Divine Shield, and that is huge for Pen and Paper.
Cohesion Dream, they dropped the ball. They had the opening. They got Saji's Trinket. I guess they had to commit the Vendetta for it. They've got still two big hits with the Avenging Crusader and the Combustion, but Stray Bloopers is just forced to retreat away. Saji moves in to dispel PPCat. Great positioning. Alistair now on the back foot. Doe dipping low here, some pressure, but instantly restabilized. Alistair just gunning down Saji on a solo mission, but Stray Bloopers is struggling.
Yeah, he's basically in a solo by PPCat right now, forced to use the Avenging Wrath. He's getting low. Doe looking for a Hex onto Yi Yang. He trinkets. He needs to keep Stray Bloopers alive. Tournament life on the line for Cohesion Dream. Stray Bloopers stabilizes. Now it looks like they want to get some pressure on Saji.
That was good teamwork by Yi Yang, polymorphing Doe and denying the Purge on the Blessing of Protection. Stray Blooper stays alive because of Yi Yang, but there's really not much for him to stay alive. The next Stormbolt Connect could easily close the series. Saji's all over him as Pen and Paper look to close. There's the bash. They get peeled away once again by Yi Yang. Yi Yang needs to do everything he can to keep Stray Bloopers alive during this assault. It looks like it's going to be enough. Great teamwork from from Cohesion Dream.
Yeah, but at what cost? They use basically all of their offensive crowd controls defensively, and now there's no real moment for them to turn around this game. Alistair getting low, uses the evasion, trying to avoid some damage. Straight Bloopers has no cooldowns left to keep him alive. Doe and PBCat, if they can connect for just a moment, they can take him down.
Alistair is overextended. He needs to be careful and not line of sight Stray Bloopers. They make the swap. They have to cheese down Saji. Do they have the damage to do it is now the question. No, Saji survives the attack. And now there's a wide open target. Nice Ursul's Vortex and the shadow step there by Saji. Great positioning. Alistair getting dragged back into this turbo cleave blender, and Stray Bloopers doesn't have a lot to work with. One wind shear on a Holy Light could easily close this match.
Yeah, Stray Bloopers, he has to play catch up. Finds the heals on Alistair. He's going to be line of sighting. He has the Vendetta though. Cohesion Dream, they do have a win condition here. Saji, no, he does have Trinket, but no bar skin available. You can see Saji playing a little bit scared right now, maybe too far away. Getting over to Doe, landing some heals. Yi Yang unfortunately missing that Dragon's Breath, not going to be able to land the crowd control he needs.
He goes for the Hammer of Justice though. Yi Yang gets windshield. Great teamwork by Doe. They break up the crowd control, and now Alistair is on the back foot. PPCat leading the charge on Stray Bloopers. Saji making cheeky plays to escape to safety, going in stealth and moving away from the incoming crowd control. Saji's positioning absolutely perfect. Another blind attempt here by Cohesion Dream. They're on the clock, almost no mana left. They've got a couple more opportunities, but Saji isn't falling for the bait. He holds on to his Gladiator's Medallion. There's no windows of opportunity right now for Cohesion Dream. This is just a losing fight.
Yeah, Doe still has the Astral Shift as well, not even giving it to Cohesion Dream after committing so much damage. Alistair holding on to the Vendetta. Hammer of Justice onto Saji. Doe might have to use the Astral Shift, but he is playing so patient, so calculated in this matchup. He does not want to make inefficient trades waiting for that Vendetta.
Smoke bomb attempts here. Doesn't even get an Astral Shift from Doe. Double Intimidate shouts 3-on-1. Will Stray Bloopers be able to buy enough time for his team to stay in the fight? 10 more seconds away from his precious Divine Shield. He trades Blessing and Protection instead, ducks around the corner and survives. Alistair trying to lead the charge with just raw pressure, but he's actually the one forced to retreat. Everything looking better and better for Pen and Paper. Saji jumping in on top of Stray Bloopers, looking for some crowd control, but gets crowd controlled himself. Doe suddenly in trouble.
Uh-oh, full crowd control on Saji. He has the Trinket. Doe trades out the Astral Shift. Saji has the Iron Bark to top him off. And now Stray Bloopers getting aggressive, made himself very vulnerable. Full bash coming in from Saji. Stray Bloopers Trinkets out, almost completely tapped on mana, but like you said, Sid, still has the Divine Shield to work with.
That's his last lifeline at this point, but he's almost completely tapped on mana. No Smoke Bomb, no Vendetta, no Combustion, no opportunity. Cohesion Dream need a miracle. They're in retreat mode at the moment, and PBCat knows that. He's going to leap right onto the healer, try and train him down for a kill. Jumps in defensive stance, realizing that Alistair switched back. PBCat overextending, doesn't want to throw the game, but they are so far ahead. Look at Saji's positioning at the balcony, able to avoid Polymorph, dispel his team. Saji constantly weaving in and out throughout this entire series. Pen and Paper establishing themselves as a force to be reckoned with in this lower bracket. Stray Bloopers moves in. They've got maybe a couple more seconds to close this game. Hammer of Justice secured. Now they need damage, but once again, it's Alistair on the back foot.
Nice interrupt coming in from PPCat onto Yi Yang, denying that Ring of Frost. Full blind on Saji, playing it patient, not trinketing. Stormbolt now on a Stray Blooper. Saji trinkets out of the follow-up sap, keeping Doe in the fight, keeping him aggressive. Stray Bloopers, this is his Avenging Wrath. This is his opportunity to land a kill in this matchup. If they can take Doe down, it's going to be really good for them, obviously. Pen and Paper looking to survive just a little bit longer. Saji has the Iron Bar to deflect, but playing it patient, didn't throw it out. Hammer of Justice secured on Saji. He has no trinket. They might be able to take Doe down.
PPCat peels the entire team away. Great teamwork there during a critical moment. And if you're a healer at home and you don't watch this VOD for Saji's positioning, constantly max ranging, and then as soon as the attempt is over, jumping in and gaining crowd control for his own team. This is the best display of healer I think I've seen in a tournament from him to date. Alistair now low. Stray Bloopers is running out of time. There's really not a lot to work with. Divine Shield allows him to survive. Alistair doesn't have that. They're both still at half health. There's no lifelines. They need a miracle. Their only opportunity is catching Saji off guard, but I'm not sure if that's even possible.
Yeah, PPCat lands an execute on Alistair. He manages to survive. Now Stray Bloopers has to play catch-up on Alistair, keeping himself alive as well. He's caught into the stun. Doe looking to connect. Cohesion's tournament life on the line. Pen and Paper looking to close out this series. Straight Bloopers in the midst of that, looking to play aggressive. Finds the Hammer of Justice, full Ring of Frost. Can they take Doe down?
Trading Astral Shift. Alistair is still low as well. Straight Bloopers with not much. Smoke Bomb gets dropped in desperation. Cohesion Dream doing whatever they can to put a point on the board, but it might not be enough as Alistair could fall at any second. Doe could fall at any second. Somehow Cohesion Dream are staying in it with absolutely nothing left in these final seconds, and Doe falls. Cohesion Dream managed to put a point on the board against Pen and Paper.
They're not going out that easy. Cohesion Dream.
Be the same on such a close quartered map. It's going to be crazy combat to say the least.
Yeah, Doe actually switching to Relentless at the last second, so all crowd control on him will be in shorter duration, but at any moment he won't be able to trinket out. PBCat seems to be the target of choice early on. Alistair and Yi Yang looking to get aggressive, but I think this is just to bait Saji out. Finally comes out of stealth into the full blind.
He gets blinded on his innervate, so he's not going to get any value on that, and mana was relatively even, so it's a bit disappointing for Saji, who is able to sit through the blind comfortably, trading no defensive cooldowns. Now that threat's out of the way, Pen and Paper are likely to get aggressive.
I don't really like these blinds from Cohesion Dream. They're not committing anything. There's no threat for Saji. He comfortably sits each and every one of them. Not really getting any sort of defensive cooldowns from it. I think it could be played a little bit better.
Alistair's Veiled Eye has proc there, so that shield is not going to be available for the next big punch. Saji a bit reluctant to push over the edge of that ramp. He'll walk into the open and be exposed to crowd control, so he's not overextending, telling his team to stay close to the edge. Now Straight Bloopers moves in. Saji ducks into bear form, trying to max range the incoming crowd control. Manages to shapeshift it. Yi Yang has to land a Ring of Frost. He manages to blink and land it. Good position, but War Banner is going to break it up. Good teamwork by PPCat.
Yeah, very nicely done by PPCat, but he's under pressure right now. Full fear now onto Straight Bloopers. No trinket available. Alistair has to trade out his evasion. Pen and Paper doing a good job making Alistair scared in this matchup. As soon as they get a cooldown, they swap over to Straight Bloopers. Make sure they have pressure on multiple targets. This is Ascendance for Doe. Saji caught into the kidney shot. It looks like Cohesion Dream wanting to make a swap.
Yeah, they make a swap, and they managed to pull his Gladiator's Medallion, and potentially even more. This Avenging Crusaders was maximum value from Stray Bloopers. They have a huge win condition now to kill Saji, and on this close quartered map, he's going to have to be extra careful to avoid incoming stuns and make sure that he's in that vital bear form. Stray Bloopers repositioning, trying to bait Saji to cross the map. Saji reluctant to go across. Alistair now getting the exchange of this punishment. Doe gets kidney shot away, pausing the damage for Stray Bloopers to recover. Mana completely even.
Here's one of the things about Saji saving his trinket from blind. Now he's susceptible for a blind setup coming in from Cohesion Dream. You can see Vanish coming up for Alistair. They can land a blind sap onto Saji and potentially take down PPCat or Doe in a huge setup.
I like the positioning from Cohesion Dream on this map. Alistair ducking downstairs to try and drag Saji into the open so Stray Bloopers and Yi Yang can get crowd control for free. Stray Bloopers is going to push forward and try and end this. Blind, no trinket, Doe, kidney shot, just a bit more damage to push him over the edge. Great crowd control chain here. Cohesion Dream are showing signs of life in this series.
Yeah, Doe getting lower and lower. Hammer of Justice out of the sap. Doe being greedy, finally pulling out the Astral Shift. That was Zalzek's Veiled Eye Astral Shift enhancement Shaman healing that allowed him to survive in that situation, but ultimately he will survive, and now Pen and Paper can get aggressive onto Alistair once again, and he has basically nothing left. Straight Bloopers keeps him alive with the ultimate sacrifice, but after that, it could be very scary for Cohesion Dream.
Pen and Paper just swapping the targets, and this is where Turbo shines, is when it's just bouncing around, ping-ponging. Alistair goes for a smoke bomb play. He pre-iron barks the smoke bomb. Nice intimidating shout as well, banking more defensive cooldowns from Cohesion Dreams. Pen and Paper are just on a whole nother level.
Yeah, that fear coming in from PPCat really disrupting the offense coming in from Cohesion Dream. But PPCat's getting low. It looks like Cohesion Dream, they want to keep him rotted down for a potential swap, but he still has his trinket, dive of the sword. Meantime, Alistair in some trouble, pops the evasion and feint. Will survive from that. Straight Bloopers mana not doing too well. Saji way ahead.
At this point, it's looking better and better for Pen and Paper. Cohesion Dream, their tournament lives are on the line. Will they be able to punch through the defense? They're going for it on Doe. Saji trinkets to stabilize. Will this even be enough? Pressure mounting up here. Stray Bloopers running out of time. It doesn't seem to be like enough damage to take Doe down, and now Cohesion Dream are in trouble.
Yeah, they're in a lot of trouble. Doe, he has the Astral Shift, and that is going to give him confidence to push forward in this matchup. Alistar retreating out of line of sight. I like this positioning coming in from Cohesion Dream. They're constantly baiting Pen and Paper aggressive so they can get these setups consistently where Saji's far away. Kidney shot now on Doe. Full polymorph out of thin air from Yi Yang. Very nicely done.
But Alistar still on the back foot. Huge Sunder. Stray Bloopers doesn't panic. Trades out effectively to stay alive, but it's redirecting a lot of damage to himself. If they can make a swap, Saji's moving in. He wants to go for the bash play potentially here and end the game. Will it be enough? Divine Shield Force. Alistar getting bursted. Tournament lives on the line. Stray Bloopers once again keeping calm, cool, and collected.
Yeah, he vanishes out. Alistar doing a good job. There's the Hammer of Justice into a full blind on Saji. They have another setup. Doe not messing around. He's going to be using his Astral Shift instantaneously on this kidney shot. That's the only thing keeping him alive. Ring of Frost now on Saji. In the meantime, Alistar taking quite a bit of damage. Stray Bloopers once again. He has the ultimate sacrifice to keep him alive, but slowly but surely, Pen and Paper is whittling Cohesion Dream's defensive cooldowns down, and they have nothing left.
I will say Cohesion Dream have improved massively in this series alone. Pen and Paper are not walking all over them by any means in this match. With no Gladiator's Medallion on Saji, he's got to be careful. He's on the run. Cohesion Dream are chasing him down. Hex on Yi Yang is going to pause out the assault. Doe is trying to get aggressive Stormbolt attempt here on Alistar. Stray Bloopers has burned out of cooldowns at this point and almost completely tapped on mana. It's looking better and better for Pen and Paper. They make the play, they go for the swap, but Saji sees it coming.
Yeah, but they didn't commit anything to the swap, which is what I like. They still have the Combustion Vendettas rotating up. They could take down Doe potentially. Still no Astral Shift for another 30 seconds, so I think that was just a setup for a setup, just to keep Pen and Paper guessing. Cohesion Dream still has a lot left in the tank.
Stray Bloopers trinkets out to try and reverse the crowd control, but unfortunately on diminishing return, now Saji is going to be sitting pretty. If Alistar makes the mistake and uses Kidney Shot into that diminishing return, it's certainly going to be curtains for Cohesion Dream. They're completely tapped on mana. They've got a couple more seconds to punch through for a kill, but if they don't and that Avenging Crusader falls, it is very likely that Alistar will inevitably go down. Stray Bloopers repositioning. Yi Yang trying to pause the fight, but there is no defense left. Alistar on the run. Will he be able to stay alive? Saji moves in. Shadow Step, cheeky play from Alistar, but he gets caught in the Stormbolt. Solar Wrath from Saji, and Pen and Paper advance.
And Cohesion Dream in that series really did show.
Regions that have never met before. LATAM represented by Unitas, Australia, New Zealand by Order. They're leading with their best foot forward here. We see Oxygen on that Restoration. Shaman Fresh, the only Retribution Paladin player qualified to BlizzCon, and of course Yosuke, a fan favorite on the Hunter.
It's going to be a surprise to see Unitas playing that Rogue Mage Druid composition. We haven't seen this one out yet, and the Outlaw Frost specializations, and Pride going to be stepping in on that Restoration Druid and probably look to try and just kite Fresh on that Retribution Paladin, just make sure they can stay away from him, because you do not want to let that Retribution Paladin connect to you.
Oh, you absolutely don't, and that's why you bring the Frost Mage. The Frost Mage has all those snares, all those slows, just mitigating the movement speed of Retribution Paladins. The big weakness of this Retribution Paladin, why we don't see so many of them, like you can see right now, is that once the Hand of Freedom is purged, they really struggle to connect to their target, and this is a melee class. They need to do the majority of their damage from melee range, and if Josito can play as good as he did during opening week, he's going to make it very difficult for him.
He will make it very difficult. We already see the wings popped by Fresh there. Josito just hiding with joy right now, but they get the stun trap on the Pride. He does pre-Iron Bark. It's a well played, nice pre-Iron Bark there, and the Temporal Shield going to be prompted as well to make sure they can survive that wings pressure, which they have now. So well played by Unitas. Nice strong opener for the start to survive those wings, but they need to build on that pressure.
This is the thing I was kind of interested about Unitas Pride. We've never seen him compete on the BlizzCon stage. They were of course running with Shadow on the previous opening week games. Now they've brought out Pride, the other healer on their roster, for this Restoration Druid, and they're going for this kind of slower paced composition here. They're trying to kite the Retribution Paladin, play for dampening. Josito though getting caught up. We see the full Hammer of Justice into the full trap on Pride, forcing a trinket early, and that wasn't even the Avenging Wrath, Joe.
It wasn't the Avenging Wrath, and they have 1 minute on that corner, so he will have that before the trinket from Pride. And if they can keep connecting onto Josito Jones, this will be huge trouble for Unitas. Unitas. Order doing a lot of pressure once Fresh and Yosuke connect, but right now, Oxygen in a full sheep. Fresh taking a lot of pressure from this Icy Veins and frozen off from Hesido Jones, so he needs to be very careful. He uses his defensive cooldowns to make sure he can survive.
There's two ways of playing this matchup as the Restoration Druid. You can either push in, get those Cyclones off the Polymorphs, or you can play a very defensive game. And you can see Pride right now, he's playing very defensively. He's max ranging it, making it easy for him to get these outplays. You see another preempted Iron Bark on the trap here. Because he has that range, you can see Yosuke pushing up for the trap and then make that defensive play. But I mean, that indicates to me they're going for a kind of slower paced, more dampening style strategy here. Whereas if Hesido can land those polybombs, I'd love to see him maybe go for an offensive wild charge, look to try and get a Cyclone off of that over onto Oxygen. They could really force big cooldowns as Yosuke now trying to punish Pride. They're swapping over to him. They're really testing the newcomer on the stage.
They are indeed, and we saw his pre-Iron Barks working beautifully, but yeah, the real strength will be to see if he can deal with that Cleave pressure. Hesido Jones taking a bit of damage right there. The Ebon Bolt comes out, stun onto Oxygen, but it's going to get sacked out by Fresh there to make all the damage. But like you said, Unitas are just going to play for the long road. Full trap though. Hesido Jones getting connected on right now. Temporal Shield gets perched off. He could be in some trouble, and there's the first ice block of the game. Order showing they don't need too much breathing room to force those major defensive cooldowns.
It's definitely scary to play a comp like Unitas's. You have to stay alive for a very long time in order to win this matchup. And the Avenging Wrath there from Fresh, because Pride used his Trinket, disaligned with that cooldown, forces out the first ice block on Hesido. So good play from Order, who overall have been looking very solid in this match. The one thing that I do point though is that Oxygen has used a fair bit of his mana on those purges, which means he's the one who's falling a little bit behind.
He is falling behind on mana. May need to use some time to get a drink off to be able to make sure that they can reach that long game, because they are on a time bomb. They need to be able to buy enough time so they can take down Hesido Jones with CC onto Pride, and it looks like they make a swap onto him. He uses that bark skin immediately. Nice capstone coming out from Oxygen as well. Fresh just going to sack him to get out of that. Pride just going to kite away, make sure that he keeps himself alive and that he's not vulnerable to Fresh. Fresh having a difficult trying to connect.
He is having a difficult time, as you'd expect from the Retribution Paladin, but at the same time, I do feel like he's getting work done. They're forcing through the cooldowns on Unitas, and this is promising from the Australian squad here. Fresh just line of sighting a little bit, respecting the Frozen Orb play coming out from Hesido, that big offensive for the Frost Mage, as we see now full trap over onto Pride, trying to get a little bit of damage going, but not too really any avail, just because Fresh was in that defensive positioning.
Yeah, they had nice crowd control on the Pride, but like you said, no damage really coming out. Good kiting from Unitas to avoid Fresh the entire time, and there's the killing spree coming out onto Fresh right now, forcing a lot of pressure. In fact, Fresh and Yosuke are the ones taking some pressure right now from Unitas. They're doing an excellent job kiting away from them, avoiding damage, and then just countering them with some pressure, making Oxygen lose his mana.
Yep, that's really the win condition here for them. Play out that long game. You can see dampening now starting to elapse. Dampening, of course, the buff that reduces healing in the center of the screen. That's going to increment over time, increasing that healing reduction for both of these teams. As we see a full trap from Pride, cold as ice. Yosuke trying to get something going. Actually, Aiden moved into him there. The Avenging Wrath active for Fresh. He just wants to kite away, but he needs to be careful. Pride doesn't trade out the Iron Bark, just sitting on top of Oxygen, maybe going for some crowd control of his own.
They forced out the parry though from Aiden, so that's a huge defensive call. Now Fresh still has some time with that wings as well, chunking Aiden down. He had to use his Vanish right there, but he's still not safe. Fresh dropping low right now as well, but Oxygen going to keep him alive. He has all of his defensive cooldowns if needs be, but Fresh trying to get aggressive onto Hesido Jones. Nice spell still on that freedom there. That's going to make it very difficult for Fresh to connect, but we see a full trap on the Pride. Stun onto Aiden. He had to trinket Iron Bark to save him, but now Unitas all of a sudden are out of huge defensive cooldowns.
I really like this adaptation from Order. They've changed up, going from Hesido Jones, who of course has a lot of mobility on that mage, for Aiden on the Rogue. And Aiden wants to be in melee range. He wants to get in their face, get the damage out on that Outlaw specialization. But if they turn their attention on him, it means just short crowd controls on Pride could easily secure the match for Order, for Australia here. Fresh getting polymorphed up. They're trying to mitigate some of the damage. They're also swapping target over onto Yosuke, but with Oxygen out of crowd control, should be able to get some heals momentarily here.
If they can get CC on Pride, this could be it. They get a full trap on the Pride. They need to connect to Aiden, but he's already pre-ran behind the pillar. He knew that this was a desperate opportunity that they needed to survive. Well played by Aiden there. That's going to mean that they should be able to survive cleanly now. Pride's going to get out of that trap, heal with joy, and you know, that was a great play by Unitas.
It was. They're able to stay alive here. The mana starting to even out a little bit as well, as Order starting to generate a little bit more pressure in this game. See Fireblood on Fresh. He uses that Dark Iron Dwarf Ratio to mitigate some of the incoming damage. Aiden, therefore, having to run away a bit, uses the Feint. Doesn't really have too many defensive cooldowns. Only that Vanish really left to keep him alive. We see a stun over onto Oxygen. Can they get the Polymorph? They're looking for it, but instead they're using it to peel. They might get some big damage on Yosuke here. The Frozen Orb comes out.
Yeah, it does, and a full Hammer of Justice on the Aiden, though they're trying to burst him down. They use the Iron Bug, they use the Feint right there as well to keep him alive, and now Aiden has that parry just to survive, but Fresh also has that Wings coming up. He has it just right now, so there could be a lot of damage expected onto Aiden. He may need to use that parry in the short time, but at the same time, Counterspell onto Oxygen into a full bash. If they can follow up this crowd control, Fresh could be in trouble. He may need to bubble, and there's that Cyclone on the Oxygen. Well played by Pride on this Restoration Druid, not only defensively, but again, those offensive opportunities, and now Fresh doesn't have his biggest defensive cooldown in the game, but full trap on the Pride. He pre-feigned the Hammer of Justice. What an excellent play by Aiden. Once again, there might be enough, but he may need to use the parry as well. There it goes to deal with that Wings from Fresh.
That was a very important play from Aiden, but he might still die through it. The Avenging Wrath is a huge cooldown for Fresh. Able to kite away now. Ironbark comes out. They survive the offense from Order. Huge for the team of Unitas now. No Divine Shield on Fresh. Blind would force the Trinket from Oxygen. If they can land a full Polymorph here, they will secure this game. We see the Trinket though, the Urban Shield Totem. This next push from Unitas will potentially be the match here, but Aiden still in trouble. Purge is coming out. They're looking for the kill in the full stun. Pride Trinkets out, keeps his rogue alive. This next push will win the game for Unitas.
It will win the game. They need to execute it cleanly though if they're able to put it out. Pride has 15 seconds on that Ironbark. Aiden taking a lot of heat right now. It's kind of that battle of playing offensively or defensively right now, but they need to make that clean go very soon, but soon Pride will have the Ironbark as well, which should help Aiden play more aggressively. Fresh getting stunned out. Ascendan's being popped by Oxygen. Both healers are running on fumes, running out of time to keep their team alive.
It's really getting close now. 24% dampening. We see this Hodge once again. Aiden uses his human racial, uses Cloak of Shadows to keep himself alive. They haven't landed crowd control on Oxygen for such a long time. Now they're looking for it. Full Polymorph connects. Oyuski could be in trouble. He does have aspect of the Turtle, that big defensive for the Hunter. Trades it out. We see cross counter spell over onto Fresh. This could be the Cyclones coming in from Pride though. This crowd control's not over yet.
They have so much crowd control. Well played by Unitas aggressively there. Double sheets into Cyclones. He lands another Cyclone. They could be in huge trouble. Nice Spirit Link coming out of Oxygen in between that gap. But a Cyclone onto Fresh. Unitas are all over them in this last minute with their crowd control. Order in so much trouble. But a full trap onto Pride. And once again, Aiden is nowhere to be seen. Excellent kiting from him defensively. He has been playing this game superbly.
Aiden has been playing fantastically. This Rogue is 2,950 on the North American ladder. He's so high rated, so good awareness, and proving it here on the BlizzCon stage, the biggest stage of all, with those preemptive kitings. Now he's looking to secure the game for his team, for his region here. They can get one crowd control onto Oxygen. They push in. Mighty Bash looking for the Polymorph. Unable to land it though. Good Blessing of Sanctuary from Fresh. Keeps his team alive for now.
Yeah, and a nice disarm on the Fresh as well. That Dismantle talent being played by Aiden to make him stop getting too much pressure during his Wings, but he might just get it anyway. It lasts for a long time. There's a full trap on the Pride. Once again, pre-Ironbark by Pride. Excellent plays. Full Hammer of Justice. They might just be able to go through this, but it looks like they're not able to. Pride gonna just spam heal Aiden to keep him alive, and Unitas, they need to try and find the winning condition right now.
Yep, Avenging Wrath not available for Order. Now Unitas should be looking to get a little bit aggressive. You can see both the healers are really expending their mana. They've barely anything left in the tank. We're at 34% dampening here. Both of these healers really struggling. Fresh playing quite defensively right now. Trades out his defensive cooldown. Aiden needs to be careful as he's getting the brunt of this exchange. Pride looking for Cyclones, doesn't land them. Yosuke with the play, with the trap. Now Windshear, Hammer of Justice, trying to get damage over onto Aiden, but once again, he does have the Vanish, does have the Die by the Sword. He should be able to stay alive here.
He should be able to. Nice flare from Yosuke getting Aiden out of that Vanish. He has the parry if he needs to, but nice peels from his Leo Jones, just spamming out those polymorphs to keep him alive. The Ironbark actually being used now from Pride. He doesn't have the Trinket or the Ironbark. Pride is actually the one running on fumes right now. They need to get the crowd control. Nice Servant Shield turn from Oxygen. He was looking to get it before he got bashed, but Pride actually didn't get the bash up. But there's a full trap. Aiden's in trouble. He uses the Die by the Sword and the Cloak of Shadows immediately, but now Fresh is in trouble. He has the bubble if needs be. Oxygen Trinkets out to keep him alive for now. It's going to be running on fumes. 40% dampening, Adrian.
Yeah, this is really scary though. The Avenging Wrath for Fresh is available in about 15 seconds. I would would say that Order's won this game. They just need to not throw it away. Divine Shield's available, the big immunity for Order. If they can keep going here, looking for the full trap over onto Pride, that could easily secure it. No trinket available, nothing really for Aiden. This Avenging Wrath, you can see it there, ticking 2 seconds away from Fresh. He's even on full polymorph DR. He's going to have so much damage here. 42% dampening. There's no way Unitas can keep up.
Aiden used the defensive advantage, but he comes out right now. Fresh actually trying to go in a Hasido Jones. He only has 1 ice block, but they're doing an excellent job kiting and making him not connect. But now there's a full hammer of justice on Aiden. Pride needs to get him out. It needs to keep him alive. He's used a defensive hook. That's the only thing really keeping him alive, but I'm not sure how he's going to live this one. 44% dampening. They're connecting and piling on the pressure. Nice CC though. They make it go onto Yosuke instead. They might need to use the Spirit Link here, but he has the turtle if needed. There's the Spirit Link. It comes out, and all of a sudden, Unitas just find a way to force the defensive cooldown.
Both teams are running on fumes. This is game 1 of the series, elimination series. Both of these regions, only representatives of BlizzCon competing here. Aiden is the one dropping low, in so much trouble. RMPal from Pride will mitigate some of the incoming damage. He needs to turn it around. He gets the stun over onto Fresh, looking for something. Oxygen has no mana left to heal. He's really struggling here. Pride as well. RMPal expires. Aiden still at 50% health, hovering 40%. Urban Wall Totem is running out though from Oxygen. They need to make something happen. Really, this game could go either way at this point.
It could go either way. 50% dampening. This is an unbelievable amount of dampening. Fresh actually chose to bubble out blind. He's sensing blood in the water. He wants to take down Aiden right now. Pride has no mana, no Iron Bark, no defensive cooldowns for a few more seconds. Aiden could just live until then, but he's getting so low on HP. He might just go down. There's the parry, but it's just too late. Unitas, unfortunate enough, Order take the first.
The gates are about to open.
Unitas lose game 1, and they will bring us an explosive game 2. The Discipline Priest with the Dark Archangel for the increased damage here. This is going to be a fantastic game. The opener is going to be huge, Joe.
It is, and they have the Plunder armor as well, but at the same time, Fresh popping wings instantly with his trinket, getting aggressive on the Aiden with a full trap onto Pride. They're the ones being the aggressors at the very start, so maybe they'll just make sure they can survive his wings, but we see a Frozen Orb, Comet Storm onto Fresh. Already Hosida trying to get aggressive. This map might actually be a bit hard for Unitas to kite away Fresh, but like we said, they're not going to play for that. They're going to be looking for those explosive offensive openers onto Fresh or to Yosuke with CC on the Oxygen. There's the full blind onto him right now. They're getting onto Yosuke. It might have actually broke Fresh now being a target as well. They force the pace of pressure now from Aiden. Both teams using huge defensive cooldowns right away.
Yeah, the opener actually didn't go at all as planned for Unitas. They landed the full counter over onto Oxygen, but Aiden was already kiting the Avenging Wrath because of that offense from Order.
Whoa.
Now they're achieving. They're in a lot of trouble. Hosido's dropping low. He does not use the Ice Block. 404 error. Ice Block not found. And Unitas lose game 2 instantly.
Able to move forward. And this is a final fitting resting place. Will Order be able to take it here?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are representing Latin America, if you are a fan of Unitas, they need your energy now more than ever. This could potentially be the last game we see them play, and Shadow has come out. I'm so happy to see that after his fantastic performances at opening week.
He was very good on that restoration shot. We see Hosida Jones on that Shadow Priest as well, instantly peeling Aiden, and we already see the aggression from Fresh instantly again. Order a 2-0 up. If they take this game, they will be moving on into the lower bracket, knocking out Unitas. So everything on the line for this RPS.
So the game's changed a lot here with the Shadow Priest. You're not expecting him to play a more kind of like kite around, avoid damage. You're expecting him to take a lot more damage since his mobility's lower. But because he has his Insanity Bar at full, it means he's also taking passively 20% less damage during the game. So he's going to be a very tanky target for Order to attack. They tried to go for an all-in strategy with the Avenging Wrath, didn't really achieve too much. I actually really like this pick coming in from Unitas. When you do lose a game, it's important to slow it down, get some time to breathe, and really consider your options to get offensive once again.
Yeah, having that Shadow Priest will give you that exactly. Aiden as well, trying to get aggressive with that Vendetta on the Fresh right now. Nice double fear coming out from Hosida as well onto Oxygen. Fresh in a bit of trouble here. Needs to be very careful to not die to that Vendetta pressure from Aiden. He's just been a rockstar on that road the entire day as well, but now a setup from Order here. Trap onto Shadow, stun onto Aiden, a lot of pressure coming out as well. Nice stun on the Hesito as well. A full Hammer of Justice on the Shadow. Aiden's going to be in trouble. He uses that feint and tries to kite away, really holding on to that evasion. He really wants that for other offensive cooldowns later on in this game, but Order have a humongous amount of pressure.
They do. Shadow's got some catching up. He's used the healing tide totem. Now we see the smoke bomb trying to get damage over onto Fresh. Oxygen just kind of line of sighting crowd control. No real damage coming out from Unitas. They really needed to get something going there. Smoke bomb is a huge offensive cooldown for Unitas, unable to achieve too much. We see the life grip, although a nice root from Yosuke is going to deny that. Now a full trap. Hex cross crowd control. Aiden could be in trouble here.
Order are doing an excellent job with their cross crowd control, keeping Hesito and Shadow in crowd control for such a long time during their offensive pushes on Aiden. And like you said, Adrian, they did nothing with that smoke bomb, and that was because Oxygen did a pre-earthen wall turn on that smoke bomb, and now Aiden's in a lot of trouble. The evasion has to come out, but Fresh didn't even pop his Avenging Graph, and they get stunned through it with that BM Hunter Pet. Nice stun by Yosuke coming out there. Aiden's going to be in so much trouble soon. There's a full trap on the Shadow. Aiden taking heat, using the Cloak of Shadows and the feint. His last defensive cooldowns. Shadow needs to save him.
Yeah, this was the Avenging Wrath. Oxygen also taking a fair bit of damage here. No life grip available. We'll see a lot of defensive cooldowns being traded out on the side of Unitas here. Aiden's still in a fair bit of trouble. I really like the fact that Unitas is starting to swap over to Oxygen though. I think that's one of the better strategies for this Rogue Priest Shaman composition. Get crowd control over the Retribution Pad and a Fear or a Hex, then go for the stun on Oxygen. They're starting to do that now, and they're looking very good ever since they started with this strategy. You see Master Spells coming out. Fresh has to come back and peel for his Shaman, meaning Hesito gets a lot more room to play the game himself.
Yeah, he does, and that was a nice earthen wall time from Oxygen, using it just before he got the kidney shot to shut that down. But if Aiden keeps making those swaps onto Oxygen, they could pile on the pressure and make it very difficult for Order to win. Meanwhile, though, Yosuke getting a lot of damage onto Aiden. They make a kidney swap on the Fresh, full blind onto Oxygen right now. Fresh trinkets out of it. And Oxygen's, I believe, is in only a half hit, but a full silence as well. Fresh doing an excellent job kiting away. He is wearing those tank trinkets as well to survive goes like this.
Yeah, you can see the Veil Dive proccing there. When you drop low on health, you'll get a little shield running that tank trinket. So that's why a lot of the competitors choose to play in these high pressure situations. It's nice to have that extra line of defense. We see Shadow now caught up in a Hammer of Justice. No trap to follow up though. We see the root. Aiden should be able to reconnect, get some heals on himself. His tank trinket procs as well in this situation. He's looking to get aggressive. They go for another swap on Oxygen.
This was a great kidney swap on Oxygen. They're getting a lot of pressure here. I'd like to see if they can follow it up. There's a silence to follow it up. He trinkets out of it, pops the healing tide to deal with this pressure, and that was a great swap by Unitas there, getting a lot of pressure. And I like these swaps coming to the Oxygen. They need to just keep on top of it, but Aiden needs to be careful to survive.
Yeah, Aiden is really the kill target for Order here. If he does, you can see he's trading through his defensive cooldowns very carefully. Now a little bit of damage coming out over onto Shadow, but not really anything being achieved on the side of Order here. This composition pick from Unitas is looking really strong in Game 3. They are a little bit down on mana, and Shadow needs to be careful. He needs to kite away, make sure he doesn't line Hesito Jones too much, because of course the Shadow Priest brings a lot of defensive and offensive utility.
Fresh and Yosuke are able to adapt mid-game. They just make these different swaps, and it makes it very difficult for Unitas to survive. Right now they're on the Aiden. They force the Cloak of Shadows and the feint as well. Fresh's wings being popped here, trying to get as much damage, but it does fade, and he doesn't really force anything major. So, but now a full trap on the Shadow with a stun onto Aiden. He needs to connect and get the pressure out, but it's not really there just yet. Nice mind controls from Hesito Jones to stop them from getting any pressure. Well played by Hesito.
Yeah, and in the midst of that, they actually also forced the Trinket and the Astral Shift from Oxygen. I think a slight overreaction there from him. Wasn't even the Vendetta. Hesito wasn't casting damage, he was casting Mind Control. This could be a big opening for Unitas. That Vendetta is up now. If they can get cross crowd control over onto Fresh to deny the Blessing of Sanctuary, this could be a big opening for them. We see a kick now onto Oxygen as Aiden's going for the kill. He takes blood in the water. He's playing offensively. He doesn't even use the Vendetta, and they also force out the Earthen Shield Totem, which is very good for Unitas.
They've been forcing so many defensive cooldowns in this last minute, and dampening has just kicked in. The next Vendetta could be a very crucial one if they want to turn this around, grab that extra win, and keep their tournament lives on the line. But Hesito Jones has taken a bit of fire. Now they have defensive cooldowns to answer. Full Hammer of Justice on the Shadow. Hesito around half health, but he uses that defensive fear to keep him nice and safe there. Well played by Hesito once again.
Aiden still hasn't used that Vendetta. He's holding the trigger. He should use it now. We see the smoke bomb. This is the Vendetta. They're looking for the kill. Fresh able to get into the smoke bomb, gets the Blessing of Sanctuary to keep his Shaman in the fight. was a close pull there for Order, and now they're very low on cooldowns. You see Fresh doesn't have his trinket, doesn't have the blessing and protection. Oxygen starting to really burn through his mana pool with this assassination rogue tunneling him down. I really like the adaptation from Unitas, looking very good in game 3.
Yeah, looking very good, and luckily for Oxygen, he was choosing that dwarf talent, so that's going to help mitigate the Vendetta pressure a lot being on that dwarf, but now they make a swap over into Fresh. Full kidney shot, Micro onto Oxygen there, just riding them down completely. Hosea Joe's just controlling the game with these mind controls, making it very difficult for Oxygen to heal. But now the wings from Fresh comes out onto Aiden. He doesn't have the evasion for 20, but Shadow uses that Earthen Wall Tome, knows they need to survive this pressure, but it will fade soon, and Fresh is connecting well, doing a lot of pressure.
They really they don't seem to know how to win the game, Order. It's such a difficult composition to play against the Rogue Shadow Priest Shaman, because the Shadow Priest, of course, you'd love to set him and kind of lock down some of those casts, but he just takes so little damage. Aiden is normally the main kill target, but he's also quite slippery on that Rogue, and he's doing a great job of swapping through his cooldowns. That said, that is a big overlap there on Unitas, the life swap used, as well as that evasion that could really prove detrimental later in the game.
Yeah, it was going so well for them, and that overlap of those huge defensive cooldowns might come back to bite them, but they make a kidney swap onto Yosuke. Full silence on the Oxygen. They're trying to force that turtle now. He mends away, feigns death as well, gets rid of those poisons. Full Hammer of Justice on the Shadow. Aiden's going to be in trouble now. Will that defensive overlap come back to bite them? Aiden getting super low on HP. He has the Spirit Link if he needs to survive right now. He's just getting crushed, but the Earthen Wall Tome should be enough if he stays in it.
Yep, they force the trinket though from Shadow now. No trinket, no life swap, and you can see the Avenging Wrath for Fresh up in about 40 seconds. That'll be a big offensive play. Oxygen knows that. He's playing for it, trading through a bunch of his own defensive cooldowns here. The Spirit Link as well as the trinket and the Astral Shift just to keep his team offensive. Once again, these two teams, Joe, getting so evenly matched. We've got Vendetta we've got Vendetta available, we've got Avenging Wrath available for Fresh. Both of these teams looking to pull the trigger.
They are, and both teams running out of defensive cooldowns as well. Full trap on the Shadow, no trinket. Aiden's going to be in so much trouble here that if they connect, but a nice Master Spell coming out from Hosea Jones. That's the only reason that Aiden is alive right now. The Ascendants gets Bob spamming out those heals, but like I said, they're running out of defensive cooldowns.
They are running out. They're also struggling with the healing. The 23% dampening is starting to stack up. The damage coming in from Fresh. He still has those Avenging Wraths available. That big offensive point for the Retribution Paladin. He's pulling the trigger right now, trying to get damage over onto Aiden. But Yosuke is the one who's taking the most damage, and Latam will pull one back on Ruins of Lord.
Oh my goodness, we have seen these guys to a game 5. The gates are now open.
Order are playing that Warrior now. Yosuke bringing in. They won the APAC Regionals with this composition, so they're very strong at it. And they took out Gronks on the RPS, so they know exactly what they do right now. The question is, can Unitas play defensively enough to be able to take this, Adrian?
So priority 1 for the Shadow Priest is already checked off the checklist. Get your Insanity to full. Make sure you have that damage reduction. Aiden was able to push in and ensure that Hosea was able to get that so well coordinated by Unitas. Once again, we see Aiden will be the main target of choice in the start of this game, but that's why I wonder how good this Warrior pick will be, because Warriors, one of the advantages they bring against the Shadow Priest, and Joe will remind me of thousands of games he played against myself on Shadow Priest. They're very disruptive and very annoying to play against. There are lots of ways of stopping your casts, but if they can't deal enough damage, then eventually Unitas will run them over.
Yeah, they can, but like we've seen from the Rogue, they forced every defensive cooldown right away, as well as that tank trinket proc. We see a lot of damage coming in from Fresh as well. Oxygen triggering in that blind, using that Earthen Wall Tome, but Aiden's going to be getting chunked down time and time again, and without the evasion, he needs to play defensively. He needs to be able to kite Yosuke and Fresh a lot more. Otherwise, if they keep pounding into him with that pure pressure of the Arms Warrior and the Retribution Paladin, Aiden will fall. It's
going to be really difficult for Aiden. He's going to have to play a very good game here. Of course, we did see Order actually in the Australia-New Zealand finals. They beat a team running the Rogue Priest Shaman composition in the final game. That's what got them to BlizzCon, and now they're playing against another one, though Unitas, of course, have shown their stuff here on the BlizzCon stage. Fresh dropping low. He's definitely taking the worst of this exchange. I actually really like the fact that Aiden, despite the fact he's having to attack Fresh because they're tunneling him, he's doing a good job of playing defensively when he needs to.
Yeah, he needs to keep up with the aggression and, yeah, play defensively once needed, and then that's going to be every time Shadow is in crowd control, or when Yosuke and Fresh pop those offensive cooldowns, get a lot of pressure and momentarily as well, Yosuke kind of wasted that rallying cry, and that could come back to bite him because Unitas actually have a lot of pressure already as the RPS against this composition. Oxygen kind of struggling to deal with the multi-target pressure, and Hosida Joe's just controlling them, but there's that Stormbot Hodge combination to get a lot of damage onto Aiden. They follow it up with a Hex as well. This could be huge trouble for Aiden, but they did get out that Earthen Wall Totem before the Hodge came. He's still taking so much damage. They're trying to go through it. They use the Fear on the Shadow. Aiden could be in a lot of trouble. Nice grip from Rosita right there to gain Aiden some distance and allow Shadow to keep him up now.
Yeah, he still needs to recover a little bit. That was a long crowd control chain coming in from Order there. Almost enough to take down Aiden, but he does survive. And once again, the pressure definitely overall is in favor of Unitas. The Shadow Priest free casting, of course, going to be putting out a fair bit of damage. Once again, though, we see those stuns coming out. The constant Stormbolt over onto the healer with the Hammer of Justice and Aiden, putting out so much single target damage over onto Aiden as he's dropping low. Scary moment there. Evasion comes out. Oxygen, though, also taking a fair bit of damage in this exchange.
Both these teams are playing very well offensively as well, causing stress on either side. Oxygen having to use that Astral Shift as well to survive the pressure, and Aiden still has that Vendetta, so he's going to be looking to pop that trigger, but at the same time, Yosuke and Fresh are just tunneling him down, making it very difficult for him. Nice pre-Urban Wall time coming out from Shadow before that Stormbolt landed. That's going to keep Aiden nice and safe.
Yep, Aiden needs to be careful in this game. He is holding onto his trinket, but he doesn't have that vanish for a few more seconds. Once that does come up, of course, it will be the ultimate line of defense against this double melee composition. You see Purges even coming in from Oxygen. He knows how close his team is. They need one win here, and they will take the series. Now we see Kidney Shot blind over onto Oxygen, trying to get some damage on Yosuke, but Earthen Shield Totem was already down from Oxygen. A beautiful play from him denies the entire go from Unitas.
That was an excellent play from Oxygen. Both Shamans actually doing an excellent job with these pre-Earthen Wall Totems, keeping their teams alive, but once that isn't down, the passive pressure from both teams are just there, and Fresh actually trinketing out of that smoke bomb. Yosuke pretty low. He actually uses the dive by the sword, and once again, Aiden still has that Vendetta, so this could be a scary moment later on.
Yeah, Aiden's sitting onto that Vendetta quite a lot. I'd love to see him just kind of pop it out, force out cooldowns. Of course, Blessing and Protection from the Retribution Paladin is going to be an obvious one, but it trades well because Vendetta's on the 2-minute cooldown, whereas Blessing Protection's on 5 minutes, so it would definitely be a good exchange if he could force it out. We see Trinket on Aiden, though he's taking a little bit of damage. Avenging Wrath still available for Fresh. They need to be very respectful of that. Constant Purges coming in. Aiden dropping low, Earthen Shield Totem to answer. Now they need to be the team looking to get aggressive.
They do, and they're finding their aggression on the Yosuke right now. Full silence on the Oxygen. He's getting very low. Has the Rallying Cry as well as that Disarm to keep him alive for now, but no defensive cooldowns from him. Oxygen needs to be able to save him, but he has a lot of defensive cooldowns at his arsenal to keep him alive. Pops the Ascenders, but he has Kidneyed on it. Hodge onto Aiden, Stormbolt onto Shadow. Nice grip from Hosida once again to keep Aiden alive.
That might be the life-saving life grip from Hosida Jones there. That was so much damage from Fresh. The Avenging Wrath, that huge offensive cooldown for the Retribution Paladin was committed. It's still being committed. Aiden dropping low, Healing Tide Totem, Unitas playing for their tournament lives. Life swap comes in. Hosida once again saves the day. Now we see the Vendetta. They're looking to force that Divine Shield on Fresh. But once again, great defensive play from Order, and Unitas just can't get anything going.
They can't, and they're going in for the kill right now. Fresh even running out of his Urban Wall Totem to get some pressure still. Full Hammer of Justice on the Aiden, getting a lot of damage. Oh, so much burst coming out of the Aiden. That forces that evasion and the Earthen Wall Totem. Fresh is the scariest Rat Paladin I have ever seen.
I don't blame him. It's so scary, this matchup. BlizzCon, a lot of these players have never played on this BlizzCon stage before. They're representing not only themselves, but their team, their region. They really want this in this elimination game. Yosuke once again under fire, but it's Aiden who I'm scared for. Spirit Link Totem is the last line of defense from Shadow. He needs to be careful using that. Does have the Trinket to trade it out, as we're actually going to see Spirit Link force from Oxygen. It gets killed off immediately, though. Not too much health coming out from that. Good play from Unitas.
That was actually an overlap from Fresh and Oxygen. He Trinket out of it when he sacked him as well, so that's a huge mistake. It could come back to bite them, but at the same time, Aiden has no evasion for quite some time. They're just looking to take him out. Dampening's kicked in as well, nearly 10%. They're trying to kill Yosuke, but he has that dive by the sword very soon as well, so I think it could be a very difficult kill target, and both healers are running out of mana.
Yeah, we can see offensive cooldowns being traded at both sides. We had a bit of a calm moment as much as that's happened in this game. Now we see Yosuke put a DR Kidney from Aiden. Mistake here offensively. He's going to be the one taking the damage. We see a full Hex coming out over onto Shadow. Oxygen gets the better of the exchange, looking to win the game for his team. Tank Trinket procs. Aiden once again just getting shields, getting anything from Hosido, who's trying to keep his team in the fight. He's been doing everything he can here, but Aiden's just taking so much damage from Order in this game. It's coming down to mana battle even, Joe. Both these healers really struggling to keep up.
They are struggling indeed, and once again Fresh uses the sack to get him out, but now the Wings might be able to crush Aiden if he's able to connect. He is running for dear life right now. The Spirit Link comes out as well as the trigger, but now full fit. They could just take Aiden down if they can get any more crowd control. They might not even need it. So much damage coming in from Fresh and Yosuke on that Rep Paladin and Warrior. They are just completely crushing him, and Shadow's just, oh my goodness, he just takes him down anyway.
Order gonna be able to take it. Unitas making that vote. It's just the move. The gate's gonna open now. Method Black versus the Gosu Crew.
Method Black, the #1 team from Europe against the Gosu Crew. The move from North America. We're starting out with the Turbo Cleave against the Shadow Priest Hunter composition.
Yeah, we are. It's going to be Swapsy on that enhancement Shaman, Waz on that arms wear, and Chaz on the Holy Paladin, and they're going to bring the heat against the Gosu Crew. We all know WizK is an excellent Shadow Priest, Absurge an excellent Resto Shaman, and Jellybeans a superb Survival Hunter as well. We see both teams just going ham at each other right away. Hammer of Justice on the Absurge. A lot of pressure on the WizK, already forcing out the Dispersion, getting so much damage with this Avenger Crusade as well, but now a full trap on the Chaz. They could turn things around. They've already forced Swapsy's Astral Shift as well. So he could be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of cooldowns coming out from the Gosu Crew as well, though, of course. Chaz, one of the things you do bring on this Holy Paladin is just a bunch of defensive cooldowns. You can see he hasn't gone through any of his arsenal just yet. He still has both the Hand of Sacrifices, both the Blessing of Protections. Meanwhile, WizK taking a lot of damage, has already used the Dispersion. We've already seen the Trinket and the Spirit Link. Method Black definitely have the upper hand in this one.
Waz has already used his Diver, the Sword, and the Rallying Cry. Not sure what happened there, though, and they're taking a lot of pressure. Chaz actually getting run down by Jellybeans. He's going aggressive onto him during the time he has the Blessing of Sack. Nice kick by Jellybeans as well, keeping up the pressure and the momentum onto him and stun onto him. Waz is in trouble. He doesn't have those defensive cooldowns. The Tank Trinket does. And at the same time, Absurge caught into a Hex. This is where Method Black can turn the momentum, get a lot of pressure on the WizK, and the Jellybeans are full fear as well on the Absurge. He has to use the Life Swap right now. Huge defensive cooldowns have been used by both teams, Adrian.
Yeah, I mean, we've got Waz. We talk about Waz. He's backed up by two-time BlizzCon champion Swapsy, crusher of dreams and mages, among other things. And he's been doing a fantastic job landing those Hexes over onto Absurge. We can see Chaz now. He has Blinding Light available, a 2-minute offensive. Crowd control, he's looking for it right now. This could be the game-winning blind if they can land it. Full Hex secured by Swapsy. They're looking for the kill here. No defensive cooldowns on the Gosu Crew. Full blind to follow up. WizK in trouble. Mind Bomb, the last line of defense. Thunder comes through. Executes come through. And in game 1, Method Black secure it. And without Peekaboo leaving his mark on it, he will take it into his own hands here on Ashamane's full, going up against a formidable Turbo Cleave here, though. Method Black have been the most dominant team throughout the year across any region, and they're looking to make that mark here at BlizzCon.
Yeah, now Peekaboo subbed in on that Outlaw Rogue, replacing WizK, trying to get pressure instantly onto Waz. Looks like they're going for blood, a full blind on the Chaz right now. Here's where Waz is going to get tested. Will he use that Dive by the Sword? He gets disarmed. He can't use it just yet. He might just pull. The Blessing of Sacrifice comes in the nick of time from Chaz, holding on to that. Well played by Waz defensively, but already a lot of pressure on the Chaz. He uses that Avenging Graph, and now Peekaboo also uses his own parry.
This is the first time ever that Peekaboo and Waz have been in the same arena as each other in competitive play, and so far Peekaboo has got the better of the exchange, forcing cooldowns from Waz. Trinket now forced. Peekaboo looking to cut through. He's actually going so aggressive here, trying to go through the Trinket on Waz. Chance needs to get healed through. Rallying Cry might not be enough. They're trying to turn it around. Shamanism comes out. Both this Rogue and this Warrior dropping solo. Absurge trades out the Trinket. Spirit Link, now Chaz in trouble. Both these teams trading blows constantly.
Waz has been low HP this game. The Gosu Crew are finding the move to try and take down Waz right now in a full trap on the Chaz, but Peekaboo getting insanely low as well, has no huge defensive cooldowns, no Spirit Link as well. He could be in some trouble right now. Absurge needs to keep him alive. If they get any crowd control on the Absurge, this could be game for the Gosu Crew.
Both these teams come from completely different trades, from different regions, from basically everything that they see, the way they look at the game is different, but they both love aggressive play. Peekaboo and Waz, both very fast-paced players. Peekaboo is the one taking the majority of the damage now. We see a full Hammer of Justice over onto Absurge, but a kick from Peekaboo denies the follow-up. Hex, good play from him. Now Waz, the person in trouble. Dive by the sword comes out. Last defensive cooldown for this warrior. He could be in a lot of trouble, but a good defensive fear. Could we even turn offensively? Do they have follow-up? Peekaboo runs away. He's looking for the executes. Waz almost low. This game has been so back and forth.
You see both Waz and Peekaboo trading blows, getting lower and lower. You can see a lot of pride on the line. Both of these guys just want to take each other down, but Waz is getting very low right now. A defensive heroic lead to keep him alive was a good play. Peekaboo's also going to have that parry, but he actually trinkets out of that cheap shot to Stormbolt Peekaboo. That could be a costly move right now if they can get any crowd control to chance, but they may not even need it. They get him super low. They force out the last blessing of sacrifice. Waz can be in trouble if they don't find a move on Peekaboo.
Yeah, Waz has been the one running away, but Jason says, Peekaboo, I see you. He's constantly in pursuit on this rogue now, running for his own life though. Gets caught up in the stun on Waz. Chaz basically has no defensive cooldown, so the next crowd control could easily take down Method Black in game 2 here. Waz on the run, full trap on Chaz. Do they have follow-up? Looks like the Stormbolt on Jellybean should be enough. Reconnecting over to his healer is Waz, trying to get some heals, but the full stun here. Method Black may fall. Disarm comes out. Jellybean's trying to connect for the finishing blow as Chaz reconnects. Should be able to get some heals out.
That was an excellent defensive heroic lead from Waz, but it's not out of the waters yet. He's still low on HP. Peekaboo, Jellybeans, and Absurge are all over them with this onslaught of pressure right now. And Peekaboo, he has that defensive parry if needs be. Full trap on the Chaz, but Waz doing an excellent job with a defensive blade storm to immune the stun for now. Try and kite away, but he's taking a lot of damage. Chaz has nothing to save him. Full blind. Waz could just go down here. He uses a fear defensively. He really needs to survive. Cheap shot onto Chaz. Waz dropping lower and lower, but a nice defensive Stormbolt as well. It looks like he's going to cling on to life.
Yeah, Jellybeans beat Swapsy. He upset Swapsy last year. He's looking to do it again here with this Thug Cleave. Chaz, no cooldowns are remaining. Next trap could easily be the game, but Peekaboo also needs to be careful. Preemptive Urban Shield Totem from Absurge. Now they're looking to go offensive here. Waz disarmed. Do they have the stun to follow up? The trap doesn't look like it as the full stun from Waz. Trinket Wind Shear though might be enough to take down Waz. So low on health. They're pursuing. They're looking for the kill. Will they tie it up? Waz so low. Peekaboo looking for it. I don't know how they're still alive there. Waz falls, and now we're tied up. One apiece.
NA strikes. Definitely a huge thing to look at going into this matchup. The gates are open. Method Black, first the Gosu Crew, make some noise because whoever takes this one finds themselves on match point.
This could be the swing match for the Gosu Crew. If they win this, they will definitely have momentum in the series, but it's still a turbo cleave, and it still Waz on that warrior. He pushes in aggressively, gets the fear, looking for a good opener here over onto Jellybeans.
Yeah, he is immediately dismantled by Peekaboo, and we're going to be seeing that coming out the entire game. A full blind on the Chaz, choosing to sit it right now because he has the Earthen Wall totem out, but Swapsy forced to use the Astral Shift as well, so huge defensives. At the same time, Peekaboo and Jellybeans, both of these melees just going at each other, doing a lot of damage right now. Chaz also popping the Ascendants to keep his team alive. Absurge uses defensives also. Yeah,
we see Chaz caught up in the full trap right now. Killing spree over onto Waz, has to trade out his trinket already in this game. The Gosu Crew looking strong. Jellybeans, though, needs to kite away, needs to be careful. Of course, the Survival Hunter is a unique spec of Hunter in that it's mostly focused on melee damage, but he still can do a lot of kiting, do a lot of damage from range. It seems like the Gosu Crew have actually swapped up the strategy a little bit here. They're putting cleave damage onto both Swapsy and Waz, and it's working very well for them.
It's getting a lot of pressure indeed, although Chaz still being able to keep them alive, has defensive corners, but gets put into a full trap right now. Waz taking pressure, nice disarm on a Peekaboo to stop some of that pressure, and a Hex onto Swapsy with a follow-up sap on the Chaz. Nice CC coming in from the Gosu Crew there, controlling the game, forcing defensive cooldowns after the defensive cooldowns. And if they keep this up, they could just slay Waz or Swapsy.
One of the big things, of course, Chaz playing that Restoration Shaman does bring is the Earthen Shield Totem, but Swapsy needs to be careful to stay inside of that. If he ducks outside, could be trouble for him. We see Jellybeans caught up behind the pillar here in a full stun, taking damage. Absurge definitely having to do more healing as his mana's dropping low, but Waz also needs to be careful with his health. Chaz trying to move the team kind of behind the pillar, but Absurge in pole pursuit execute, able to get out those heals. He's doing a very good job keeping up with this high turbo damage.
He's doing an excellent job, but now both healers in crowd control. Chaz actually using his trinket Spirit Link on that blind right now. Peekaboo and Jelly taking so much damage. Absolutely popping his ascenders, trying to keep both teams alive. Both healers are just doing as much as they can. They're all taking so much damage. Swampsy getting incredibly low right now. He just died through the Astral. I can't believe they killed him through that defensive corner. The Gosu Crew
has never lost to Waz, and he's looking to keep that up in this series. One more time, Peekaboo, on that Outlaw Rogue. They will knock Method Black down to the lower bracket if they win this game.
Yeah, the Gosu Crew are match point right now. They just need to win this one to move on into the upper finals. And already a Stalker on the Peekaboo with a half trap on the Chaz. Not going to get too much there. Urban Wall Tome being used by Absurge to mitigate a lot of that damage. Full blind on the Chaz, already forcing the Trinket. Astral Shrift out of Swapsy. This is a good start for the Gosu Crew.
Yeah, Gosu Crew just read Method Black like a well-written book. I mean, they went on Waz last time this matchup played out. Now Waz playing Talons to keep himself alive. They're swapping over to Swapsy, who they killed very easily in the last game through his defensive cooldown. So Swapsy going to trade that out at higher health. We see Chaz now running the Avenging Crusader as well, so he's going to have a huge amount of damage right now, as well as healing, but that's already over. Hand of Sacrifice has to come out. Bad start for Method Black.
Yeah, and I like the split pressure from the Gosu Crew. They get Waz on the back foot, as well as Swapsy. Full stun on the Chaz right now, forcing out the wall. Swapsy has no Astral Shift. They could just take him down already, but it looks like he's going to live. He's going to be okay. Chaz is going to pump out those heals, keep him atop. Jellybees, although he's playing so well aggressively, just keeping them on the back foot as well. They find a Hex onto Absurge, but nothing else really happening.
Yeah, Chaz has been quickly impressing me as one of the best Holy Paladins in the world. He's had a fantastic tournament on that class. We see now Shamanism, Method Black trying to get aggressive here, but once again just kind of mitigated by the Earth and Shield Totem from Absurge. That's a trade that we'll always be looking for. Shamanism, of course, big offensive cooldown, 1 minute cooldown, but easily traded for. Chaz will need to get some heals onto Swapsy here. Uses the human ratio, Blessing of Sacrifice, holding the health of Swapsy. That's the last one. Method Black running low on defensives.
The Gosu Crew are running circles around Method Black right now, forcing defensive cooldown after defensive cooldown, and there's another one. Blessing of Protection being used, but at the same time, Jellybeans gets bursted down by Swapsy and Waz, forced into that aspect of the turtle, so he's going to need to be careful. But at the same time, full blind on the Chaz. He needs to bubble out to save Swapsy. The heals are just about enough, but he uses the Astral Shift now as well to survive that killing spree. Both teams going at each other, getting so much pressure on each other. Now the turbos have turned.
This is very scary. Absurge could get caught up in a crowd control and Jellybeans could die. Meanwhile, Chaz in a full trap, trying to keep his team alive. We see Spirit Link Totem, last defensive cooldown for the Gosu Crew. Swapsy, though, in trouble, trying to kite away. Waz also low, died by the sword, comes out. Chaz also low. Method Black are running. Everyone dying, but the Avenging Crusader, huge heals from Chaz. He's trying to keep his team in the fight, and they're looking for the kill.
Both teams are going so aggressive, but Dismantle on the Chaz's Avenging Wrath. You don't usually see that. The stun onto Waz as well. He's used the Radiant Cry. It's just about faded. He's super low on HP right now. Chaz in a full trap, but he actually pre-sacks it. That's keeping them alive. Now Jellybeans is super low. He's running for his life right now. Absurge has no defensive cooldowns to keep them alive. Swapsy and Waz are doing a lot of pressure here. They could just take him down. Baosat's into it now. He's trying to slay both Pika and Jellybeans. They have absolutely nothing. Execute range. Nice gouge on the Waz, but he just goes down to those executes. Method Black take it back, and now we're going to
Answer here.
It's game 5. It's Tigers Peak Arena. Method Black versus the Gosu Crew. The winner will play once again later today in our upper bracket final. It's going to be such a close game. Once again, Chaz with that Relentless, with the Avenging Crusader. Let's see what the Gosu Crew can get done.
It's going to be a close game once again. Really went neck and neck on Ruins of Lordaeron and now on Tigers Peak. We're going to see how this unfolds. Already a blind onto Chaz as well. Disarm on the Waz, they're getting a lot of pressure instantly onto him, as well as Swapsy. This Cleave pressure proving too much. Stun on the Chaz as well. They're dropping very low. Not using any defensive cooldowns right now. They're just about holding onto it, and now Chaz using that Avenging Crusader to keep them alive. He gets rooted on it, has to freedom them out to be able to keep up, and now they can turn the pressure. That's a good opening for Method Black.
It's a good opening for Method Black. They get a good defensive trade there. Now crowd control coming out over onto Absurge. This Avenging Crusader doing work for Chaz. Very difficult to break through that healing cooldown for the Paladin, but now it's expired. Now we can see the Gosu Crew looking to make the move here. We'll see Jellybeans maybe pushing in for a little bit of crowd control. Right now he's just kind of kiting away, slowing down the game. They don't want to throw it here. This is game 5 after all.
Jellybeans baited that Blessing of Sacrifice out from Chaz, and now he could get a full trap, but Waz is on top of him, charges Jellybeans, puts a disarm on him, but Jellybeans could just trap him up. Chaz trying his best to avoid it, uses the horse there to ride away to victory, and now it's well played by him to deny the trap from Jellybeans. He may land it very soon, and this could be huge trouble for Method Black right now. Disarm on the Waz as well. The killing spree gets popped, but a nice defensive fear from Waz onto Absolute and Peekaboo to deny that pressure.
So much high-level play happening here. First, the preemptive Blessing of Protection from Chaz, then the preemptive Earthen Shield Totem from Absturge to answer. Both these teams playing at a top-tier caliber right now. Full Hex over onto Swapsy. He's out the game for a little while here. Waz getting aggressive. He trades out Avatar, looking to get damage over onto Jellybeans. He's doing such a good job just kiting away, using that Hunter mobility to the best of its ability. And now we see Chaz caught up in the trap. His team rotting down. No Avenging Crusader. He's going to have some work to do.
He will have some work to do. A half slap on the Chaz as well. Nice defensive heroic leap from Waz once again, but he's taking a lot of pressure right now. Has to use that disarm on the Peekaboo. You can tell both teams do not want to lose this game. They are playing defensively to a T, but right now Swapsy and Waz taking so much damage. Chad's gonna have that Avenger Crusader soon. Nice kick though from Jellybeans. They're gonna pop the heroism as well, trying to get some pressure on the Peekaboo. They force the parry onto him, as well as that Earthen Wall Thomas, an overlap of huge defensive cooldowns right now. Method Black are looking to slay them.
They might have an opening here. I'd actually liked to have seen Chaz hold on to that blinding light. Doesn't really achieve anything since the defensives were already traded out from the Gosu Crew. Slight faltering play from Method Black there, though the Avenging Crusader from Chaz will keep his team stabilized. So going for that offensive play to kind of top his team at the same time. Respectable decision making, especially when the pressure is this high. Now we need to see where the crowd control comes from Method Black. They have the lead in this game. Cooldown still available, Hand of Sacrifice, Divine Shield for Chaz. If they can get one crowd control here onto Absturge, you can see Peekaboo, without many mitigating cooldowns, could be an opening.
Yeah, they Stormrage him getting a lot of burst pressure right now. Absturge staying max distance. He definitely doesn't want to get hit by a wind shear to keep them alive. Full trap on the Chaz though right now as well. Waz gets stunned. He's in defensive stance though. Full blind on the Chaz. Waz could take some pressure. Nice crowd control coming out from the Gosu Crew, but once again that defensive heroic leap gonna get him out of trouble, allowing him to live.
Yeah, Waz with a huge outplay there. Actually got the preemptive disarm on the stun over on Peekaboo, so fantastic plays from Waz. He knows he wants to win it. Now Peekaboo trying to get aggressive though over onto Swapsy. Shaman isn't popped, although once again traded out for that Earthen Shield Totem. Mana starting to even out as Method Black once again finding themselves in a situation where the entire team is running down. Chaz has some work to do. No Avenging Crusader for quite a while here as we see the full fear. Method Black trying to counter the pressure, but Peekaboo just sitting a full clean stealth. Well played by him. Yeah,
that was a nice vanish indeed. That's going to hold on to other defensive cooldowns, make sure that he's safe the entire time. Gouge into trap on the Chaz, but they don't really get too much with that. Absurge and Chaz actually are pretty equal on mana. Both teams just keeping up the aggression, keeping up the crowd control to slay each other. This game could go either way, Adrian.
We're starting to see it now. Both these healers running low on mana. Both these teams need your energy. Method Black versus Gosu Crew. Game 5 here. Europe versus North America. One team will win. One team will advance. And now we can see Chaz, low on mana, does have that Avenging Crusader access momentarily here. He'll be playing for that. The question is, how will they get aggressive? Will they get crowd control over onto Absturge? Because Peekaboo is dropping low.
Either team could go down. Peekaboo doesn't have the parry. He had to use it as soon as he get it. But after this Avenger Crusader from Chaz, I'm not sure how he's going to keep his team alive. The Gosu Crew could just survive this. A full blind on the Chaz during that Avenger Crusader right now. Can they follow it up with anything? Doesn't look like it. Nice defensive play from Swapsy, but a triple cap stun gonna just shut them down completely. And now he has no Avenger Crusader, only one Blessing of Sacrifice to keep them alive. But at the same time, Hammer of Justice on an Absurge. Peekaboo dropping very low. A defensive vanish overlapped with a Trinket Spirit Link right now. The Gosu Crew are gonna be in a lot of trouble if Method Black can keep up this aggression.
That wasn't even the blinding light. This is dangerous times for the Gosu Crew. One more crowd control could seal the deal, but there's no Hand of Sacrifices either for Chaz. This is the cutthroat moment in the game, ladies and gentlemen. Either of these teams could die at this point. Chaz put up in a full trap, does have that Divine Shield. That's the last offensive for Method Black on the Paladin here. But if Absurge gets caught up, I I'd love to see Chaz cross the map. You can see he's mounted. He's going for the crowd control. If he lands the Hammer of Justice into the blind, Peekaboo could be a very exposed target here. Even Jellybeans could, but he's so low on mana, they need to get the kill soon.
Yeah, you see Absol just running for his life right now. Chaz trying to connect that Hammer of Justice, but he uses the Earthen Wall Totem to try and bait out the Hammer of Justice. That's very nice. Both disarms happening as well. Heroism coming out from Swapsy, but Waz is going to be disarmed. A nice stun defensively on the Swapsy. They really just want to survive. They get the pressure. Full trap on the Chaz. He uses his bubble to get out of it. Fulfilled ab such that Peekaboo in a lot of trouble. He had to hook away just in the nick of time during that storm ball. Absuch is in a full hex. He is running for dear life right now. That was an excellent defensive move by Peekaboo.
Peekaboo with the outplay is the only reason he's still alive in this game. Now he's looking to turn the pressure over onto Waz. Full blind on Chaz. Able to force out the die by the sword. The last defensive for Waz here. Now, look at the situation. Suddenly the tables have turned. The Gosu Crew's making their moves. Full trap. Chaz and Swapsy in trouble. Astral Chef popped. He's still low. Chaz able to get out a few heals here. That Avenging Crusader is available. He gets enough mana to use it to hopefully stabilize his team for his sake. Swapsy, though, still struggling. Dampening's at 12%.
Yeah, dampening is high. Swapsy gets super low on HP. They have to use the Blessing of Sacrifice as well to keep him alive. But down goes Peekaboo. Method Black find the kill on him. That was incredibly...
You started to say that you think that it is, but we're jumping right into the action here, and we are going to see. They got to be a little bit tricky here.
Look at this comp. Fury Warrior?
They're bringing out the Fury Warrior. I love this spec so much. And Warwick's on that Moonkin. They're the ones throwing the curveball right now. Skill Cap EU bringing this crazy competition against Method Orange, who are sticking with their guns, playing that Demon Hunter, Moonkin, Restoration Shaman, and I am so excited for this one, Adrian.
I am super excited. 77% of you said Method Orange would win this series. I normally vote for Europe, but on this occasion, I am with you guys in the Twitch chat. 77% are watching Warwick drop low here. It's an interesting composition from Skill Cap to you, but the win condition for Method Orange with those mana rifts, with those mana burns on Looney still exists. So it's going to be very difficult for Skill Cap to overcome that.
It can be very difficult, but at the same time, we do have a Fury Warrior munching on the Samayam right now, getting him very low on HP. Warwick popping that Incarnation as well, and it's going to be the first time we really see him on that Moonkin, so it's going to be interesting to see if he can live up to Samayam as well and kind of outshine him on that specialization. Right now, Samayam is taking a lot of damage. He had to use that basket as well. At the same time, Warwick's using that renewal to survive Trill's pressure, and we all know Trill is a monster on that Demon Hunter.
He really is. I mean, most people have been saying he's the best Demon Hunter in the world. He barely anyone else played this class throughout the BFA qualifier cups. He was the only one, and he was winning almost every single game on it. One of the interesting things I do want to draw people's attention to is the Samayam is running the Living Spirit trade, which means he will do huge burst every single time that he runs with that Innovate talent. He'll get huge damage. Meanwhile, Warwick is actually going for a little bit more consistent damage, running talents such as the kind of laser matrix, stuff like this. So he's hoping for a little bit more of an attrition war, which is very much what Skill Cap to you have been doing all year.
Yeah, exactly. They love to bring the damp, and they're going to try and bring it to Method Orange, but will they be able to? Samayam does have 1 minute on that Incarnation when it comes, so you're going to expect a huge amount of pressure. Trill using that reverse magic on every single root read from Warwick's as well, forcing him into that. At the same time, they're making those swaps onto Trill, and that's what I would love to see. These Stormbolt swaps onto Trill to get pressure with that Dragon's Roar, and that Siege Breaker is a lot of Fury Warrior damage, so you should be able to watch out for that.
This is really interesting. So basically, Skill Cap to you are saying, let's meet fire with fire. They brought out the Fury Warrior because they don't think they can beat Trill on the Demon Hunter, so they're like, hey, this is the next best thing. Blizzo playing his main, Trill playing his main here, but so far, Warwick slightly worse for wear, and you can notice the mana difference is the big thing that Method Orange are playing for. Basically, the Demon Hunter with that Mana Rift talent will be constantly burning away at Looney every single time he lands a stun, basically every 20 seconds off DR, and if he can consistently do that, they'll him going into dampening, which will make it very hard for Skill Cap.
That will make it very difficult, and maybe their win condition will have to turn. Instead of dampening people, they might need to try and find these win conditions in the Stormbolt and that Fury Burst, so we'll have to see. I like the swaps that they do all the time, so I don't think the Tunnel War on the Moonkin should favor Method Orange, because Trill has so much damage on that Demon Hunter to go through the armor of a Moonkin.
Yep, it's something that we will be watching for. Looney trades out his Earthen Shield Totem there for the Incarnation of Samayam. Samayam also with Living Spirit up will be doing a huge amount of damage at this moment in time, though well diverted, I would say, by Looney, although big cooldowns being forced by Blizzard. He needs to be very careful. The Rage Regeneration now swapping damage over onto Samayam. Still has those offensive cooldowns active, but Looney did a good job trading out and keeping his team alive.
Yeah, he had to use that trinket and a lot of defensive cooldowns, but like we said, that is because of Samayam's incarnation. Meanwhile, he's taking the brunt of the pressure right now. Sea-Doo popping that Ultim World Term. Very solid defensive gameplay, I would say, from both teams coming out right now. Although it is early stages of the game, we'll see if they'll be able to keep up with that.
Something that we will be watching for. Looney's been doing a fantastic job with his mana, I have to say, considering most people, when we see them against Trill, they just kind of run out of that blue bar almost instantly and can't keep up with the damage. Looney, of course, we've been talking about him. Sea-Doo, such a great healer, but Looney in Europe is considered to be one of, if not the best healer in the world. He's playing the Restoration Shaman that he won BlizzCon on in 2014, so definitely a fair matchup. He's going for another drink here, consistently using this map to his advantage, and he's actually been keeping a very even tide in this game.
Yeah, he is, and now Warwick's popping that incarnation, full fit on the CD. They're getting a lot of pressure on the Samayam. He has to use that basket there to survive this pressure. Even Trill coming back to keep them locked out. Nice pummel from Blizzard as well. He is the pummel king on that warrior. You don't want to face him as a caster right now. Both Mookins just pretty much stalemate. Root Beam on the Sea-Doo right now. Samayam's prepared for that. Gonna just stick into bear form, make sure he doesn't tank too much pressure. And Blizzard's just gonna swap between the Mookin or the Shaman most of the time to try and get as much pressure as possible.
Samayam's had such a great year. Since joining this roster, he's had such incredible games online. Now he just needs to prove himself offline. He hasn't had the opportunity yet since, of course, at the summer finals, Sea-Doo wasn't there. Now this roster, now this Method Orange is at full force here as we start to move into dampening. 2%, 3% as the clock starts ticking away at both of these healers. You see Sea-Doo actually falling a little bit behind here. He needs to be careful. If he stacks up too much, then Blizzard will absolutely destroy him.
Yeah, once that dampening kicks in, you just kind of realize just how much damage a Fury Warrior does when you're not able to out-heal it, so he needs to be careful for that. He needs to be prepared for that, but he's at full mana, so that's as much preparation as he can do. Meanwhile, Looney's falling a bit behind, but we all know he's the king of dampening, so he's going to expect this longevity of a game to happen right now. But soon, both Mookins will have their incarnation. Samayam has 25 seconds left on it. As soon as he gets that, it's going to spell trouble for Skill Cap DU.
Yeah, that's the big win condition here for Method Orange, the incarnation. We know how deadly that cooldown is. I think it was actually the cooldown that almost won Sea-Doo the BlizzCon in 2016. Of course, he was playing with Beamslayer back then. Now with Samayam on the Moonkin Druid, looking for it. We'll see that Lively Spirit Innovate being popped here momentarily. Watch Samayam. Here's the Innovate. He's building up his damage now. It's up to Sea-Doo. Use globals. Build up the intellect for the Moonkin Druid, and then Blizzo should be the target of choice.
Yeah, he should, but he's going to have that Enrage Regeneration defensive cooldown every time they have incarnation, so they need to be careful. There it is being popped. They're trying to get pressure. They use the Root Beam onto Looney. Samayam is gunning down Warwick's, but he's doing an excellent job running away right now. Warwick's predicted this already, positioned at the pillar, and just had his basket and trinket ready for this exact moment. And now Blizzo is counter-pressuring, trying to get aggressive with that recklessness. The Dragon's Roll popped out. So much burst pressure on a Samayam. He's getting lower and lower on HP. He has to pop that renewal, and soon Warwick will have his own incarnation.
Yeah, we talked about Warwick versus Chanimal. Now this game's come a little bit more about Warwick versus Samayam. Moonkin versus Moonkin here on the BlizzCon stage. Method Orange, they have this kind of one-shot, but Skill Cap TU have proven time and time again they're great against playing against these play-to-win compositions, these compositions that look for the kills actively. They like dampening, and they don't make mistakes defensively. Samayam behind the pillar, Blizzo tunneling into him on that Fury Warrior, and now Method Orange are the ones that seem to be falling behind.
Yeah, Blizzo on that Fury Warrior going to keep up that pressure, and it's going to be very easy for him to keep up to a Moonkin as well, so Samayam needs to be very careful right now, but he goes aggressive as now full Root Beam on the Looney. Triple crowd control coming in. Nice awareness from Method Orange. Nice offensive play. They forced out that basket from Warwick. He's also still getting lower and lower. Needs to be careful right now. At the same time, Samayam dropping as well. Both these Moonkins are just going to have to play both flawlessly, offensively and defensively.
Trill's been also in the backline, just constantly getting Sea-Doo out of those Root Beams. Now he has to trade out the Darkness, that huge 3-minute defensive cooldown for the Demon Hunter. Method Orange showing that they will falter as Dampening starts to sack Blizzo, just tunneling in Samayam. Don't think this guy's missed a pummel the entire game, just forcing him into bear form, forcing his damage down, and the momentum definitely riding in favor of the Europeans here as we see full Stormbot over onto Sea-Doo. He just can't catch a break here, which is I mean, it's just causing them to fall behind. Meanwhile, Looney's just freely casting heals, keeping Warwick aggressive, trades out the Urban Shield Totem now. But they might have actually found a composition here that beats the Demon Hunter Moonkin. It's very interesting to see how this game will play out.
They might have found that composition indeed, and it's just the change of a Fury Warrior instead of that Demon Hunter, although Looney is running out of mana, so those mana rifts might pay off for Trill in the long game, but we are in 23% dampening, and I wouldn't hold it against either team to get further into this. They're both incredibly played defensively, so we'll be able to see this, but at the same time, Incarnation for Samayam coming up soon. Warwick's dropping low on HP right now as well. No Earthen Wall Totem available from Looney, and like I said, he's dropping lower on mana.
This could well be the last chance. We've seen Method Orange struggling so much as Dampening's been starting to stack up. The mana pool's in their favor, yes, but it will always be against the Demon Hunter. Samayam's offensives here could be the win for the team. We see Fear actually used from Blizzo a little bit early. This could be the opportunity as we see crowd control on Samayam. Now we're expecting that Innovate to be popped here momentarily. Warwick dropping a little bit low. Innovate is active now. They're building up the damage. In about 10 seconds, we're expecting huge burst from Samayam. How will Skillcap react?
Yeah, Warwick's dropping lower and lower. Had to use the renewal as well. This is going to be very scary for him soon when Samayam gets that Incarnation, and Warwick knows that he's already positioned behind the pillar. Really wants to line of sight Samayam this whole time right now, but Samayam gets put in between them. There's the Incarnation being forced right now. A lot of pressure coming out to Warwick. He doesn't use the Bark Skin right yet because Looney uses that Earthen Wall Totem. Excellent job by Looney, but he's still getting chunked through it. They need to be very, very careful right now until the Incarnation phase from Sam.
Yeah, Looney's also running out of mana. He's having to use the bare minimum that he has left to keep his team alive here through unrelenting pressure from Samayam. So much devastation, so much destruction from the side of Method Orange, but that cooldown will expire momentarily, and if Skillcaps can survive it, which it looks like they have, they may well be in the clear here. Warwick will now have his Incarnation momentarily. He's the one playing aggressive. Looney's even sitting down for a drink here. They're looking confident as Dampening stacks higher and higher.
Yeah, they are confident. They survived that Incarnation. Now they'll be looking to try and get a kill. At the same time, though, Blizz and Warwick still very low on HP. Barkskin gets forced right now. The Root Beam with a stun onto Looney. Warwick's getting lower and lower on HP. Still has the Barkskin active for quite some time. Looney needs to be able to pump out the heals. He has the Earthen Wall Totem if needed. Meanwhile, Seedu gets put into a 30. Instantly trinkets overlap with Samayam's trinket, but it may not do too well. And a low Cyclone on the Warwicks right now is making it very difficult for Looney to keep him pumped.
Yeah, Seedu actually traded out the Spirit Link Totem there to keep Samayam aggressive. Double trinkets coming out. This could be dangerous. We see a full Root Beam. Meanwhile, Warwick pushing in. This is the Incarnation. They're looking for the kill here. Over onto Samayam. Good Earthen Shield Totem to deflect. Coming in from Seedu, trying to keep his team aggressive here. But Blizzo's unrelenting. He doesn't care about Earthen Shield Totem. This guy is absolutely destroying Samayam throughout the game, just tunneling him down on that Fury Warrior. 39% dampening, and Seedu's mana has been dropping lower and lower. Now we see Warwick dropping low, though. There is a Spirit Link available for Looney. He does trinket out. Doesn't look like he's going to trade it just yet.
Yeah, he used the renewal instead right now in bear forms as well, so he's going to take a lot less damage when he's in that bear form right now, so well played by Warwick there. Meanwhile, Samayam gets low. Full Storm on the Seedu. He has no trinket. Samayam just trying to live in that bear form for now. Blizzard's pumping the pressure right now on that Fury Warrior. Getting a lot of damage, forcing out the darkness as well. Both these Moonkins taking an incredible amount of heat right now. Warwick's getting very low, uses the Barkskin as well, but he gets cycloned low on it. That's going to be very difficult for Skillcap DU to come out of.
This has been the most close dampening game. Skillcap DU almost always win when it goes to 43% dampening, but Method Orange have been going with them toe for toe. Trill on this Demon Hunter doing so much work. Warwick cannot kite him, he cannot get away. Meanwhile, also getting Seedu out of the crowd controls consistently. Seedu now, though, has finally oomed Looney. Looney has no more mana in the tank. Warwick caught up in center field right now. If they can reconnect to him, they have the Incarnation momentarily. Innovate for Samayam. Method Orange looking to close the game in a few seconds right here.
Yeah, this will be a very scary Incarnation. Coming up a 50% dampening Incarnation. I have no idea how Skillcap DU will survive. There's a full Cyclone onto the Looney right now. Warwick is running for dear life. He needs to line of sight Samayam the entire time or he will just go down right now. Trill doing a lot of pressure anyway, and down he goes. Samayam getting that Star Surge onto him, and they take that Nagrand Arena game.
Phenomenally played on both sides as well.
Yeah, Blizz are going to be playing that Demon Hunter right now. Z-Pi stepping on that Enhancement Shaman, and Looney playing that Resto Shaman. We see Method Orange sticking with their guns here. Seedu on that Resto Shaman, Samayam on the Moonkin, and Trill on that Demon Hunter, and already an Incarnation being forced onto Z-Pie. So much pressure, forcing the Astral Shift, stun onto Looney as well. He can't trick it out. An insane amount of pressure right now. They might just get a kill instantly, but Blizzo uses that darkness to keep him just about alive, and Looney sneaks in that Spirit Link. What an explosive opener.
It's not over yet. Z-Pie's still in trouble, able to duck behind the pillar. This is tournament experience being shown right here. Method Orange with a little pocket. They did the sneaky innovate in the starting room. Then Sidu cancels it, still gets the buff from the Lively Spirit and almost catches Skill Cap to you of all teams off guard. But Z-Pie somehow, as he always seems to, narrowly gets away.
He narrowly gets away. Method Orange nearly sneaking an early kill right now, and the pressure is still ongoing on the Z-Pie right now. He has no Astral Shift and no Earthen Wall Tome for quite some time, but Looney gonna stick with that defensive gameplay. Nice shear though coming in from Sidu. He's also getting aggressive. There's the Root Beam double stun coming in right now. Both Z-Pie and Looney, they overlap trinkets right now. You usually don't see that overlap happen for quite some time. A stun onto Looney right now. Z-Pie taking a ton of pressure from Method Orange right now, but they're showing some light. They force out the Bark Skin as well with a stun onto Sidu.
This is a team that never makes mistakes normally, but Method Orange is forcing the issue here on game 2. Asher mains 4. Z-Pie probably didn't expect to anticipate this amount of damage, but now he's starting to get the game to do. He's turning the tides a little bit here, getting some damage over onto Samayam, forces out the Renewal, forcing him back into bear form, and of course the Moonkin Druid, very tanky in bear form, but he won't be dealing so much offensive pressure. He'll have to be babysat a little bit more by Trill. That's the situation that Skill Caps are looking for.
Yeah, they are looking for that as well. They force out the Earthen Wall Tome from Sidu, so they're turning the tides a little bit, getting a lot of pressure on the Samayam, which is very good and what they need to keep on doing, but at the same time, they need to survive the next Incarnation Bear, because Looney and Z-Pie, they will narrowly have their trinkets ready, and there we see the double stun once again, but this time Blizzard rotates his trinket to get the reverse magic onto that root to break Looney out of that root beam. That's going to keep them alive.
Yep, Z-Pie ducking behind the pillar here, just kind of stabilizing a little bit. No trinket still available for Skill Cap to use, so this crowd control chain could be dangerous as we see full stun over onto Looney. Do they have any follow-up? Doesn't look like it. Samayam has been forced into a defensive positioning. Thorns again coming out to keep his team alive here as Z-Pie moving away a little bit. This game's kind of got to a little bit of a stalemate. It's been interesting to watch the mana of both the Shamans, of course, Demon Hunters on both sides burning away at that, but both Sidu and Looney proving why they're some of the best healers in the world, doing a great job of healing efficiently throughout.
Yeah, they are two of the best Shamans for sure. Samayam dropping low right now. Blizzard and Z-Pie piling the pressure onto him with a sap onto Sidu. Double cap stun onto the DPS. Well played by Z-Pie and Blizzard. They're trying to get some of their offensive synergy to take down Samayam, forcing the other wall tome, but now Samayam has used that innovate. There's the Root Beam. He has the Incarnation. He pops it. Z-Pie already used the Astral Shift, but Blizzard getting very low. Needs to be careful. And clutch wind shit coming out from Looney for them to survive, but they still need to be careful. Tons of pressure coming out of Z-Pie right now. Samayam is free casting, doing a lot of damage.
Z-Pie actually used his Astral Shift before the damage even started there, which was a very scary situation to be in, because now he doesn't have that Astral Shift. Now he's in trouble. Looney really struggling to keep his team alive through that Lively Spirit time and time again. The win condition for Method Orange is obvious. Meanwhile, Skill Cap to you just trying to tunnel down Samayam, go through that bear form, which is definitely not an easy win condition. They're going to need a lot of dampening if they are to make this work, which means Z-Pie and Blizzo especially are going to have to play a fantastic defensive game, which they're capable of, but I would say that they're starting to falter in game 2.
Yeah, they are starting to falter, and they really need to be on top of those Incarnations, but they have some time, some leeway right now to just pressure Samayam, force them defensive, and get a lot of momentum during the time he doesn't have that Incarnation ready. They force out the Earthen Wall Tome. They also forced out the Darkness earlier as well, so a lot of defensive cooldowns are used, but Samayam's going to have that Bark Skin soon. They still have the Spirit Link. They're still going to be fine for now. And at the same time, Looney's actually the one losing out on mana just now.
Yeah, Sidu actually even sitting down for a little drink there, able to get some of his mana back, elongate the game for his team, make it easier for him to keep them alive. Z-Pie once again on the run, no offensive cooldowns really being committed, but they're just doing so much damage. They force out the Astral Shift here before the Living Spirit, before the Lively Spirit rather, comes out from Samayam, before all those big offensive cooldowns. It should match up pretty evenly, but it's not good signs for Skill Caps.
Yeah, it's not good signs. They need to try and pressure Samayam even more. There's the Bark Skin, though, being forced. Nice wind shear onto CD right now. He pops at the Ascendants, that's why he really wants to keep up Sam-I-Am, keep him alive. And I like that Trill's using the mana rifts on the DPS because it actually does quite a lot of damage and makes it hard for Looney to heal if he has to heal both the Demon Hunter and the Enhancement Shaman. So I like this clutch move coming in from Trill. Meanwhile, Blizzard's trying to just mana rift and CD. Looney's sitting down for a drink, but Trill's all over that. Nice root tome though coming out from Looney to just make sure he doesn't get any pressure.
Yep, the map choice from Skill Cap's actually very smart. They choose the big map, which means that when Looney does go for those drinks, even if Trill ports across the map basically to stop him, which he will, Demon Hunter mobility is very, it's very good, means that he'll be able to root him behind the pillar with no dispel from Sidu and enable him to get a bit more in the game. But meanwhile, Sidu says, hey, anything you can do, I can do better. And he gets the drink to full mana in this game. Now, as Damping starts to stack, he's going to feel none of the pressure. And guess what? Innovate is back off cooldown. Sam-I-Am's going to be looking to set something up quite devastating here.
He is indeed. He has that Innovate right now. Incarnation in 10 seconds. Blizzard and Zeepai still staying aggressive, but they are caught out in the middle of the map. The Innovate has gone right now. Sam-I-Am going to be looking to get as much pressure, but Zeepai knows that. He's running back instantly. Blizzard still out core in open field, double stun onto Zeepai and Looney. They're trying to get some pressure. There's the Incarnation right now. Zeepai immediately uses the Astral Shift. Blizzard gonna be in trouble. Blur comes out as well. Ascendance from Looney. A lot of defensive cooldowns coming up to deal with this Incarnation from Sam-I-Am.
Yeah, it's dealing with it well, but at the same time, Sam-I-Am dropping a little bit low. Needs to be careful. Zeepai in trouble. As we see Darkness coming out from Blizzo, last defensive. Now, let's take a moment here. Last time we said that Method Orange was going to win or lose on a setup, we were completely wrong. They lived 3 more minutes and they got the kill. Look at Looney's mana. If they can keep this going until he runs out of that mana pool, 1 more 3-minute setup would easily be it for Method Orange. They just need to keep the pressure up, keep Looney dropping low, and a lot of that comes down to Trill. Watch how he gets these mana rifts. It could be the game-winning play.
Yeah, this is a dire situation for Skill Cap EU, and they know it. They're trying to get these kills on the Sam-I-Am, force the defensive cooldowns, keep Sidu in CC, and try to slay him, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to. They're on a ticking time bomb right now, and you don't want Sam-I-Am to get that Incarnation off with that lively Spirit Trait. We see Blizzard already trade out the Darkness right now, so he won't have it for that next Incarnation. This could be huge for them, but Looney does have some defensives to make sure they stay alive. Right now, Sam-I-Am taking a lot of damage. There's a stun to Sidu. There's the Root Beam onto Looney, but they actually overlap trinkets once again. Blizzard and Looney, that could prove devastating the next time Incarnation comes around.
It's the mistakes you can't afford at this level. Once again, Blizzard and Looney with the overlap, unable therefore to use potentially a trinket on the next setup. Now Astral Shifts also forced out from Zeepai. I like the fact actually that he's trading out these Astral Shifts basically on cooldown, because given it's a 90-second cooldown, it means that there will always be up for Incarnation if he uses one in between. Actually a very smart play coming out of Zeepai, sort of player that would always make that play, but they need to find the win here. They're just struggling to force anything. Every single time there's always an answer. There's a Bark Skin, there's a Darkness, there's always something on Method Orange, and you can see that ticking time bomb, 50 seconds on the Living Spirit or Lively Spirit from that Innovate is what Method Orange are playing for.
Yeah, it's very hard for Skill Cap EU to find a chink in the armor of Method Orange's
They might not even need it.
They might not even need it. Zeepai dropping very low right now to the onslaught pressure. Sidu popping that Ascendance to keep them alive, keep them nice and healthy on HP. There's a Root Beam onto Looney, double stun on the Zeepai and Blizzard, but Zeepai trinkets out of it, trying to survive, still half on HP. Looney has no mana in there at all. He can't keep up Zeepai right now. He might have to use the Spiriting, but he gets put into it in prison. Zeepai lower, down he goes. Method Orange take another convincing game, and they go.
But that's all going to get started right here. Folks, make some noise, because we may see a 3-0 for Method Orange.
Yeah, Method Orange are 1 game away from meeting Method Black in the upper bracket finals. They just need to win 1 more time here, and it's a small quarters map here for Blackfoot Cold Arena that they would have to do it on.
Yeah, Method Orange are sticking with their guns right now. That Demon Hunter, Moonki, Resto Shaman, they've already beat Skill Cap EU playing this composition. It was a tight game though on Nagrand Arena, so we're going to see if they can do that against Sam-I-Am already popping that Incarnation, forcing tons of defensive cooldowns already. from Blizzard and Looney.
Yeah, once again, Shaman uses the Innovate early to get that increased intellect, but skill traps were ready for it on this occasion. No real trade even coming from Looney. Now he has the Urban Shield Totem, using it to get Warwick aggressive as he trades out his Incarnation. Good double fair coming in from Blizzo. Might look for a follow-up Hex here. Looney looking for it. Cyclone DR instead coming out of Warwick, but Shaman ducking behind the pillar should be able to just survive these cooldowns.
Blizzo is just relentless onto Shaman, although he gets caught in a route a bit further away. He needs to try and keep up onto Shaman. He gets the Storm Bar off. Shaman actually trinkets out of it, but it's not going to do too much right now in these early stages. He doesn't have the bug skin either. Uses the root beam onto Looney. Warwick taking a ton of pressure right now, actually having to trinket out and use the renewal already skill cap the year on the back foot.
It's very interesting because both Moonkins are incredibly durable, right? Like they have the bear form, reduce a lot of the incoming damage, but when they build up those blue kind of astral bars and just spam out 2 or 3 star searches, the burst can be unreal, especially with the Incarnation. So it can be a very volatile matchup. Both these healers need to be reacting to such a fast rate, and the only reason this game goes so long into dampening sometimes is because you have Sea-Doo and Looney on those healers, because any other ones would falter, they'd overuse cooldowns or potentially just die early.
Yeah, these healers played defensively superb. We can already see that coming out from both of them throughout this entire series. Shaman getting around half HP. He does have those defensive cooldowns right now. Blizzard getting cloned right now. They're just trying to get as much pressure as possible. And the other thing to know is that both these Moonkins, they are very tanky. And when Shaman's in bear form, he just reduces Blizzard's down, all of Blizzard's damage, whereas Trill has quite a bit of chaotic damage that goes through that bear armor, which could give him a slight edge.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly showed that way in game 1. And I mean, the other thing is Blizzard's running full damage PvP talents, which means he doesn't actually have the spell reflect. So Shaman, not only can he sit in bear form, he can also just cast Cyclones after the pummel's down and get those over onto Blizzo, giving himself some breathing room to get offensive, something that we've seen a couple of times already in this game. He's just kiting away right now, playing for that win condition. You can see the Innovate up in about 5 seconds here. It's going to be huge damage for Method Orange as per normal.
It will be huge damage indeed. So much burst that will come out from Shaman. And that also shows Blizzo's ability to rely on a pummel and not need the spell reflect, because he knows he's going to hit that pummel. He knows he's going to disrupt that Cyclone, because he's just so good at it, does it time and time again. But now we see Shaman using that Innovate. It goes off right now, 2 seconds on Incarnation. And Blizzo and Warwick, they all know it. They're just all line of sighting right now, being very careful. There's the Incarnation. Looney instantly using that Astral Shift to survive that. But a stun on the Blizzo, it calls him to use that Trinket and Rage Regeneration to survive right now. Good defensive trades though. Needed that Trinket and he needed that cooldown to survive.
There we see a full Solar Beam coming out from Sea-Doo, the stars themselves trying to help Warwick, but it's just so far hasn't been enough. Skill cap to really looking for prayers here. They're looking for answers to this composition, this bulletproof composition that Method Orange are bringing to BlizzCon 2018. Shaman on the troll, and I think this is another thing that just talks to how great Method Orange's drafts have been. Both Sea-Doo and Shaman are running the troll ratio, which means when they do pop that Innovate, they have more haste for the Innovate stacks to build up on Sea-Doo, and then more haste for the Incarnation damage coming out of Shaman. These teams min-maxing to the absolute potential of their classes and characters, and that's why Method Orange looks so good year after year in these tournaments.
And that's why the Lively Spirit trait is so good. They're just maximizing that to get a ton of pressure every time he forces that Incarnation, and that's why we see Looney using Astral Shift at around 9% HP, because he needs to in order to survive the pressure from Shaman, which will come in around 2 minutes. Warwick's using his own Incarnation, getting a Root Beam on a Sea-Doo and Trill right there. That could be a scary situation for Shaman. Nice capstone as well. He follows up with a Cyclone. The Darkness has to come out right now. Shaman getting very low. Great offensive move coming in from Skill Cap DU.
So we've talked a lot about Method Orange in the series. Clearly they lead it. What does Skill Cap DU have to do to win this one? One of the big answers is something actually we saw on the other side in game 2. They need to catch Trill off guard. If Trill is constantly rotating his reverse magic with Sea-Doo, it means they'll have basically crowd control breakers for the rest of the game. They need to find ways of either crowd controlling Trill during the root Solar Beam on Sea-Doo, or just catching them in the double beam like they did just there. If they can do that reliably, maybe they can create something onto Shaman. That's what Skill Cap DU are looking for, but it's so difficult when Sea-Doo and Trill are firstly spread out quite a lot, and secondly just playing so well.
Yeah, it's very difficult to get those maneuvers going on to Method Orange. Right now, they've done an incredible amount of CC on the Looney. They stunned him up now, ending that CC chamber. Warwick is going to look nice and healthy. The Urban Wall term comes out right now as well. Stormbolt into Ruby onto Sea-Doo. They're trying to get a lot of pressure, but they're unable to right now. Trill going to use that reverse magic to get Sea-Doo out of that root beam, which allows him to heal and keep his team topped on.
It's what we've been watching for, as Dampening is now starting to stack. 6% healing reduction for both of these teams, and we all know that the last time these two teams met, those incarnations got more and more devastating, more and more destructive as Dampening stacked higher and higher. Samayam once again uses that Innovate, building up his damage. We're expecting to see Warwick ducking for cover, basically. Those mortar shells will be coming in momentarily here. The stars of Samayam. Maybe Blizzo will be the target, but he can always trade out that Enrage regeneration. It's a lot of self-healing, and Dampening isn't high enough yet that they would land the kill through that cooldown.
Yeah, there's the Incarnation, and tons of pressure coming on the Warwicks. He gets so low on HP, he has to pop that Renewal, that Lively Spirit trait, doing absurd amounts of damage onto him. He uses the Barkskin as well. Blizzo taking pressure. He has the Enrage regeneration if needed. He's holding on to it right now. Stormbolt on the Sea-Doo as well. They're trying to counter pressure, force out that Barkskin on the Samayam. Good defensive play by Skill Cap EU. They are probably going to survive this Incarnation. Nice pummel coming out from Blizzo as well. They're looking to stay alive.
Yeah, and now this is the time where Skill Cap EU need to make plays of their own happen. The cross crowd control, honestly, I've been reasonably disappointed with. Maybe they need to find ways of like landing a root on Trill when he's overextending or something like that. They've just really faltered when it comes to that. They don't have that much crowd control in their team. Of course, the Fury Warrior only really brings that Stormbolt, but still, they need to find ways of maybe even trying to set up like cross a Stormbolt on Samayam with a Hex on Sea-Doo, something like this, just so they can create some pressure. They haven't really done it throughout the game. They're just kind of relying on raw damage from Warwick and Blizzo, but so far it just hasn't looked like it's been enough. Every time Method Orange rotate, they have a Darkness, they have a Barkskin, they have something to keep them alive, and they're just consistently going after that Innovate win condition, and it will win them the game at some point.
Yeah, it will. They need to change up something, and I think maybe their kill target should be Trill, because I feel like the Moonkin and the rest of Shaman are too durable, and it's too easy for them to just get away with little lockdown with this composition. So I'd like to see these swaps on Trill, but at the same time, Samayam getting very low on HP right now. Nice triple fear coming in from Blizzo, actually forcing the Trinket Tremor from Sea-Doo, as well as a reverse magic. So the next root beam from Warwick's could be an opportune moment for them to try and make a winning condition, but like you said, Adrian, it's still going to be very hard.
It's difficult, but that was the opening, right? Method Orange trade out Barkskin, they trade out the Trinket, and they trade out the reverse magic there. So big defensive cooldowns overlapped in a rare showcase of mistakes coming out from Method Orange. They're so close to winning this series. Skill Cap to you, though, we'll have to see if they can actually find an opening to secure it right here, right now. Samayam in trouble, doesn't have that Barkskin. Huge offensive cooldowns coming out of Blizzo here. He's trying to make something happen, but once again, no crowd control over onto Sea-Doo. Maybe Warwick should even be playing the Mighty Bash or something, because every single root just gets reflected. Now he lands the Cyclone. They're trying to create something, but the Urban Shield Totem from Sea-Doo should mitigate all of that damage.
Yeah, with a nice Urban Wall Totem coming out from Sea-Doo there. That keeps Samayam nice and healthy. He also is going to get his Barkskin back. It's going to be a very difficult target for them to kill, but now a stun on the Looney Shear on the Warwick's. Blizzo actually the one taking a lot of pressure right now. Root Beam on the Looney. He trinkets out of that immediately. Knowing he needs to keep Blizzo alive, they really want him to keep that Enrage regeneration cooldown for Samayam's Incarnation, which will come up very soon.
Yeah, but both Trinkets overlap now. If they can just land a stun onto Blizzo with a Root Solar Beam onto Looney, that could potentially be the win. They are going for it without the Root Solar Beam available, though, so we'll have to watch what crowd control comes out over onto Looney. This is the big damage. Build the anticipation here. Method Orange could win the game with this play if they can land the damage over onto Blizzo or Warwick. We see the Incarnation. Let's see what Samayam can do.
Yeah, nice pummel coming in from Blizzo right away. Line of sight right now for dear life. He pops that Enrage regeneration. He's going to be fine for now. Samayam just trying to get some damage. He gets the Cyclone. He actually gets stunned on there. Looney popping the Ascent is going to try and keep his team alive right now. And it looks like they're doing a good job with that. It looks like they will live this Incarnation from Sam.
Yeah, I actually wouldn't have minded seeing Method Orange hold on to that Incarnation a little bit. Maybe if they'd had the Root Solar Beam, they would have had the perfect win condition there, but obviously the way they've been playing this game is just get out as many of those opportunities to win as possible. See Blizzo dropping low now. This would have been a perfect opportunity potentially for that Incarnation to be active, but Looney trades out his race ratios, able to walk away in this situation. Mano actually looking really good for Skill Cap to you. Of course, last two games when they've lost has been because Looney's completely ran out of mana, but Trill hasn't been getting to work on that mana time. Now, his is the team that's dropping a little bit low here. Darkness, the only thing denying those executes. Samayam starting to falter a little bit, falling lower and lower in this game.
Yeah, Barkskin overlap with the Darkness there, so signs of life for Skill Cap DU to find an offensive move. Nice cross pummel from Blizzard as well. Once again, a king of that ability. I don't think I've seen a warrior pummel better than Blizzard right now. Stormbot on the Cedar, though Samiam getting lower and lower on HP. Nice Cyclone as well. They're getting a lot of pressure, but he's just going to sit down in Bearful. Cedar using that Urban Wall Totem as well as the Ascendants to keep Samiam alive.
Yep, Looney just needs to keep his team going a little bit longer. If they can get the offense here, no Bark Skin on Samiam, no Urban Wall Totem for Sea-Doo. There's no real damage reduction for Blizzard as he pushes in here. He's looking for the kill. Meanwhile, though, taking a lot of damage from Trill. Triple Fear comes out. Trinket Tremor from Sea-Doo. Wants to keep his team offensive here. Blizzard in a little bit of trouble. No Spearnet comes out, and he will fall. Methodology advance to the upper bracket finals.
And they're going to do it with a clean sweep.
BlizzCon champions, the current reigning champions, going to be leading off with a strong composition into making a movie's Demon Hunter, Moonkin, Resto Shaman. See how they open up.
I am ecstatic to see Botar on his Paladin again. He had phenomenal performance earlier in the day, and I expect that to continue in this series. Making a movie, on the other hand, have decided to go the safe route, playing this long game-oriented dampening composition. We see triple crowd control initiated by Tempo Storm early on, banking them a Bark Skin right out of the gates. They do not have enough crowd control to force too much after the fact. Botar getting swapped to a bit here. Valet just going after multiple targets, trying to spread. Botar's feeling thin.
Yeah, Alec pulling the trigger on his combustion very early on. Morrow still rotting down lower. Ratipi trying to keep him alive now into the full blind. Kidney shot on Morrow. Ratipi forced to trinket out, not using the Spirit Link, just throwing out an Earthen Shield Totem. That should be enough to keep Morrow stable. That was a scary moment for making a movie.
Botar in a Cyclone. Alec getting bursted down by Morrow. Crowd control chain broken up by Nixie. Good support. Botar charges over for crowd control of his own. Alec trying to get in line of sight here around the corner for a polymorph. Wasn't able to get it, and Ratipi breaks the chain. Now able to duck out of line of sight. Every fell eruption, as Botar is currently in one, is basically a mana rift, which is slowly but surely going to burn down that blue bar below his health. And when that runs out, it becomes very difficult to heal because your spells cost mana. And at that point, making a movie will likely find victory. Alec looking for crowd control, locking down Ratipi. Valet out of position, and Frost Nova unable to reverse magic. It's a 3-on-1.
Yeah, Valet moves over, not going to be using that reverse magic just yet. Full Hammer of Justice on Ratipi. Morrow's just been tanking all of this damage in bear form, used the Bark Skin, so that's a small victory for Tempo Storm. Alec able to reset his combustion by spamming out fireballs, which will lower the cooldown of combustion if he can consistently get those out. Morrow now in a kidney shot, forced to trinket, still has the renewal, but with no Bark Skin, he's in a lot of trouble. Valet getting Ratipi out of the crowd control with the reverse magic, and Ratipi able to keep Morrow alive. Yeah,
if Tempo Storm can keep getting these crowd control chains on Ratipi, Morrow is burning through a lot of defensive cooldowns quite quickly. Botar in a tough position here. He doesn't have a lot of healing throughput. His entire team in midfield just taking so much damage. But in the meantime, they had launched a counterattack. Alec going in for polymorphs gets denied once again by Valet. Great support on his part to allow Ratipi more freedom.
Yeah, MVP Valet making sure he's interrupting Alec, stopping the crowd control chains and keeping his team in the game. Morrow gets topped off. They're looking to get aggressive. Avenging Wrath up for Botar in just a few seconds. He needs to hold on. Alec getting lower. Still has the Cauterize and his Ice Block, so he should be fine. Botar with the Avenging Wrath. Able to top off his team. Tempo Storm will stabilize, looking for another setup on Morrow. Polymorph on Ratipi, able to get the Bark Skin out from Morrow. It's a small victory for Tempo.
Yep, no more crowd control for Ratipi, but Tempo Storm are trying to keep up the pressure, staying in his face. Alec chasing down Ratipi, waiting for that polymorph diminishing return to fade so they can start another attack. Blind committed, Ratipi trades Trinket, pretty effective trade on his part, but no defensive cooldowns for 12 more seconds. The damage incoming with Vendetta could be deadly here shortly. If they can get a polymorph on Ratipi, there's no Trinket for him. Alec polymorphing up Valet, Botar moves in. This could be a triple crowd control setup. They need to remove Valet. Valet just pausing the fight, imprisoning Alec, denying the polymorphs as long as possible for Ratipi now to connect this Earthen Wall Totem. And this Earthen Wall Totem will allow Morrow to safely sit through this crowd control that would have otherwise been devastating.
Incarnation used by Morrow. He's looking to get aggressive. Botar, no Avenging Wrath. Alex rotting down lower. Activates the Temporal Shield, trying to get out of line of sight, but Valet charges in. Double Chaos Nova. Nice Dragon's Breath to shut that down by Alec, looking for some polymorphs as well to slow down some of this DPS. Actually manages to find one on Ratipi, gets reversed. Nicely done by Valet, freeing up Ratifi, keeping Morrow alive. Alec rotting down lower. Botar really doesn't have too much healing. If they can get the cauterize here, it's going to be huge for making a movie.
Last hand of sacrifice traded out by Botar, redirecting damage to himself, but now they can switch targets. Botar forced to Divine Shield. Tempo Storm running low on defensive cooldowns, making a movie have a lot more momentum with this composition now that they've practiced it more moving into the tournament. And this composition could pay off for them. If Tempo Storm go down in the blind pick, they could quite possibly just lose the entire series off the back of it. You see good crowd control initiated right now onto both Ratifi and Valet, isolating Morrow and desperately trying to take him down, but not enough damage. Triple War Stomp Cyclone. Great defensive play by Morrow.
I want to know how much time Morrow has spent in bear form this game. Temple Storm with good pressure and good crowd control. Morrow now caught in a kidney shot out of bear form. Alec getting pressure down to Temporal Shield will top him off, so that was very nicely timed by Alec. Ratifi into the full Hammer of Justice. Sheep on Valet. Ring of Frost on Ratifi. Triple CC. Morrow's all alone. Renewal the only thing that can keep him alive. Triple Chaos Nova from Valet shuts down Tempo Storm a little bit longer, and Ratifi can connect the heal.
Yep, that crowd control chain was perfect by Tempo Storm, but not enough to take Morrow out. We've just stepped into dampening. Botar's mana not doing too horribly. I would like to see more mana riffs from Valet off the back of these stuns so they can get that long game advantage, which their composition's most strong for. Botar positioned at the pillar, ready and waiting to jump on top of Ratifi at any moment. The next crowd control with no trinket on his part. I'd almost like to see a swap to Ratifi with Vendetta, and Nixie is likely to commit that, but they need to stabilize. Alec dips low. Botar saves. Good protection. Right now, I see the only win condition is going after somebody without a Glider's Medallion, and that target is now going to be Valet, trying to catch him out of position, but Ratifi read the situation, activating that Earthen Wall Totem right before the crowd control chain and denying another kill.
Making a movie playing this comp very well. Alec getting lower. You can see Botar doesn't really have much left to work with. Alec's rotting down, gets into the ice block before the cauterize, doesn't want to overlap those defensives. Now Botar later on can activate the ultimate sacrifice to keep him alive during that cauterize, which could normally be fatal for a Fire Mage. Temple Storm not overlapping their defensive, trying to extend the game as long as they can. Looking for triple CC once again. Polymorph on Valet, no trinket. Ring of Frost on Ratifi, an unfortunately diminishing return. So because of that, Ratifi gets out of the Ring of Frost, able to easily keep Morrow alive.
Botar needs another 23 seconds before he can use that Avenging Crusader and dish out a ton of damage and healing. But if he can't make it to that point, Alec dipping low, Temporal Shield well timed there. That's going to bounce him back up to a healthy margin. But the late game advantage is just going more and more in favor of making a movie. Every single mana rift just ticking away at Botar's mana. His entire team low health, 3 more seconds, 2 more seconds for Botar before he can bounce back. But that's going to be the remainder of his mana likely for the rest of the fight. If Botar's team does not get a kill in this 30-second window, it is looking dire.
It's going to be very scary for them once Botar runs out of mana. Stun on Botar, has the Avenging Wrath up, still keeping his team stable. Nice Cyclone coming in from Morrow. He gets Kidney Shot, has the trinket, has Renewal, almost Barskin available. Ratifi trinkets out of the blind immediately. It's fair trade. It's a pretty standard play coming in from Ratifi. Doesn't want to be caught into a sap, doesn't want to fall behind. Hammer of Justice on Ratifi. If Alex can find this polymorph, he does. Valet gets over, finds the reversal. Morrow is able to survive, but now Temple Storm, they actually have a kill opportunity. No reverse magic from Valet. Ratifi, no trinket available. Morrow still rotting down low, but Botar basically completely tapped on mana.
And I mean, at this point, Botar's going to have to pull off a miracle. He was able to do it in the first series of today. He could quite possibly do it again, carrying the team on his Paladin's shoulders. But they're going to need to execute flawless crowd control and have immense damage to push Morrow over. The defense of making a movie is looking impenetrable here in game number 1. Tempo Storm locking down Morrow. Unfortunately, not forcing much defensively. Botar caught in a stun, forced to trade Divine Shield. His entire team in trouble. Once again in a window where he needs Avenging Crusader, but it's so far away. I don't think Botar is going to make it to that point. If Tempo Storm don't find a kill soon, it's going to be over.
Yeah, Morrow getting low. This is the combustion. This is the setup that Temple Storm needed. Unfortunately, it gets deflected quite easily. Ratifi stabilizes Morrow. That was the Barskin. Renewal trinket for Morrow. Now Tempo Storm, you can see Botar, he's rotted down, no Divine Shield, Avenging Wrath not for 20 seconds. Alex has really nothing left. One more attempt coming in from Temple Storm, trying to close the game out on Morrow, but with no crowd control on RMPal, they should be able to easily stay alive.
Nixie is attacking into Morrow's thorns. He's taking a lot of damage as Morrow goes for him. Forcing Cloak of Shadows. Everybody on Botar's team is just dying. This could easily be a triple. He's got that Avenging Crusader. He pops it immediately. He needs to connect the Judgment, restabilizing his team in such a critical moment, but making a movie continue the crowd control. Botar's really struggling deep into dampening at this point, but somehow, some way, hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, Botar saving the day with that Avenging Wrath. Everyone's full HP. Morrow's the one that's in trouble now. RMPal into the Ring of Frost. Nicely done. I think he actually DR'd himself by running into that ring, so that kind of stops the setup Temple Storm has available. Blind gets traded out. RMPal once again immediately trinkets. He does not want to mess around, wants to keep Morrow alive during these kidney shots. You drop the Earthen Shield Totem when it's available, keep him up, but Arskin gets used. Morrow down to 50%. Alex the one under pressure though. Temporal Shield does keep him alive for a little bit longer. Blessing of Protection from Botar as well. This could be the Cauterize coming in from Alec. Valet wanting to take him down. Mana Rift gets used on Alec. Alec looking to get aggressive right now on Morrow. Both Alec and Morrow could fall. RMPal throws up the Spirit Link, allowing Making a Movie to continue this pressure.
Botar's got nothing left, and Valet is gunning down for his life in game number 1. Valet is gonna close it out. Tempo Storm losing the blind pick, which means they lose the swing
of mana. If they can do that, they can survive long enough, they will ultimately win.
Survive long enough for Valet to carry the game by burning down Botar's mana. Will Making a Movie be able to survive the onslaught is now the test that will be laid in front of them. Tempo Storm leading the charge. Valet deflecting this initial attack quite effectively with that double stun. Jamie falling behind. Botar giving him a quick pick-me-up. Valet getting bursted down. That Stormbolt Hammer of Justice combination devastating initially on, but RMPal responding appropriately.
Yeah, Valet playing very defensive talents with the Netherwalk and the Darkness. Should be able to survive these swaps coming in from Temple Storm. Morrow taking a bit of damage, looking to get aggressive onto Jamie, onto Nixie. Botar responds with his Avenging Wrath, looking to top off his team, but it gets overlapped. Jamie's Astral Shield that will keep Temple Storm alive, but at what cost?
2 cooldowns for 1 exchange. That does put Tempo Storm behind in the matchup, but crowd control secured. Valet, the target of choice here for Tempo Storm. Switching back now to Morrow, trying to keep their pressure going in multiple places and make it difficult for RMPal. He is going to be tested on this Restoration Shaman quite heavily.
Yeah, Morrow getting lower, still in a lot of trouble. Jamie Nixie putting out immense pressure. This could be the Spirit Link Totem. RMPal finding some casted heals, able to stabilize Morrow, but he still gets bursted down. Tempo Storm's looking to close out this game early. Good pressure on to Nixie. Double Chaos Nova coming in from Valet. Nicely done by Making a Movie. Although Morrow's under so much pressure, Making a Movie still finding these moments to get pressure.
Double stun combo by Tempo Storm as they push forward. RMPal deflects the incoming attack. Botar's shot calling on point. No cooldown overlap since that Astral Shift moment. However, the mana rifts are coming in. Botar's mana is going to be a ticking time bomb for his team. If they can't find a kill before the mana is burnt and spent, it's going to be curtains for them in game number 2, which is still just so unbelievable that Tempo Storm could quite possibly face elimination here against Making a Movie.
Yeah, anytime RMPal gets caught in crowd control, you can see Morrow now looking for some Cyclones, but most of the time he's just sitting in bear form looking for pressure. Valet now getting swapped to Morrow, trying to help him out, looking for some Cyclones, gets interrupted. A lot of pressure on Morrow and Valet. RMPal has to play catch-up, activates his Descendants to empower his healing and spread it out amongst multiple teammates. Botar getting swapped to in the meantime. Mana burn really doing work. Valet's doing an excellent job getting his mana low. Like we kind of talked about, Temple Storm, they're running out of time.
Botar with a nice War Mastery there on the Solar Beam, denying Morrow's crowd control and giving his team an opportunity to strike back against Making a Movie. Good crowd control by Tempo Storm as they make a swap to Valet, trying to catch him off guard, but RMPal, ironclad defense. Nothing's getting past him, and Nixie's in trouble here on game number 2. Botar bounces back, but at the expense of most of his defensive arsenal. His mana is burning out, and it's looking worse and worse for Tempo Storm.
Tempo Storm used everything in that exchange to survive. Morrow has Incarnation coming up in 39 seconds. That is the ticking time bomb that they need to close out this game. Metamorphosis for Valet in a minute as well. Making a Movie, they have all their offense coming up. They just need to survive a little bit longer. They can take Jamie down. Jamie getting low in the meantime. Botar throwing out a Blessing of Protection. Gets immediately dispelled by RMPal. Nicely done. Hammer of Justice on RMPal. Morrow getting lower. Still has the renewal. Darkness actually gets traded out by Valet, making a movie. They are not messing around.
It's a bit of a safe call there by Valet, but I'm not sure if it was really necessary, and that's a powerful defensive cooldown that we may not see again in this matchup. Tempo Storm, their momentum is insane right now towards Morrow. They've got him pinned down and bare from Nixie, though. It's dipping low. He's playing a dangerous game here. If he attacks into Thorns, he could potentially just fall over. Botar does not have a lot to work with as Nixie and Jamie duck for cover. Will Botar be able to pick his team back up under this immense pressure?
Tempo Storm running, trying to hide, but making a movie, looking to close this out. Botar getting lower. This is the Incarnation Metamorphosis in 15 seconds for Valet. Botar has to hold on. 40 seconds on his Avenging Wrath. Jamie trying to counter pressure. Nice Hammer of Justice down to Fear onto RMPal. Morrow gets stabilized. RMPal uses his trinket to stay aggressive. Jamie getting lower. Nothing left for him. Botar trying desperately to keep his team alive. Keep them in the series. Jamie's still rotting down so low.
I mean, everybody on Tempo Storm at this point could just fall over to a breath of wind. I'm not sure if Botar can keep this going, and he can't. Morrow's going to close out game number 2 and put Tempo Storm potentially at a...
Defending champions could well end up falling here. Morrow versus Alec. This is game 3 at Shaman's Fall.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're a Tempo Storm fan, if you want the reigning champions of BlizzCon to stay in this fight, you're going to need to give them your energy. Tempo Storm, in desperation, lock the Outlaw Rogue Fire Mage, looking for a spark, a miracle, an opportunity, anything to get a victory in this series.
And they may have found it. Valet in a lot of trouble, already using his trinket and blur. RMPal caught into the full sap. They can get another setup on Valet, continue this pressure. If they can get RMPal's trinket right in the opener, this is going to be devastating for making a movie.
Valet falling heavily behind here. This composition is quite a surprise. Making a movie could be caught off guard. Tons of damage. Valet dips low. Will he trade out at the end of this is the question. Greedy moves from making a movie, but that greedy play is going to get them massively ahead.
Yeah, RMPal not using anything in that exchange, which is unbelievable, to be honest. Morrow getting low. Incarnation going to be used, but Alec and Nixie doing a good job. They're just line of sighting, trying to avoid damage. They don't want to fall behind in this exchange. It's not wise to trade with a Moonkin who has his cooldowns up.
But the longer that they line of sight, the more mana rifts that Valet is going to get on Botar for free. And if he inevitably runs out of mana, that is a win condition for making a movie. They do manage to bait Valet behind the pillar. RMPal moves in to cover him. Good teamwork there on his part. However, Tempo Storm have a lot of damage banking up over time here with Combustion now available. Alec could unleash an attack. They need to try to get RMPal's Gladiator's Medallion with a blind, set up a swap to him later on. Outside of that right now, they've got a smoke bomb opportunity for Valet if they can drag him slightly further away. Alec baiting Valet, moving far from RMPal. They move over. Nixie goes in for the smoke bomb. Alec blinks over on top of RMPal.
This is it.
That's going to be it. Tempo Storm bounce back.
Tempo Storm able to bounce back with the Outlaw Rogue, and Zico, you're going to be making a movie. Find themselves in Dalaran Suez. They find themselves with the counter matchup. Botar will need a miracle to stay in this competition, Sid.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tempo Storm bounced back in the series, but now pinned on this composition that was so disadvantaged against making a movie already that we've seen. It's going to be difficult for Tempo Storm to climb back and bring this to a game 5, but if anyone could do it, it would definitely be Botar. Immediate pressure early on towards Morrow. No defensive cooldowns traded out just yet.
Yep, full fear on RMPal. Morrow just camping that bear form. It's going to make him very tanky against the physical damage coming in from Jamie and Nixie. Still rotting down low. Hammer of Justice on RMPal into a blinding light coming in from Botar, but I think it was actually DR there, so not getting the most value out of that crowd control.
Yeah, that blinding light is an all-in crowd control ability, basically, and if you waste the diminishing return, you don't get that for quite some time, and now that window of opportunity has been lost. Morrow has started to stabilize, and when Avenging Crusader falls for Botar, his entire team will be in trouble.
Yeah, Morrow with that Incarnation is going to be very scary, but he gets bursted down. Jamie and Nixie putting out immense pressure early on. This is the Avenging Wrath is now faded. Now Jamie rots down, pops the Astral Shift. Going to be line of sighting some of this damage coming in from Morrow with the Incarnation such a devastating cooldown for the enemy team.
Many of Tempo Storm's defensive cooldowns have been burned at this point. The damage is starting to scale out of control. The mana rifts are burning down Botar's mana, and at this point, what can you do as Tempo Storm? You're going to need a miracle. Botar's trying to set it up. Valet blocks the kill with this well-placed darkness, absorbing the incoming attacks, buying Ratify enough time to connect some heals over onto Maro. Jamie, Nixie, both dipping low. Not a lot of defensive options available. Botar basically doing his best to work with nothing.
Yeah, Jamie getting low, no Astral Shift, doesn't have that tanky cooldown to fall back on. Botar's gonna have to keep him alive. Maro finally stabilizes for a second, but he's just been at 50% HP this whole game. In the meantime, Jamie getting lower. No crowd control on Ratify, he trinkets out. Be able to keep his team stable. Barstein gets traded out by Maro. They want to keep this aggression up. Botar managing to hold on. Avenging Wrath coming up in 27 seconds. If Tempo Storm can hold on a little bit longer, keep up this pressure, they could close out the game.
One interrupt on Ratify could be Maro's life. I like the pressure on two targets that Tempo Storm has right now. It's difficult for Ratify to keep ahead of the pressure. But in the meantime, Botar is falling behind as well. He needs to buy at least 8 more seconds for his team, but Valet is switching to him. He's bouncing back and forth to multiple targets. Nice disrupt secured by Valet. Valet looking for vengeance against Botar, having Botar eliminated him from BlizzCon in the past, making a movie look to make history.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tempo Storm's tournament life on the line in this matchup. Botar has to keep his team afloat. Mana at around 20%. Valet really sinking in with those mana rifts. Eventually, Botar will run after this Avenging Wrath is going to be devastating. Maro rotting down low. No trinket for Ratify as he gets caught into the full hammer of justice. Does fade, and Maro manages to survive.
But at this point, Nixie is almost going to go down. Botar has no mana remaining in the tank. If Tempo Storm can't find a kill in the next minute or two, it is going to be curtains and goodbye Tempo Storm. They have good pressure. They force Ratify to trade Spirit Link Totem. There is semblance of life here in game number 4. Maro dips low. Will they be able to pull off the kill in time? Maro in execute range, barely hanging on. Ratify connects the heal. No, he gets wind sheared, and Maro could easily fall. Tempo Storm trying their hardest to get this all the way to game number 5, but it's just not enough. Maro's going to hang on, and Botar has nothing left. It's all or nothing at this point. Maro gets taken down. Tempo Storm stay in it.
Unbelievable. They could still fight this out.
Yeah, Botar still almost completely out of mana. Valet looking for a kill, but if Tempo Storm can manage to stabilize, I don't think Valet's going to have it in him to take down.
They forced off their counter composition by Botar. He had only a couple seconds left to net a kill against Making a Movie in game 4, but they did it. They've managed to make it to game 5. Will Making a Movie be thwarted is now the question. Nixie already chasing down Ratify in the earlier stages of this match, but crowd control has been secured. The burst damage is flowing in. Jamie trinkets and responds, exchanging defensive cooldowns, but Acro still hasn't pulled the trigger. Jamie dips dangerously low. Ratify in trouble as well. Both teams in danger.
They're going all in on Ratify. He needs to survive. Powered barrier going to keep him alive a little bit longer. Botar stabilizes his team, throws out a sacrifice on Jamie, but you can see Botar already using his trinket, already using a lot. This is scary. Ratify getting onto a stun. There's Saphir. He has the Rapture holding on by a thread. Lands the heal, able to stay alive a little bit longer. Still has the pain suppression available, and now Making a Movie, they need to strike back.
Tempo Storm are burning through their cooldowns to go all in game 5. Defensive blind on Jamie gets blessing and protection. They're going all in. Ratify knocks them aside, ducks around the corner. Maro saves Ratify in these final seconds. Jamie gets peeled away. Ratify gets some breathing room, but he doesn't have a lot of cooldowns. Neither does Botar. At the same time, he preemptively sacrifices. It's all or nothing here in game 5.
Ratify holds on by a thread. Insane plays. Lands a fear on Botar. Now Acro and Marl, they need to find the crowd control onto Botar, get the damage rolling onto Jamie. Ratify almost completely out of mana, using everything he can to stay alive, but he has no cooldowns left.
Neither does Botar. Polymorph being casted. He pre-bops it, but that may not be enough. And Jamie's retreating away. He wants to be attacking Ratify, but if he ducks in line of sight of Maro, he's going to get just destroyed. 6 more seconds on that Astral Shift. Tempo Storm need a couple more seconds. Ratify is completely tapped on mana. This is going to be ending so soon.
Yeah, but Ratify's been doing such a good job kiting on this large pillar on Tolvaron Arena, and that's why they selected this map. Ratify wants to be able to get away, utilize his build, utilize the Frost Mage snares, but Tempo Storm, they found him. Full Hammer of Justice. Ratify needs to survive a little bit longer. He's got absolutely no mana left. In the meantime, full polymorph on Botar. Jamie getting lower. Ratify stays alive. Nice defensive fear coming in from Nixie as he continues his assault.
It is do or die for making a movie. No mana left, no defense left. Tempo Storm all over him. Kona Cold, Ratify trying to make an escape, but Botar leads the charge. Barrier gets dropped right before the big hits start coming in. Ratify hangs on to dear life at this point. Botar has all of the momentum, and Tempo Storm are looking for the reverse sweep. Morrow in desperation to keep him going, but it's not looking like it's going to be enough. It is! He's going to hang on in that final second, putting it to Tempo Storm, and now Jamie's in trouble.
How is Ratify alive? Botar into the sheath, frozen orb on Jamie. He's looking to line of sight, looking to avoid the damage. Ratify constantly looking to overextend Jamie as he runs for his life.
This is it!
There's the full blind, making a movie want to close this out, but Ratify's Nixie might be able to take him out. This could be a cross kill, Sid.
Jamie breaks up the crowd control chain. Botar connects one heal, but that one heal is not going to be enough. Jamie falls, making a movie do it! They do it!
Making a movie have managed to defeat the Titans, the defending world champions, Tempo Storm. Ratify is still desperately holding on for dear life, but surely a team that couldn't win the 3v3 can't win the 2v3, and making a movie will advance to the final day of play. Fusion Paladin, Yosuke on that Hunter, but they're going against an absolute juggernaut here from China. Pen and Paper have looked almost unstoppable.
I was talking to Jellybeans backstage, and he credited Saji as quite possibly the best healer in the tournament. He would like to queue up with him at any time. Let's see if Order can deal with Saji on Mistweaver, Monk, and Pen and Paper. They're gunning straight for the throat, going right after the healer.
Yeah, Fresh on that Retribution Paladin should offer a lot of support for Oxygen. Fresh is actually one of the only Retribution Paladins in this tournament, playing at an exceptionally high level. Oxygen gets stabilized, trading out the Rapture. Now Order looking for crowd control, looking for some damage, but PP-Cat and Doe, they're looking to gun down Oxygen.
Yeah, it's going to be a race to the finish. Will Fresh and Yask be able to push PP-Cat and Doe away from their healer? Otherwise, this is going to be quite devastating. Saji actually getting swapped potentially here by Yask. No, PP-Cat pulling back and eating the freezing trap. Good coordination by Pen and Paper, but they stack for a triple. Doe trinkets to break out of the crowd control so that they can keep up the chase towards Oxygen.
Yeah, Saji manages to stabilize his team. Doe still has the Astral Shift to work with. Oxygen's mana is not looking good. Already down to 50%. We were nowhere close to dampening. He's already traded out the Raptor and the ping suppression. Fresh is going to have to help him with that Blessing of Protection, that Retribution Paladin defensive cooldown at some point in this game.
Oxygen caught into a stun. This could be devastating. Saji crosses it on Fresh. He can't support the team. Oxygen dips low, trades out Barrier, hiding in the safety of this shield to recover through the burst. Hammer of Justice. Yaska needs this freezing trap if he wants to keep his team in the game. He gets it. Saji forced to trinket. Order are finally forcing vital defensive cooldowns and slowly but surely finding a line to victory.
Yeah, there's a full fear onto Saji. No Tremor Totem available as they make a swap over onto PP-Cat. Life Cocoon was used on Doe, so smartly Order putting the pressure on the PP-Cat in this matchup, but they're looking to still remain aggressive onto Oxygen. Once again, Rapture comes up. It's going to keep him alive, but if you look at his mana, down to around 5%. I don't know how much longer he can last it.
I mean, mana's not looking good on either side. This match could easily close out at any second. Freezing trap secured. Fear by PP-Cat stalls the game out for a few more seconds. Oxygen knocks him away, but immediately reconnect. Yask with that tracker's net on Doe, the only peel right now keeping Oxygen alive, but no mana left. Stormbolt connects. Fresh trying to get them off of his healer with just raw pressure, but there's not enough damage to force them away, and Oxygen is likely to fall. There's nothing left in Pen and Paper. Close game one.
Yeah, Pen and Paper able to do what Tempo Storm.
Better target for them.
Yeah, basically Pen and Paper are going to have to shift gears here and play for a bit of a slower paced match, likely targeting down the Retribution Paladin, looking for wind shears on Oxygen, Storm Bolts, intimidating shouts. Basically, PP-Cat's crowd control will be utilized on Oxygen. There's the Storm Bolts early on. They disarm Fresh, denying some initial burst, and really tear in.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on the Fresh early on. Oxygen trades out his Earthen Shield Totem. Doe under fire as well. Astral Shift gets used. Saji has to play catch up. Good pressure coming in from Order early on.
Fresh on the back foot, full hex secured by Doe. That is going to bank them even more defensive cooldowns. Potentially the vital Divine Shield if Oxygen isn't careful in this position. defensive war stomp as Fresh desperately tries to get away.
Yeah, he manages to find those heals from Oxygen, topping him off. We look at Mana, Oxygen still a little bit ahead, and Order has that win condition. Normally, the rest of Shaman does a better job on Mana than the Mistweaver Monk, so if Order can survive and stall out the game, it could have that as a win condition later on.
Pen and Paper with pressure points on multiple targets, now swapping to Yask and bursting him down out of nowhere, forcing that aspect of the turtle off the back of a well-timed wind shear, and Pen and Paper are on fire in this series.
Pen and Paper, what an unbelievable team. The pressure that PPCat and Joe are able to put out, very scary. Fresh now getting swapped to, has a Divine Shield available, has to trade it out. Just in an incapacitate during Earthen Shield Totem. What is going on?
And this is the other thing about Saji. He saves that way of the crane and he pushes forward when he knows the target has nothing left to stay alive, adding that little bit of extra damage to tilt the game in his favor. Yask on the back foot, Stormbolt secured. Will they be able to stay alive? Oxygen drops that Spirit Link Totem. That's the last line of defense for Order here in game number 2. They don't have a significant mana lead. Everything is starting to fall apart for them, and as soon as Saji moves in, it's likely to be over.
Yeah, Yaski getting lower, no defensive cooldowns left. Oxygen trying to keep him stable, throwing out healing wave after healing wave. Cat and Joe, they know they can close out this game. All they need is one wind shear to pull out massive CDs. Full trap on Saji. He trinkets out, wants to keep his team aggressive. They could end this game at any moment.
Saji gets clotheslined by Fresh when he moved in to try and crowd control Oxygen. Will they be able to nail it? They need the cross. Where's the Stormbolt? Yask on the run. This is the way of the crane. Saji sat on it for the entire game until Yask was vulnerable and nails the kill with it. Perfect play from Pen and Paper.
Perfect execution.
Healer keeping his team going through basically anything. Will Order be able to stay alive long enough for this attrition fight, or will they ultimately be crushed?
What will Order do in this matchup? Do they go for Doe and PPCat? Do they look for crowd control on Saji? Potentially going on him. Doe taking a lot of pressure very early on. Full Hammer of Justice secured by Fresh. Saji already trading out his life cocoon, and they shred through it.
At this point, Saji trading out vital defensive cooldowns to stay in the fight, but the momentum is much more heavily in favor of Order. Yaska's sustained damage on that warrior much more effective, and they can likely burn down the mana of Saji. Oxygen can go for some purge plays, remove that soothing mist, and deny Saji's healing, but a purge play costs a lot of mana, and if you don't have mana, you can't heal your teammates, so it's a risky decision, but it might be a risk they need to take.
Saji always playing that Dome of Mist talent, protecting his vital enveloping mist from the enemy team, so these all-ins from Order going to be difficult. Fresh taking some pressure as well as Yaski. They want to charge in and continue the damage. Go retreats to the safety of Saji, allowing him to connect a little bit of heals and stabilize. Oxygen unfortunately has to chase his team as they push in.
You can tell the tournament pressure is getting to Oxygen. He's burned through three-minute cooldowns in one sitting. Now he's not going to have those to fall back on moving forward. Pressure swinging in favor of Pen and Paper as two members of Order are below half health, and Oxygen doesn't have many options to recover. Dropping that earthen wall totem, Order are pinned down. Fortunately for them, Saji has burned quite a bit of his mana. That's the only thing going in their favor.
Yeah, Saji almost completely tapped on mana. Double Fear coming in from PPCat. A lot of pressure on Fresh. This could be his Divine Shield as he looks to kite away. Incapacitate on Oxygen, and Fresh forced to use that vital 5-minute cooldown Divine Shield to keep himself alive.
Saji looking for that match to go head-to-head against Looney and really decide who the best healer in this tournament is. We are likely to see that here. Pen and Paper just outclassing Order in this series, looking to clean sweep them. Will Fresh be able to hang on? The cooldowns are rotating back in favor of Pen and Paper. There's not much windows of opportunity. Double intimidating shout out by Yask. At this point, Order are just flailing to stay alive.
Yeah, but in the meantime, they're using all of their crowd control defensively, and that is not a spot you want to be in. As a Cleave setup like this, you need those cooldowns like Intimidating Shout to actually close out the game. And now Saji, he's got to be feeling very confident, caught into a stun. No gets out of the stun. Astral Shift going to be used. Pen and Paper trading out early on. They just want to avoid some of this damage. Fresh looking to get aggressive with his Avenging Wrath as he puts out a lot of pressure on Pen and Paper.
This next wave of the crane could close the game, but it's going to cost the remainder of Saji's mana. He's rolling across. He's making the moves. This could easily be the end of the match. PPCat, though, heroic leaping away. He doesn't want to throw the game. Double cap totem secured by Doe. so surprised to not see Saji go for the way of the crane. Now he's burned all of his mana. He can't activate it. It's going to be up to his teammates to close the rest of this match. Order finally showing some semblance of life in this series.
Yeah, if Saji does decide to use that way of the crane, that will be the last little bit of mana he has available. Triple fear coming in from PPCat. Fresh getting lower and lower. Does Oxygen have the healing to keep Fresh alive? Pen and paper secure the series 3-0.
Pen and
It's the Big Daddy himself, Lord Mez, stepping into the arena for game number 1.
Yeah, this should be interesting. We've seen Method Orange utilize this composition before against the Rogue Mage. You have Trill on the Demon Hunter. He's going to be looking for mana rifts onto Chaz. Mez, going to be hard for him in midfield. We've seen this matchup play out before. The Unholy Death Knight surprisingly has a lot of mobility, especially against a class like a Frost Mage with a lot of snares. It has a lot of utility. Chains of Ice, exceptionally strong. Death's Advance going to be limiting the snares onto him, and because of that, Method Orange can actually put nice pressure out onto Raikou.
Immediate burst damage towards Mez early on, but he deflects, trading out that anti-magic shield, absorbing a lot of that incoming damage. Raikou and Waz playing it patiently, holding onto their powerhouse cooldowns for an opportunity later on. We saw Method Orange implement this composition against Making a Movie. It decimated Maro's Frost Mage, and it's likely to do the same here towards Raikou. Chaz trading out a lot of his defensive arsenal in this initial exchange. Mez trying to pull back to the pillar in line of sight, as it is unlikely they'll find a kill during Tree of Life. Method Black need to take this window of opportunity to strike.
Yeah, Method Orange, they always know when to pick their moment, and this moment they need to run and hide. Like you were saying, Sid, Chaz, with the Tree of Life, with the Innervate, it's unlikely they're going to be able to find pressure. As soon as that fades, I think it's likely Mez charges midfield once again, tries to take down Raikou, but Method Orange under a lot of pressure. Nice crowd control coming in from Method Black with the polymorph on Sea-Doo. He has the Trinket Spirit Link. Mez decides to trade out his anti-magic zone, a very powerful defensive cooldown, limiting magic damage, which will keep him alive.
Method Black showcasing the Rogue Mage Druid in game number 1. Perfect isolation, softening Mez up for a potential kill later on. Both Trill and Sea-Doo are going to have to keep an eye on him. Mez marching forward towards Raikou to try and keep some pressure up, but he is overextending. Sea-Doo moves in, ducking for cover, but now they swap to Sea-Doo, catching him with a huge amount of burst. Barely staying alive, Ascendance popped, likely to recover, and now Method Orange need to push forward.
Sea-Doo's actually running Zalzek's Veiled Eye, defensive tank trinket, in order to stay alive, realizing he might be vulnerable in this matchup, deciding for a little bit of more defense in his gear choice. I like what Method Black is doing though. Sea-Doo, if he charges across the map to try to keep Mez and Trill alive, Waz making sure he punishes them, which I think is the strategy they need to implement to win.
Waz setting up some crowd control for Raikou, but he's not able to follow it up. Method Orange are now free to do as they please. Raikou trying his best to kite away. I will say that Chaz is doing quite an impressive job maintaining his mana against that mana rift honor talent of Trill. If Chaz can keep his mana on par with Sea-Doo, they will stay in this fight. Good crowd control from Method Orange as they initiate an attack. Raikou desperately trying to blink to safety, managing to escape for now.
Yeah, the reason this matchup's so difficult is Mez and Trill, they can stay on target when they need it, but a setup now onto Mez once again. There's a full blind on Sea-Doo. He's opting not to, he actually is opting not to trinket it. No follow poly from Raikou. Mez able to deny it with the Death Grip, and now Raikou could be in a lot of trouble.
At this point, with Raikou at 50% health, Ironbark's defense does not even seem to be enough. Method Orange keeping their momentum. Sea-Doo on the run. Waz can't stay on target. Those chains of ice from Mez supporting Sea-Doo quite effectively. Method Orange trying to implement a stall tactic, but they catch Sea-Doo in a swap, trying to dish out devastating damage, but that Death Grip from Mez once again protecting Sea-Doo.
Look at the chains of ice on Waz. Anytime he uses his Shadow Step, he just gets chains of ice over and over. Raikou ice blocking at the nick of time in order to stay alive. That would have been a very unexpected kill coming in from Method Orange. Very scary moment, but now a big swap on Mez.
Mez getting set up on Waz, trying to carry the team here, but not really forcing too much, and Method Orange are looking stable here in game number 1, slowly but surely marching forward to victory. They could even switch to Waz at any point. They could just cleave both targets down. Chaz still doing an impressive job maintaining his mana, looking for some Cyclones, trying to stall out the damage. Curious to see if Chaz is going to cross center field. Instead, Waz goes for another attack onto Sea-Doo. Chaz jumps on top of him as well to follow up the stun chain, looking for a Cyclone at low health, gets denied by Trill.
Managed to pull out the Zalzek's Veiled Eye. That's going to make Sea-Doo vulnerable in future setups. Like you're saying, Sid, Chaz is doing a very impressive job in this matchup with his mana so far. Trill having a difficult time landing those consistent mana risks, which we normally see from him. Method Black, I think they knew the composition Method Orange wanted to run, and I think they picked a very good comp into it.
Another opportunity for Method Black to strike towards Sea-Doo. Will they have the damage to close it out is the question. Nobody's next to him. Sea-Doo with a one-on-one between Waz is slowly but surely starting to recover. Waz will likely give up on this kill, I would think, pretty soon, unless Raikou has some sort of opportunity to blink back behind the pillar. Sea-Doo likely to recover, jumping into the Blizzard. That way, if a polymorph is secured, he will break it. Good positioning by Sea-Doo. Chaz, though, has been sneaking away and finding a drink, regenerating his mana right as dampening kicked in. Critical timing from Chaz.
Yeah, very important. Mez still under fire. Raikou, honestly, to his credit, as a Frost Mage, it is not easy to kite in a Holy Death Knight or a Demon Hunter, so excellently done by him. Another big setup coming in from Method Black onto Method Orange. AMZ gets traded out by Mez, but Chaz, he gets the Cyclone on Sea-Doo. Now Method Black in a very powerful situation.
Chaz on fire right now, maintaining his mana despite the mana rift, extending his team for whatever opportunity they can find. They do manage to bank some powerful defensives as Raikou unleashes an icy attack towards Mez. Chaz, though, locking crowd control, not able to support. Mez pulling back towards the pillar with Sea-Doo, looking to line of sight Raikou. His burst is now over. That threat has been thwarted. Method Orange now just need to worry about Waz's Vendetta. Waz a bit reluctant to push forward. If he line of sights, it could be devastating. Mez grips him behind the pillar, looking for some burst. Do they have the damage to take him down? No. The kill will be stopped. Waz instead trying to gun for Sea-Doo, but he's still staying quite overextended. He's going all in for the kill. Raikou positions, launching out a few frost bolts. Chaz commits for the kill with that Tree of Life. If they don't get a kill on with Sea-Doo with this push, they are going to be behind.
Yeah, Sea-Doo, when he kites around in this Ghost Wolf, it's going to make him very difficult to kill. Zalzek Veiled Eye gets pulled out once again. But Method Orange, they need to be careful. If they all clump behind the pillar, that's where Raikou can unleash Frosty Devastation with his Blizzard, with his Frozen Orb, keep up the pressure. And basically, at that point, Waz can just pick the target he wants to go on.
Sea-Doo completely topped off now. Mana in favor of Method Orange. These death grip strategies catching Waz. He preemptively feinted that incoming stun. Nice read by Waz, making himself a lot more durable to that surprise attack. Although Chaz traded his Gladiator's Medallion, and now he could be exposed later in the match. It looks like he's looking for a drink, and it does appear to be the case that Method Black want to play for a long game kill. It is difficult to penetrate through the defense of this composition that Method Orange have crafted with 3-minute powerful cooldowns such as Anti-Magic Zone and Darkness. Method Black have a long road of cooldowns to get through before they can find a kill.
Yeah, Raikou under fire once again. Mez and Trill all over him. Temporal Shield does get used, but Chaz with his mana management in this game, looking for those drinks, regenning his mana, has been on fire. This game is definitely not going according to plan for Method Orange. We are at 16% dampening. Sea-Doo into a full bash. Chaz looking for crowd control. Full polymorph secured by Raikou. Reverse comes in from Trill in the nick of time to keep Mez alive.
Triple cap totem secured by Sea-Doo, but not any damage off the back of it. Chaz retreating back to the corner. Raikou trying to do his best to kite, but Mez is all over him. Ironbark is forced to be traded, still going down through it. Waz peels Mez away with a kidney shot, and as we get deeper into dampening, it becomes difficult to predict who is actually coming out ahead.
I just don't know. Waz is going to be super effective on that Assassination Rogue against the Resto Shaman as this game goes on late. Raikou, if he can keep himself alive, especially with the support of Chaz, I mean, normally we see a Frost Mage get trained down, he can't do much, he can't get out the Polymorphs, but when you have a Resto Druid on your team, he can throw out Entangling Roots, Cyclones to free you up and allow you to get some casts off.
Chaz's mana not looking too good at this point. Trill's mana rifts are starting to pay off here. Well-timed Temporal Shield by Raikou, soaking up all these hits and will heal him back to full health. Sea-Doo's team in a good position to stall this match out. What opportunities do they really have? This next blind needs to pull a Gladiator's Medallion. This next Vendetta needs to pull a primary defensive. They launch another attack towards Sea-Doo. Will this be enough to take him down? Anti-Magic Zone trades out from Mez, denying the kill once again.
Yeah, but Raikou, he has his Icy Veins available, and now with no Anti-Magic Zone, Method Orange, they're going to be very vulnerable. Raikou taking a little bit of pressure, stun on Chaz. He trinkets out just trying to avoid the mana risk from Trill, extend his mana as long as possible. At 26% damaging, it is unlikely he gets another drink. Big setup coming in from Method Black. Raikou could be in some trouble. Temporal Shield does get traded out. We saw how low he got before. He doesn't want to waste it with this game without using the Ice Block, but Chaz able to stabilize him, keep him alive with the Tree Form, with the Innervate. Now Method Black seems to have all the pressure.
Nice combo by Chaz to restabilize his team. If they can keep this pressure on, Sea-Doo doesn't have a lot to work with, having already burned through his Healing Tide. Pre-Earthen Wall Totem, nice read by Sea-Doo, expecting this attack, predicting it. Chaz instead opting to Cyclone him and try to develop some pressure on Mez, but those Death Strikes are healing himself back up as Mez is quite self-sustainable. Sea-Doo still getting trained down by Waz. And I'm curious if in dampening, Method Black actually have the advantage. A misplay here by Waz. That blind on diminishing return means that threat is now no longer available. Sea-Doo opts to trinket the bash anyway, lining those up for a future trinket later on and to thwart away this Frozen Orb assault. Method Black have a lot of pressure.
Yeah, but Sea-Doo having a difficult time at this point in dampening, keeping his team stable with the Riptides. Waz getting swapped in. It seems like Method Orange, they have no choice. They need to keep the pressure on Waz, but unfortunately, it's just not that much damage. Waz isn't that vulnerable of a target against this composition. Mez having to retreat. Ray of Frost being used by Raikou. He's looking for damage on Mez. Mez charges across the map, looking for damage once again, but Chaz, with the Cyclones, denies any sort of offense Method Orange has.
Waz looking for another swap onto Sea-Doo. Method Black trying to keep multiple pressure points and make it difficult for Sea-Doo to bounce back in this fight. Dampening is getting deep at this point. It's going to become increasingly more difficult for either side to recover from big punches. Mez trying to stay in the safety of the Earthen Wall Totem, but still get some pressure out. Raikou dropping that Frozen Orb, trying to deal some pain. Mez trades Icebound Fortitude to stay aggressive as both teams burn through cooldowns.
Yeah, Zalzak's Veiled Eye for Waz as well. Both teams looking to stall out this game, but at this point in dampening, Raikou's damage going to be huge. Looking for an Ebon Bolt, gets grounded by Sea-Doo. Nice plays from Sea-Doo to avoid that damage on Mez, but Waz looking for a swap on him with a kidney shot. AMZ gets used, and now Method Orange, at this point in the game, if they're not pushing aggressive, if they're forced defensive, it is going to be good night. Method Black's damage with the Blizzard, with the Frozen Orb, ultimately will be too much.
Mana is quite even at this point. You would expect Method Orange to have more of an established lead, but Chaz's late game plays, going for those drinks and regenerating his mana, has kept his team in this fight, and now their momentum is starting to stick here in game number one. Mez in trouble. Sea-Doo locked out of the match. Trill needs to save him, dropping the darkness and allowing Mez to stay in the fight.
Yeah, Trill gets polymorphed up. Raikou realizing that the Method Orange could get some pressure. Ray of Frost gonna be used on Mez. He barely survives. Earthen Shield Totem gets used by Sea-Doo, but Mez and Sea-Doo, they're just snared up behind the pillar. No damage, no pressure on Raikou. Waz with really no defensives. Nice Spirit Link Totem drop by Sea-Doo to keep Mez alive, but I just don't think he has the healing to sustain this much longer.
This looks like it could quite possibly be a triple kill here. Mez will fall in game number one.
Method Black come out with the root.
Between Method Black and Method Orange. Method Black taking the first victory against Method Orange in this tournament. They have not dropped the game up until this point, and Method Black seem to be able to turn the stall tactics of Method Orange in their own favor with this composition. Chaz playing the late game perfectly, looking for every opportunity to find drinks. The disadvantage that Sea-Doo's team faces on this close-quartered map is that they will be stacked up frequently, and if they do, it will be devastating because of Raikou's area of effect damage.
What Method Black they need to do, they need to kite on the bottom of the map. They need to use this little gradient and run around this platform, because being on the platform is not a good situation to be in. Raikou basically needs to run circles around the map. That is his best kiting option. So far he realized it. That's exactly what he needs to do, but Sea-Doo's on target. Kidney shot coming in from Waz though. Good pressure from Method Black early on. Sea-Doo under fire. Garrote Sound's going to be used. Trading out that Astral Shift, Sea-Doo should survive.
Yeah, Waz goes all in and does not find too many cooldowns early on. I'm curious if Method Orange are going to play the same strategy of just chasing down Raikou, or if they're going to mix it up. We see a blind currently on Sea-Doo. Mez responds with the anti-magic shield, soaking up quite a few hits, but the crowd control chain just keeps going. Unfortunately, breaking prematurely. Now Sea-Doo will have free reign in this moment. I would love to see Method Orange push forward.
Yeah, this is Method Orange's opportunity. Sea-Doo's on Polymorph DR. No real threat to crowd control. It looks like Waz is looking to set up crowd control or set up a damage onto Sea-Doo in this moment. one thing I got to credit Mez for in this matchup, he's keeping the chains of ice on Was the entire game, making it difficult for him to get to the target he really wants.
Tree of Life forced from Chaz's hand. That powerful defensive cooldown will stabilize the team for another 20 seconds, but after that point, he is going to be increasingly fragile. Trill chasing down Raikou, getting cloned up by Chaz, denying some further pressure. Was looking for some re-stealths potentially here for a cheeky play and an attack at Sidu. Raikou opting to blink away, look for a late game. Chaz trying to reposition. Sidu denies any sort of drinking shenanigans. Good positioning by Sidu.
Yeah, that is really going to be the advantage for Method Orange in this matchup. With this small map, Chaz is not going to be able to sneak away for drinks very easily. And if he does, Method Orange, they're going to be able to shut it down quite quickly.
Chaz caught into a stun here, but the mana rifts really not closing any significant advantage, and Method Black seem to have crafted a composition that can play to the same tactics that Method Orange have implemented this entire season. Was catches Sidu into a stun. Raikou unleashing devastating damage, but Mez protects Sidu with that anti-magic zone, and now Method Orange continue to push forward.
That won't be available for another 2 minutes. Luckily for Sidu, he still has his trinket and the Spirit Link. Sidu on target, nice grip from Mez. Triple CC comes in, Chaz immediately trinkets. He does not want to be caught into a situation where he's getting mana rifted. He's falling behind. Chaz not messing around, looking to instead trade out his cooldowns in a situation where they might lose really quickly. He's wanting to just stay ahead.
Was initiating another attack towards Sidu, forcing that Gladiator's medallion. Now that will not be available for an impending blind. Later on, Chaz looking for some cheeky clones, gets denied by Trill. Good backup by Method Orange during that scary moment, but that blind could still be the final nail in the coffin here in game 2.
Yep, Sidu's still under fire. Really nothing left to work with. If he gets caught in a kidney shot outside of this Earthen Shield Totem, the only thing that can save him is Trill with the darkness. So for Method Orange, although it's scary when Sidu gets targeted down, Mez with the backup with the anti-magic zone, Trill with the darkness. As long as they're rotating those with the Astral Shift, Method Orange can prolong this game for a long time.
It is going to be very important for Trill to protect Mez during that blind crowd control, which is an impending huge CC chain that will be available for Sidu. Raikou dropping that Frozen Orb behind the pillar, but Trill does not care. Moving in, securing a double stun as Method Orange continue marching forward, looking desperately to pull ice blocks from Raikou before we step into dampening. But at this point, I would say that it is starting to look better and better for Method Black.
Well, Method Black, the one thing they don't have going for them is Chaz's mana. Like we kind of talked about, he's not going to be able to get those drinks like we saw in game number 1. Big setup coming in from Method Black onto Mez. He gets topped off quite quickly, and you can see Chaz now looking for a drink. I don't know if he managed to find anything. I don't think so. It wasn't able to sit down for long enough to channel the drink, to get the mana. Then that's one of the advantages Method Orange has on this map.
Yeah, it was a smart map selection by Method Orange so that Sidu can position and deny drinks, but there's the blind move. They've isolated Mez. Where is the damage? They need it here and now, but they're not finding it. Mez retreating back towards the box, is actually deciding to move forward to interrupt the crowd control chain. Good teamwork by Method Orange.
Yep, nicely done. Chaz once again, Innervate, Tree of Life. Raikou and Was not going to be falling in this situation. Frozen Orb gets dropped, more pressure on Was. Kitty shot on Sidu. I don't think Raikou has the damage. Finds the Comet Storm and the Ice Nova. Sidu hovering around 50% HP, but I think with Ghost Wolf, he's going to be completely fine.
Yep. Chaz's Tree of Life has now faded. He's looking to sneak away for potential drink opportunity. Trill is having none of that. Immediately fell rushing across the map to deny any sort of drinks. We've just stepped foot into dampening, but momentum in favor of Method Black as Was once again initiates an attack towards Sidu. Mez protecting him. Chaz trying to fake cast some interrupts here and get a cheeky clone at low health, but Trill with Metamorphosis popped is too much of a threat, and Chaz is forced away.
Yeah, Method Orange, they seem very comfortable just trading out that anti-magic zone every single time Was has Vendetta available. Nice swap coming in from Method Orange onto Chaz. Later on in the game, it might be a good opportunity for them to get some pressure on an additional target onto Chaz, really tax that Restoration Druid mana. If he has to only hot up Raikou, not going to be burning through the mana quite as quickly as if he has to heal his entire team.
Pressure building on both sides, but Method Orange are falling behind here with both Mez and Sidu at half. Sidu with no Healing Tide Totem for 13 more seconds. He's really trying to just stall out to that precious cooldown to recover his entire team. Chaz looking for some cheeky clones onto Mez's Ghoul. He's trying to get a drink so desperately for the late game. If Chaz can't find any opportunities to regenerate mana, it's going to be a slow and painful defeat.
Yeah, there's no question about that. Kidney shot on Sea-Doo. Method Black looking to close out this game. He has the tools he needs to survive. Zalzak's Veiled Eye paying dividends for Method Orange in this matchup. They're able to survive these swaps till later on in the game. Method Orange, they need to continue the pressure. It's going to be more and more difficult for Sea-Doo to stabilize through these setups with just Riptides like he's able to now, especially as we move deeper into dampening.
Well-timed Cyclones there by Chaz. Sea-Doo falling further behind here as dampening starts to mount to critical mass. Raikou still just avoiding the fight at any cost, using Frostbolt snares to kite his opponent. Mez overextends for a second, first it down, Sea-Doo repositions. He needs to fake cast the counterspell of Raikou. Counterspell could be devastating in this position. Chaz still trying to play maximum range away from his team. Raikou getting death gripped away. This could be an opportunity for Chaz to find a drink.
Yeah, definitely could be. Raikou under a little bit of pressure. You can see Chaz sitting down for a drink. If he can regen his mana, this is going to be beautiful. Trill able to shut it down, though. And that Demon Hunter with that mobility, at any moment, Trill can cross the entire map and stop Chaz from regenerating his mana. Temporal Shield going to be used by Raikou. He gets topped off quite quickly from that. Sea-Doo joining the fight, crossing the map, wants to get back on top of Mez, land those heals when he can.
You may be wondering how Sea-Doo is healing for so much in Ghost Wolf as an Azerite trait. Pack Spirit healing him for an insane amount in that Ghost Wolf, and if Method Black can't remove that with a spell steal during their attack, it's unlikely that Sea-Doo will go down. Method Orange have obviously studied what is in the meta when they crafted this composition, and this map selection is paying dividends. Chaz's mana already down to half, forcing his hand once again to activate this Tree of Life.
Yeah. Imprisonment going to be used by Trill. He wants to shut down that Tree of Life. Innervate gets used by Chaz, though. This is basically a full reset moment for Method Black. Mez under fire once again. Kidney shot on Sea-Doo. The split pressure coming in from Method Black, really keeping Method Orange guessing, has been quite impressive. And finally, the AMS is going to be traded out by, or the Anti-Magic Zone is going to be traded out by Mez, and Waz still has that Vital Vendetta left.
Yeah, that Vendetta could close this game out here quite shortly if they can set it up properly, but Raikou is on the back foot and forced away. Chaz recovers with a well-timed Iron Bark. Waz still wants to go after Sea-Doo, but Raikou is just forced to kite, and they might just go for a cross kill on Mez instead. It's Raikou versus Mez and Waz versus Sea-Doo, desperately trying to keep their pressure on two targets. Chaz looking for some cheeky Cyclones at low health, and now Mez has been isolated, forcing Icebound Fortitude, and Method Black have Method Orange in a chokehold.
Nice Cyclone coming in from Chaz onto Sea-Doo. Now Sea-Doo has to play catch-up, pops the Ascendance, needs to find the casted heals. Mez getting lower and lower. Earthen Shield Totem gets dropped out. Mez should survive with that, but another beautiful Cyclone coming in from Chaz. In the meantime, Raikou forced into the ice block.
And as dampening mounts higher and higher, I think there's an increasingly potential for cross kills for either team. Sea-Doo gets swapped to again. Huge Comet Storm damage, forcing Astral Shift. Raikou trying to max range interrupts, but Mez backs Sea-Doo up. Chaz looking for cheeky clones. No interrupt. Sea-Doo cloned at low health. Mez could be in trouble as well if Waz can build up some more momentum. More Cyclones incoming. Sea-Doo can't top himself off. If they've got a kidney shot out of this, it could be devastating. Chains of Ice support from Mez. Stalls it out. Sea-Doo desperately trying to recover. Chaz making a bit of an error here, stacking up for a double stun, but Sea-Doo is still falling behind at this point. Will he be able to survive the stun lock? Seems to be the case that he may be able to. Raikou dips low as well. The second ice block and Spear Link Totem forced at the same moment.
Yeah, but Raikou, he has Icy Veins. If Chaz can keep him alive, that might be the final punch that Method Black needs. Sea-Doo really running on fumes in terms of defensives. He has the Earthen Shield Totem. He's been doing a good job getting into Ghost Wolf for these stuns. Interrupt onto Chaz into Imprisonment. Raikou getting a little lower. Kidney shot on Mez. This is such a scary moment.
Sea-Doo repositions to get Earthen Wall Totem onto both members of his team. He has to do a lot of healing on two targets. Doing his best to maximize it with that defensive cooldown is important. We see double stun initiation by Method Orange. Just a little bit longer. A couple more mana rifts and Chaz is going to be tapped, but I'm not sure if Sea-Doo can keep it up. He doesn't have a lot to work with, and we are getting deep into dampening. Anti-Magic Zone traded out during this attack by Method Black. It needs to be enough.
Yeah, at any moment, Trill can activate the Darkness. He doesn't want to activate it too late. Icy Veins from Raikou, very scary moment, but they're able to survive with that Anti-Magic Zone. Sea-Doo still rotting down, trying to regenerate himself with the Ghost Wolf. Big swap on Raikou. No ice block available. Chaz lands the Iron Bark. Raikou trying to kite away, drops the Blizzard. Waz making sure he can continue the pressure on Method Orange, but Method Black is running out of time.
Tree of Life Innervate. Sea-Doo needs to try and purge this Innervate from Chaz. It's the only thing that he can heal with. If he can remove it, there's the Innervate. They desperately need to remove it, but Sea-Doo's locked down in crowd control. He's pressured too much. He can't afford to remove it, which means Chaz will recover his entire team. Both teams almost completely tapped out at this point, with dampening mounting up to insane levels. Sea-Doo doing his best, but there's not a lot to work with. Chaz getting stun locked, quite possibly seconds away from this match ending.
Yeah, man's getting lower, really doesn't have much. Sea-Doo, no Spirit Link, won't be able to top him off. Full blind on Sea-Doo. Method Black looking to close out game number 2. Mez has to keep himself alive. Trill helps him out with the darkness. That is the last line of defense for Method Orange.
Both Mez and Sea-Doo have basically nothing left. They need 4 more seconds. Can they stay in the fight for that point? Death Grip into the double stun buys Sea-Doo time for Ascendance to immediately be activated. He needs to get some casted heals, but he's getting stalled out by Waz. Will Sea-Doo be able to hang on in these final moments of the match? It's Waz going all out. Raikou falling behind as well. Sea-Doo holding on by a thread at this point in this fight, dampening at insane margins. Sea-Doo holds on by the seat of his pants, and Raikou manages to stay alive as well, but anyone could fall at any second.
I think Raikou has run out of time. There is no way he can run away from Method Orange that long, and Method Orange puts a point on the board.
The crowd erupt as Method Orange win game 2. They're able to take Talorant Sewers. What the best players loading into the game that haven't won a BlizzCon. All of them so close to winning a BlizzCon, and this would be a big step on the road.
You can see Waz, he's charging across the map, looking to open right away. Sap on Sea-Doo, cheap shot on Trill, Garrote on Samayam. Chaz charging in as well, looking for a fear. Nice setup coming in from Method Black.
They go all in on Sea-Doo. They're actually not even committing the Vendetta. That threat was enough to force darkness from Trill. They managed to scare the team of Method Orange. They're pinned down behind the pillar, taking immense amounts of damage early on. Sea-Doo doing his best to start to stabilize. Waz realizing that, immediately retreating back.
I can't help but feel like dropping that darkness was a huge mistake coming in from Method Orange. They didn't commit anything. Waz still has a Vendetta, Raikou still has his Icy Pains, and that's the cooldown you need to survive those setups. Full blind on Sea-Doo, big swap on Samayam once again, trying to survive with just the bark skin. Sea-Doo comfortably sits through that blind as Samayam plays very nicely defensively.
I like the Solar Beam usage on Raikou there to break up the crowd control chain. Chaz using that Gnome Racial, which basically removes the Solar Beam crowd control from Samayam, so he now has to change the way he uses that spell. Much better usage to break up crowd control chains and stall the game, burning Chaz's mana, but Samayam in trouble. Lots of damage as Raikou is more than ready here. Will Sea-Doo be able to recover? Spirit Link Totem now forced from the defensive arsenal. Method Orange falling further behind cooldown-wise.
Yeah, but Method Orange, they still have the mana lead. They just need to survive like we've talked about. Now, looks like Waz needs to recover on HP. Chaz has to get some heals out as Waz looking to cross the map. Method Orange in full retreat. Samayam getting interrupted. Waz all over him, though. Getting the bleeds up, the rupture of the Garrote. But Waz doesn't want to overextend in this situation. Chaz is not there, but he doesn't care. He wants to take down Sea-Doo with a full kidney shot.
Chaz is running out of time, already below 50% mana. Trill just gunning for him at this point, trying to tear him apart single-handedly. Chaz recovering with a huge penance, but Trill just all over him. Waz likely needs to pull back and assist. Trill instead opting to go after Waz. Sea-Doo completely topped on mana. It's looking grim here for Method Black, and Samayam substituting in is definitely a good decision by Method Orange.
For Chaz at this point in the game, it is so difficult to get a drink, but an all-in from Method Black. Looking to take down Samayam. Do they have the burst? Sea-Doo trinkets out, or actually Samayam trinketed it out with the bark to get out of that stun, keep himself alive. Sea-Doo holding on to his trinket. He doesn't have a Spirit Link though. Method Black, these setups are so scary.
Another attack here by Method Black, making a scary situation for Method Orange. Icy Veins available, Dark Archangel to combo with that. Raikou could be devastating here in the next couple of seconds, so long as they can set up. They catch Samayam out of form. if they can get any crowd control on Sea-Doo. Raikou not in position. Chaz instead looking for a drink. That Frost Nova on Trill, denying him now a polymorph as well. Chaz is regenerating mana. That blue bar going up, and now Method Black have a second lease on life.
Yeah, and Chaz can now afford to play a little bit more aggressive in this matchup now that he's regen that mana, but he needs to be careful. Mana Rift still coming in from Trill, and he's going to be going very fast. I really like that drink setup coming in from Method Black. Method Black now looking to get aggressive. Icy Vein's going to be used by Raikou. Can they take Sam I Am down?
Vendetta also available. This could be scary times here if Waz can set up a swap to Sea-Doo. They could just eradicate him. They've got him locked in polymorphs. They're going to go for Sam I Am instead. They pull the trigger on the Vendetta. Sam I Am trades. No crowd control now. The Psychic Scream instead by Chaz. It's good. Sam I Am, they just need a bit more damage, but it doesn't seem to be enough potentially here. Sam I Am did float. Darkness is available. They don't want to throw. Darkness gets traded out quite efficiently there by Trill. Method Orange stay in it.
Yeah, they stay in it. Sea-Doo really needing to get that Spirit Link Totem coming up at around 23 seconds. That's the last cooldown. He needs to keep him alive. Trill getting swapped to. Big setup coming in from Method Black. Trill survives, though, activating the Zalzek's Veiled Eye. And Method Orange, they are not afraid to use that trinket. It has been very crucial in these games. These setup-based compositions Method Black has available. They're able to at least get a few more defensive cooldowns in.
Waz overextending and Method Orange punish, pulling a Cloak of Shadows. But Chaz will happily trade that if he can find an opportunity to get a drink and regenerate that little blue bar at all in this game. If he can manage to drink back to full and just clean reset, they could take this game off momentum in dampening. Sam I Am getting bursted down. Chaz is pushing forward to try and help Waz out during this attack, but the attack is basically getting not too much. Earthen Wall Totem actually baited by Sea-Doo. Once that defense has faded, it could be scary.
Yeah, Chaz going to be looking for more drinks in this matchup. We are not at dampening, and Chaz almost completely tapped on mana. Trill looking to get aggressive. Big setup over onto Sea-Doo. He has the trinket. He has the Spirit Link. He's not in Ghost Wolf. Raikou finds some damage with the Ray of Frost, but ultimately Sea-Doo will live. Now Waz is the one that's in trouble. Evasion gets traded out, has the feint as well. Has almost no mana left. We have just entered dampening.
Waz is spending a lot of time deep in enemy territory, and Trill is starting to tear in and punish for these maneuvers. We see triple crowd control initiated. Is there going to be the appropriate response? Sea-Doo sits through the blind. Polymorph gets reversed. Spirit Link connects the team, and they will stabilize. Dampening has just started to set in. Will Chaz be able to escape and find a drink to regenerate that mana? If he can't, it's not looking good for Method Black.
Yeah, in that exchange, Sam I Am traded out his Trinket, Barkskin, Renewal, now into a Kidney Shot, very vulnerable. If he gets into bear form, nicely done by Sam I Am. That's going to be really limiting the amount of damage that Method Black can put up in this setup, and that's exactly what he needed to do. Unfortunately for Method Orange, they haven't been able to really find too much damage. Now Chaz positioning very far away, looking for a drink once again. This will be crucial if he can sit down long enough. If Raikou and Waz can buy him time, he will be able to regen, but unfortunately not able to find it. Sam shuts it down with the Starfall.
That Kidney Shot was wasted by Waz. He has Smoke Bomb and Vendetta. Trill overextended 80 yards away from the pillar. Shadow Step Kidney Shot, Trill is out of the game in that moment. They should have focused on trying to set up for a kill rather than the drink. It's very difficult with Starfall on this map to even find any opportunities. They've got another opening here. Chaz sits down for a drink. If Trill wants to stop it, he has to move very far away from Sea-Doo. And when he does it, he's vulnerable to Smoke Bomb. They catch Sam I Am in cat form with the Smoke Bomb. Waz still getting pressured away though. This was supposed to be their opportunity to kill, but they're on the back foot.
Yeah, but Chaz managed to get some mana. Sea-Doo used his trinket as well in that exchange. I don't think that was on a blind, so Waz has an opportunity later on in the game with that blind to set up the final kill onto Method Orange. Sam I Am getting low, Kidney Shot on Sea-Doo. Do they have the damage? Looking like they want to take down Sea-Doo. Sam I Am rotting down low as well. Root Beam onto Chaz. Manages to run out that Escape Artist racial from Chaz, allowing him to get out of those roots, those beams, those silences to keep his team alive.
Chaz is easily the best late game Discipline Priest in this game currently playing. Against a Mana Rift Demon Hunter, he's still managing to squeak into deep dampening territory. They're in full retreat. Will Method Orange chase them down is now the question. Trill trying to move forward, gets Frost Nova dispelled. They're trying to hunt for a kill. Chaz gets stunned up. Waz peels over. Double Garrowed Silence could be devastating here for Sam I Am. Waz though getting punched down. Sam I Am trying to get the kill. Waz ducks recover. Chaz repositions Cyclone Chain out of Imprison. It's good. Chaz has to trinket. Waz is still low. Raikou trying to get some counter pressure and force them back, but Method Orange are starting to get a lot of pressure.
Waz, really nice vanish there, gets the double cheap shot and the garrote silence. Now Samurai into the kidney shot, very vulnerable. Barkskin does get used, and you really can't blame Method Black in that situation with the innervate from Samayam. With Incarnation, that is a very scary moment for Method Black, and they managed to survive.
Waz still on the back foot, and Chaz's mana is not looking too good, but they've got a lot of damage at least. They're crowd controlling Trill, denying the darkness, but it may not even be necessary. Double stuns prevent any sort of follow-up. Waz moves in, going for the blind, 5 seconds away from a trinket. Trill needs to save. He ducks in, dropping that darkness just in the nick of time. Quick reactions by Trill. They try and cheekily mind control it, but it's not enough, and now Waz has to retreat.
Yep, and now Chaz almost completely tapped on mana. Method Black, this is not the situation you want to be in. Method Orange has their defenses rotating up, and they take down Waz in the swing match, now having an advantage.
The swing match goes in favor of Method Orange on top. The crowd have been here. It's 11 p.m. You've all waited for this moment. Sea-Doo, 1 game away from the grand finals of BlizzCon 2018.
Yeah, it looks like Method Black, they want to get aggressive right away. Zap onto Sea-Doo, kidney shot on Sea-Doo, big setup coming in. Do they have the damage to push him over? A lot of burst damage, Astral Shift gets traded out. Method Orange should survive the opener.
Method Black lead with a heavy attack initially here, forcing multiple defensives from Sea-Doo and making him vulnerable moving into the future. Raikou Chaz with triangle positioning, dragging across the map, retreating away from the defense of Method Orange. Method Orange now making a decision to just jump right on top of them. They've got that wiggle room with this match advantage, but Trill gets caught, overextended, tons of damage, traded out, but is not going to fall to that assault. Now Trill leading the charge.
Yep, Trill trying to find the damage when he can. Waz just line of sighting, putting pressure up on Sea-Doo right now. And to Waz's credit in this matchup, he's been doing a good job making sure there's multiple pressure points that his team's able to swap to, keeping Sea-Doo kind of guessing. Samayam rotting down a little bit low right now. Vendetta was committed earlier on, but Raiku's sitting on that icy veins for a little bit later.
Samayam being pressured here as Method Black move in. Crowd control, Sea-Doo gets bursted, not much to trade here. That Spearling Totem, but Waz is overextending and getting punished. He's not able to stay in and finish the job. Forced to pull back. Once again, Method Black on the back foot, and these mana rifts inevitably going to be burning that mana pool away. Method Black need to get something done.
Yeah, Waz under fire once again. He's really the person that can push in for his team, keep up this pressure. See Chaz pulling back once again. So do you feel like he should be pushing in for fears in this matchup, or do you want to see him look for the drinks early once again?
I mean, if they're going to play for that strategy, they should not have gone to Ashamane's fall. It's going to be risky. Chaz trying to sit down for drinks. Samayam denies it. And so long as they can keep denying it, it is likely that Method Orange will be able to close this out. I don't see any windows of opportunity right now. Method Black need to whittle away at this defensive wall. Blind ends up breaking. Blizzard misplaced by Raikou. That's devastating for Method Black.
Very unfortunate, and that's going to limit the amount of opportunities Method Black has going on in this matchup. Sea-Doo does get interrupted. Waz can capitalize with the stun onto Samayam. It could be devastating. You know, when Chaz, he goes for these drinks, it does two things. Not only is he looking to regenerate his mana, but he's also pulling Method Orange off the pillar for them to land some of these opportunities, some of these kill windows. Sea-Doo gets caught in a kidney shot, but ultimately survives. Waz getting cycloned up. Nicely done by Samayam supporting his team.
Chaz opting to use Trinket to avoid a mana rift and keep that precious blue bar as long as possible. Samayam ducking for cover with Sea-Doo at the pillar. Raikou a little bit reluctant to push forward. They actually catch Samayam trying to cross the map and deny the drink. Tons of damage here. Earthen Wall Totem will allow them to stabilize. Chaz sits down for a drink, and as he pointed out, he either regenerates the mana or he pulls Method Orange off the pillar. Both of those are a win-win for Method Black.
Yeah, definitely not a bad strategy to be implementing. It just seems so difficult for Method Black to get pressure. If Method Orange is just sitting on the pillar in this matchup, running around, Raiku's not able to get out past the damage. Sea-Doo actually trinkets out of a kidney shot and uses his Astral Shift as well. Really wants to respect that Vendetta coming in from Waz.
But Icy Veins is still a looming threat for Raikou. Dark Archangel to combo up with it as well. Method Black have a big hit available. If Sea-Doo isn't ready, it could just close this out and take us to game number 5. Method Black playing it out patiently, waiting for that window of opportunity. It's a kidney shot committed to Samayam, and Method Black going for the safer route now. A Shadow Step kick on the Sea-Doo. trying to back up with a little bit more momentum. Lots of damage from Raikou, but not enough to get a kill. Woz gets life grip back to safety. They need to abort this mission. Sam I Am with Incarn rolling is a huge danger to Method Black. Immediate retreat, but Method Orange are starting to close in.
Yep, Innervate, Berserking, Incarnation, everything used by Sam I Am with the Sky Fury Totem. But a nice setup coming in from Method Black. Kidney Shot, Smoke Bomb. Seedu trying to keep him alive with the Earthen Shield Totem, and that will be enough to deflect this attack.
Well-placed Earthen Wall Totem, but they overlap cooldowns. Barkskin and Earthen Wall, 2 for 1. 2-for-1 exchange will allow Method Black to have an opening, and Chaz has been able to regenerate his mana this time around. He's been able to outposition Method Orange, but Woz gets caught in center field. Pain suppression is going to likely be enough as Sam I Am's in trouble. No trinket, and he could easily fall. Darkness from Trill will protect Sam I Am and allow them to recover, but the crowd control is still coming. Trill ducks over. Big carry by Trill right there.
Sick play by Woz, though. The interrupt into the blind, almost landing them the kill. Trill saves the day, like you mentioned. That was the Icy Banes from Raikou as well. Sam I Am still not topped off. Seedu has 15 seconds on his trinket. If they can get some CC right here, right now, there's no reverse magic available for Trill. No darkness. This could be the opportunity they need. Method Orange realizing the situation. To Method Orange credit, they always know when they're in trouble. They're always running away at the right times and able to survive.
Seedu and Sam I Am pinned behind the pillar. Raikou unleashing an attack here, but Seedu will recover in the protection of this Earthen Wall Totem. Trill jumping back to force Woz away. Every time Woz overextends, Trill is there to punish. And at any opportunity, if Chaz isn't careful, Woz could fall. Seedu caught in a kidney shot. Woz holding that Vendetta, and whoa, where did this damage come from? Trinket Spirit Link from Seedu. Vendetta still in the tank for Woz. Dark Archangel available for Chaz, and Seedu is going to be cowering.
Yeah, Seedu living at 5% HP there, trading out his Trinket and the Spirit Link. Sam I Am very vulnerable as well. Smoke Bomb is available in about a minute for Woz. Unfortunately, not going to be too many opportunities with that, with the cooldowns rotating up. But Sam I Am still low.
There it
Seedu
is.
now caught into the kidney shot. Raikou looking to follow it up with some damage. But Woz, he can't play too aggressive in this situation. He's line of sighting Chaz. Trill realizing it. Method Orange looking to really punish Method Black for this aggressive play.
I'm very surprised to not see Woz pull the trigger on Vendetta there. Kidney shot with no cooldown. Seedu could have easily just gone down, but Woz wants to play it patiently and look for a clinical precision kill, but it's so unlikely to have the perfect scenario that I feel like Woz is better off just going for it when he gets a good stun out of Ghost Wolf. Chaz moving in here. They commit the Vendetta, but Sam I Am peels Woz away. It's up to Raikou. Raikou and Chaz, more than enough to take Seedu down. We're going to Game 5.
We are going to Game 5. Method Black.
Will Seedu break the curse and advance to the grand finals, asserting dominance over multiple teams in this tournament? Crowd control initiated by Method Black. They are not afraid to get aggressive here early on in hook point, but no defensive cooldowns traded out. This initial attack has been completely thwarted.
Yeah, weren't really able to get anything rolling early on. There's a stun onto Chaz. Big setup. Chaz actually trinkets out. That was a scary moment. Sam I Am looking to get aggressive with the Incarnation. Trill now popping the Metamorphosis onto Raikou, getting some damage rolling. Sam I Am in a little bit of trouble as he's caught into the kidney shot, not activating the Barkskin or the Renewal. Method Orange playing it very cool. Seedu realizing he can keep his team alive and telling them they don't need to use anything.
This Incarnation trades effectively with Chaz's Incarnation Tree of Life. Both teams canceling each other out early on. Woz poking Seedu, trying to soften him up now, moving for a stun play. Raikou gets over in line of sight. Looks like it's a baited play. Seedu doesn't fall for it.
Yeah, Chaz once again positioning very far away, but there's really no spots on this map where he can sneak off for a drink that Trill can't stop him almost instantaneously. So Method Black, they're not going to have the mana advantage. It's going to be very unlikely. Chaz is going to be able to regen his mana at any point in this game. So Method Orange, they know that. They just have to survive, keep up the mana rifts on Chaz, keep up the damage, survive, rotate properly, and they will win the game.
Seedu locked down in a kidney shot. Sam I Am on the run. Chaz was trying to sneak for a drink, but Trill denies it, and that's very important for Method Orange late into the game to establish a significant mana lead and then overwhelm Method Black with tons of damage. Nice Chaos Nova by Trill onto 2 members. Raikou forced to retreat away, but damage follows it up. Star Surge connects. This is match point. Raikou hovering, low health. He's playing a dangerous game with Method Orange, but manages to get away with it.
Yeah, Temporal Shield will save the day. Close call for Raikou. We've seen him make these moves in the past. And so far in this tournament, it's been working out. Nice setup on the Sea-Doo as he gets taken down 50% HP. But like you were talking about, Sid, that Ghost Wolf recovery talent, when he's in Ghost Wolf, he's regenerating his health, and it's just so strong. Basically means Sea-Doo has to die in a kidney shot or he won't be going down.
Yep, Raikou will have to set up those plays with Kleptomania, spell stealing all of Sea-Doo's buffs during an attack, but triple crowd control initiated here by Method Black. Sam reading the situation, preempting it by being in that bear form, activates the Barkskin to trade for the attack, effectively diffusing the situation, but Method Black keep the chain going just that little bit longer, managing to get a 2-for-1 with that reverse magic from Trill. Potential opening for Raikou's Icy Veins moving forward. Chaz needs to start looking for drinks. He's ducking in the far back line. Who is going to deny it? Raikou actually falling behind amidst all of this. Smoke bomb dropped by Waz. Bit of a bait here. Earthen Wall Totem should be enough for Sea-Doo to stabilize, not overcommitting to the bait of Waz. Both teams evening out. It is likely that this game will go into dampening, but Method Orange are establishing that mana advantage.
Yep, they absolutely are. And these small pillars, they're very deceiving because although they're small, it is easy for Sam and Sea-Doo to get around the pillars, avoid Raikou's damage. It just takes a few steps for them, get out of line of sight of the mage, stop all the damage Raikou is able to put out, and they can ultimately survive. Waz taking a little bit of pressure in the meantime. Sam caught into the kidney shot, but Sea-Doo's there. He's able to back him up. There's no crowd control coming in from Method Black. Method Orange completely stabilizes.
Ooh, they go for a swap on Chaz. They manage to scare him enough that he trades his Gladiator's medallion. Could be an opportunity for Method Orange. Chaz slowly but surely falling behind on mana. Sam repositioning with Sea-Doo to punish Waz from pushing in. They know that Waz is a threat right now with Vendetta available, so they're going to stack up as a team, get ready for that attack, defend it, but they've stacked up for too long. Chaz tries to sneak for a drink. Sam denies the drink, so instead Method Black go for an attack. Sea-Doo down at half health, but with Earthen Wall Totem placed on the 2 members. Unlikely that he goes down in this position. Solar Beam interrupting Chaz. Waz falls behind. We're on match point, and Waz is overextended.
Yeah, he is. Uses the feint, able to avoid a little bit of damage. Sam pushing in, looking for the bash. Can Method Black punish that aggressive play? Sam now into the kidney shot. Sea-Doo into the blind. Will he trinket out? Will he sit it? Sam using the Barkskin. Sea-Doo doesn't want to overlap defensives. Now into the sap. Still not trinketing out. Sea-Doo playing this very greedy. And if he has to use his trinket a little bit later on, now that it's not lined up with blind, that's an opportunity for Method Black.
Method Black keep the crowd control chain going, and Sea-Doo tries to make it out on the back end of this, and he manages to get away with it, which means that they can play a lot more aggressive. But amidst all of that, Chaz was actually able to drink and regenerate that mana right before dampening, keeping his team in the fight.
Yeah, very nicely done by Method Black. They find the perfect moments to go offensive. Chaz looking for drinks, not assisting his team in the offense. Raikou getting low. Temporal Shield should top him off. Sam still caught into a kidney shot, and Method Black, they're really not looking for crowd control on Sea-Doo. They're just trying to build as much damage as possible, keep up the pressure, but I don't know if that's a game they're going to win.
I mean, at this point, it's still anyone's match here. Game 5 in the winner's final. The winner of this advances to the grand final tomorrow. Raikou getting bursted down. Tons of damage. Great Cyclone there at low health. Chaz getting pressured, and as we set into dampening, it will become increasingly difficult for either team to recover. Sam gets bursted. Trill is locked down on the other side of the map. He can't support the team. Raikou sneaks in a polymorph. Trill pulls back to assist. Sam ducking for cover. They do manage to break up the chain and start to stabilize. Waz overextended. Chaz pushes forward to save him. It is likely that he does not go down through Iron Bark. Now momentum, though, swinging in favor. Great crowd control by Waz, and Sam in trouble. Sea-Doo trinkets, connects to Spirit Link just in time to stabilize, but now Vendetta available, and Sea-Doo is a wide open target.
I see an opportunity for Method Black in this matchup. If they can pull Trill off the pillar, Waz has the smoke bomb available. He has Vendetta. Trill has no trinket. All they would need is one clean setup, and I think if Chaz threatens the drink, they might be able to pull it off.
All right, Sea-Doo repositioning. Method Black have an opportunity here just to close this out. Sea-Doo preemptively Earthen Walls, expecting the attack, but Method Black hold on to it. They're playing it patiently. Perfect precision is what they need in this moment. They got 4 more seconds on Trill's trinket, 2 more seconds. That opportunity is starting to slip away. They commit to Sam denying the Incarnation Burst, but that window of opportunity to take down Trill has been lost. They're gonna have to rely on pure momentum now.
Yeah, DR kidney shot on Sam. Unfortunately for Waz, he's not going to put out the pressure that he wants. Sam getting interrupted, bursted down once again. Raikou finding damage. with the Ray of Frost. But Sea-Doo not in crowd control, keeps him alive. Sam I Am and Sea-Doo rotating across the map. Chaz looking for a drink, pulling away, but it looks like Trill's going to be able to shut him down.
All right, Sea-Doo caught into a kidney shot. There's the vendetta being committed here by Method Black as they go straight after Sea-Doo. He's able to survive the stun and recover. Raikou pulling back, just using those blizzards to harass the opponents. Chaz, if he can sneak away for a drink, he absolutely needs to. His mana is looking very dire in this position, and Method Orange are establishing a significant lead. Burst towards Raikou, he polymorphs up Trill. Sea-Doo gets interrupted, he can't dispel it. It's a 3-on-1. Great setup by Method Black, forcing Barkskin from Samaya, and the Earthen Wall Totem pulling multiple defensive cooldowns in one attack. Method Black created another opportunity.
Nicely done. We are at 17% dampening. 2-2 tied series. Winner of this goes to the grand finals. This is an insane matchup. Sea-Doo caught into a polymorph. Reverse match is going to be used by Trill. Chaz activates the Bark Skin at around 20% mana. This is not looking good for a long game from Method Black.
Sam Am locked down crowd control. Sea-Doo caught into a blind, and Method Black continue to keep up the heat. Sam Am dips low. And just to duck for cover in bear form, but Chaz in position to get more crowd control. He gets interrupted by Trill. Good backup, but now Trill removed from the game as well. Comet Storm connects. Not enough to take Sam I Am down. Fell Eruption on Chaz. They make the swap. Huge damage. Chaz barely hangs on, but it's not enough. Sea-Doo's done it. He's going to the grand finals.
Sea-Doo has done it. Method Orange though. We still have Sam Am dropping low, but surely this is enough. Method Orange in game 5 advance to the grand finals. They win the battle of the